The 2019 report says that global temperatures are on pace to rise as much as 3.2 degrees Celsius.
The last 5 years have been the hottest years on record on our planet ever.
Breaking news tonight on several fronts on the coronavirus pandemic.
There are now more than 1 million cases worldwide. That's more than twice what it was a week ago.
Breaking hospitalization records every day this week as Idaho hit new case highs 3 times.
We have a vaccine that's coming. It's ready. It's going to be announced within weeks.
Many chanted Black Lives Matter as they walked the streets of Salt Lake before and after those protests got violent.
The fact of the matter is, there is institutional racism in America.
A giant mural showing support for law enforcement suddenly appeared over the weekend near Tampa Police headquarters.
If your activism only consists of destruction and not building, that is not activism. That is also not what this movement is about.
May history be able to say that the end of this chapter of American darkness began here tonight, as love and hope and light join in the battle for the soul of the nation.
Together we are unstoppable. Together we are unbeatable. Because together we are the proud citizens of the United States of America.
Live from Lewis Center, in the Olentangy Orange Studios, broadcasting nationwide. This is your 12 to 12 Orange Juice election coverage. With your senior political news team. Start your watches, because your 12 hours of coverage starts right now.
Coming to you live from the Juice at Olentangy Orange High School. We have 12 hours of coverage for you on the presidential, legislative, and state races. Ethan?
That's right, Kylie. Tonight, America decides whether Republican nominee and President Donald Trump will be in office for another 4 years, or Democratic nominee and former Vice President Joe Biden will begin his term in the Oval Office.
Tonight, voters will also decide the Senate and House majority. Currently, Republicans hold the Senate majority with 53 seats, compared to the 45 seats that Democrats and 2 for independents caucusing with the Democratic Party. Democrats hold the House majority with 232 seats compared to 197 Republican seats. There is 1 Libertarian and 5 vacancies. Republicans would need a net gain of 21 seats to win a majority in the chamber. In 2018, the chamber flipped, falling into the Democratic Party's control. The Democrats gained a net total of 40 seats.
According to Ballotpedia, 41 of the 435 House races have been identified as battleground states. Of these, 20 include 20 Democratic incumbents, 20 Republican incumbents, and 1 Libertarian incumbent. In the Senate, 33 of 100 seats are up for regular election and 2 up for special election. 12 are currently held by Democrats and 23 are currently held by Republicans. Democrats would need to gain 4 seats, or 3 if they can win the presidential election, to take control of the Senate.
Special elections will occur to fill vacancies in the 116th Congress, including 2020 special U.S. Senate elections for the seats won in 2016 by that Republican John McCain won in Arizona and Republican Johnny Isakson won in Georgia. Ballotpedia has identified 16 races as battleground races. Of these 16 seats, 4 have Democratic incumbents and 12 have Republican incumbents heading into the election.
The polls opened at 6:30 a.m. today in Ohio and have been open since October 6th. All access all across the country There have been a record-breaking early voting numbers, more than 65.5 million to be exact, breaking last year's number by 7.2 million.
Voters under the age of 30 have cast about 196,000 votes in Ohio so far. That's 6% more than they did in 2016. These are promising numbers. Also, there are 13 battleground states this election cycle. Ben Keller has more on the story.
Hey Pioneers, today I went around the school testing our students' knowledge about the election. I also was wondering who they were voting for and why.
Do you know where to vote?
No.
If you could vote, who could you vote for?
I don't know. Probably Joe Jorgensen.
Okay. Do you know where you would place your vote?
The mail-in ballot.
Okay.
Is that not where you go?
Sure.
Go to the Orange Township.
If you could vote, who would you vote for?
Biden.
Do you know where you would place your vote?
No.
Okay. If you could vote, who would you vote for?
I don't know politics.
If you would place your vote, do you know where you would place it?
The township?
If you could vote, who would you vote for?
Donald Trump.
Why would you vote for him?
He's a great guy.
Do you know where to place your vote if you were to vote?
No.
If you could vote, who would you vote for?
I think I would have to vote for Gabe Newell.
Interesting. Do you know where you would place your vote?
Yes, at the township hall, I think.
If you could vote, who would you vote for?
Like in the election? Biden.
Why?
Because I think I don't think I want to explain this. People are gonna get mad.
Okay. Do you know where to place your vote if you did vote?
What do you mean?
Like, where would you place it?
I don't know.
Okay.
Like a location? The voting place?
If you could vote, who would you vote for?
I'm not saying because I'm gonna get attacked if I do.
Do you know where to place your vote?
No. The voting place.
If you could vote, who would you vote for?
Biden.
Why?
Because I feel like he's the lesser of two evils.
That's actually a good answer. Do you know where to place your vote?
No.
Abby's old enough to vote.
Yep.
Who did you vote for?
I voted for Joe Biden.
Why?
Because I do not like Donald Trump. I don't think that he's the right fit to lead our country.
Where do you place your vote?
I voted early, so I placed my vote at the Delaware County Board of Elections, but on Election Day, you place your vote at your precinct.
Well, that's all I have for you guys today.
Thanks, Lauren. We hope that showed you what it's like around here at Orange High School. It's been an election cycle like no other. Coronavirus has disrupted daily life, resulting in one of the largest public health and economic crises of all time. Racial tensions have been on the rise since the summer, starting with the death of George Floyd, leading to an outbreak in Black Lives Matter movements across the country. The debate stage saw the most diverse pool of Democratic presidential candidates ever, and Trump's historic campaign approach has gathered a supportive base like not seen before. Let's take a closer look at what we've been seeing this election cycle.
President Donald Trump is the Republican nominee running against Joe Biden, the Democratic nominee. Joe Jorgensen is the Libertarian nominee, and Howie Hawkins is the Green Party nominee.
Our Juice polls show that 60.4% of Olentangy Orange High School students and staff would vote for Biden, 30.5% for Trump, 1.3% for Jorgensen, 0.6% for Hawkins, and 1.9% for other, and 5.2% for undecided. Obviously, this poll is not representative of all Americans' voters, since it only surveyed students and staff at Olentangy Orange High School. Let's take a look at how Joe Biden and Vice President pick Kamala Harris's policy stances. On the environmental front, the Biden team is prioritizing environmental and climate justice by making decisions that are driven by data and science, as well as addressing risks to communities disproportionately affected by climate change on a federal government level. Economically, Biden supports raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour and plans to increase capital gains taxes. Biden wants to expand Medicaid coverage and build a public health insurance option into the Affordable Care Act to give people more choice in relation to their insurance plan, rather than create a Medicare for all single-pay system. Regarding the coronavirus, Biden supports a nationwide mask mandate, as well as adopting nationwide testing and contact tracing.
On the Republican side, President Donald Trump and Vice President Mike Pence's policy stances differ from Biden's. Environmentally, Donald Trump supports a limited role of the federal government in climate action, rolling back Obama-era environmental protections and withdrawing the United States from the Paris Agreement. Economically, Donald Trump says he's seriously considering cutting capital gains tax, as well as reducing most corporate taxes. He does not support raising the minimum wage. Trump also does not support a public health insurance option and does not support a Medicare for all single-payer system, just like Biden. He supports the Supreme Court striking down the Obama-era Affordable Care Act. Regarding the coronavirus, President Trump does not support a nationwide mask mandate. However, he does support federal action to expand testing, but wants to leave much of the testing responsibility to the states.
In Ohio, many state senators and House representatives are up for election this year. In our own congressional district, District 12, Republican Representative Troy Balderson is running for re-election against Democrat Elena Shearer. In our state congressional district, District 67, Ohio State Representative Chris Jordan is running for re-election against Dr. Rachel Morocco. Early voting started October 3rd, and the polls open in Ohio today at 6:30 a.m. and will close at 7:30 p.m. Check your polling location online and make sure you take part in this year's historic election.
All month, Americans have been casting their ballots by mail amid the COVID-19 pandemic. How will those ballots affect the results tonight? Lauren Barron has the answer. Lauren?
As the New York Times states, the coronavirus pandemic has made voting by mail one of the election's most conscientious issues. More than 25 states have expanded access to universal mail voting, a move President Trump has repeatedly and erroneously equated with a fraudulent election. The mail-in ballots are expected to create setbacks to the results of the election. Already there have been breakdowns. In Brooklyn, New York, nearly 10,000 voters received security envelopes belonging to someone else due to a vendor error. And in Michigan, over 2,200 votes were rejected because they were not signed by a voter. But that's not the only reason ballots are being rejected. Reasons include receiving ballots after the poll has closed, a missing certificate, the signature does not match, the ballot was not enclosed, and a certificate was not signed. These small errors can have a huge impact on the results of this year's elections. Not only are errors the only impact on this year's election, funding to process these ballots are causing a tight space for polls to prepare for this year's counting. For example, equipment needed in this year's election includes scanners and software needed to quickly scan the ballots, pricing at just over $35,000. Automatic letter openers, which are about $1,000, and PPE for the poll workers. This year, the government pitched in over $11 million, but the big question is, will this be enough? States say they will make do, but it will take time to process all of those envelopes. However, how long will this take? This depends on a scenario. A definitive result would mean the uncounted mail-in ballots don't change the outcome. However, if it is a closer race, the election outcome will remain unclear for days or even weeks until all mail-in ballots are counted in states such as Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. There are no legal requirement for the vote count to finish in a single night, keeping people curious to see when the count will conclude.
Thanks, Lauren. Just to reiterate, results tonight may not be official. Across the country, a candidate may not be confirmed into a seat they're running for because the record high number of mail-in ballots across the country may be counted after today. We'll see what happens tonight. Olentangy Orange High School U.S. government and politics teacher has some interesting points to bring up about this year's election cycle. Let's go to Ashley Foyt with that interview. Ashley?
Polling is often a very great part of elections.
In the corner.
Polling is often a very big part of elections, and people typically look towards polls to predict the outcome of elections. I sat down with Mr. Carmichael today to get better insight on how accurate polls actually are and their significance in predicting the outcome of the election.
All right, let's talk a little bit about polling. And there's so many wonderful polling sites out there for you to utilize. And so your viewers tonight, if you're watching the election unfold this evening, and you're wondering, who's winning, one thing that is kind of fun to take a look at are the different polling sites. And so I would recommend three to you. The first one is realclearpolitics.com, and you go to their polling section. They are going to take all the polls that are out there and then average them together and give you a pretty accurate look at what all the polls are saying collectively. But let's touch on that exit poll, the one I just referenced a second ago. On earlier today, during the election, you might have seen exit polls where a reporter will come on and say, for example, hey, we're seeing, President Trump is doing very well today, or former Vice President looks like he's in a position to win. You want to be very careful with these exit polls, because unless a journalist is doing it from the perspective of traveling to polling places that are representative of the entire electorate of that state, it is very easy to give you a skewed version. For example, if they go to a more urban area, that might give more of a lean to former Vice President Biden. If you were to go to more of a rural area, it might suggest that President Trump is going to be reelected overwhelmingly. And ideally, what you want is to be watching your media and have your journalists travel to those different sites, and they are taking exit polls from those different locations, averaging them together, which is a very difficult thing to do. So you want to be careful with exit polls. And the one thing that I would just say, regardless of how things are going on election day, is if you hear your candidate is way, way up, or you hear your candidate is way, way down, and you're eligible to vote, make sure you're still showing up to vote, because you have all those down ballot elections that are going on as well that are extremely important. And very often you'll also be voting on local issues that will matter to you in your local community. And if you don't show up to vote, you won't have a voice in those issues. So as we are looking comprehensively at polling here, here's some things that you want to keep in mind. If a poll employs scientific methodology, it is reasonably accurate that it is going to measure the public's opinion fairly accurately and reasonably well. Polling really got a bad rap in 2016 because the predicted winner was Hillary Clinton, and of course President Trump ended up prevailing. But really what people did in 2016 is they didn't understand the nuance of looking at national polls versus state polls, which we'll look at here in just a second for you. So some things that you want to see done in your poll that you're going to be looking at. You're going to want to see them employ this scientific methodology. And so that begins with a representative sample, meaning it's a poll that samples different groups, and all those groups are represented, meaning you have young, you have old, you have people of both genders, you have sample size that includes people who are socioeconomically well off and those that are struggling. And if you can get a big cross-section picture, you're going to have a much more accurate poll. So that's representative sampling. You're also going to want to have random sampling, meaning you do not want to look at a poll where self-selection is possible, and we tend to call that a straw poll. So if you're watching Channel 10 and they say, find out how Ohioans are voting in the presidential election tonight, and they say, call this number if you're voting for President Trump, or call this number if you're voting for Vice President Biden. Well, if there's no random sampling there, you can keep calling back and vote as many times as you want, and that's not scientific. So that wouldn't be a poll that you would want to pay attention to as well. There's some other components that go into it that aren't quite as critical. Careful and objective wording is one of those. You also want to look at a poll and make sure that they give you the option of saying, you know what, I don't have an opinion, or I don't know the answer to that question. If it's missing that, often it's not going to be a scientific poll and it's not going to be as accurate. So that's something that you'll want to look at as well. There is another component of polling, though, that goes into the sample size, and we call this the margin of sample error. And this is a good thing for all of us to be aware of, and as you're looking at your polls tonight and after the election, essentially it comes down to this. The larger the number of respondents that you have in the poll, the more accurate it's going to be. So in other words, a poll that has 2,500 people being surveyed is going to generally be, if done scientifically, more accurate than a poll that has simply 500 people in it. And so that is called the margin of sample error. Now, one thing to keep in mind when you're looking at your polls also is there will be a little plus minus sign in the poll. And what that means is the margin of error is either 2, 3, or 4. Now, if you're looking at a poll that is greater than 4, you probably just want to disregard that poll altogether, because what that plus minus means is if it's a plus minus of 2 and a poll comes in and says Biden and Trump are tied at 50-50 plus minus 2, what that means is President Trump could really be at 52 and Vice President Biden is really at 48, which is, there's a big difference between 52 and 48. It doesn't seem like it in electoral politics, but a candidate that wins by more than 5 percentage points, that really is technically considered a landslide victory, although it doesn't seem like it because we're used to, big numbers. But in electoral politics, 5% is a very significant win. For example, President Trump won Ohio in 2016 by 8 percentage points. That was considered a landslide win, so much so that up until just very recently, Ohio was considered to be a very red state, and Joe Biden did not have a chance in winning there. So those are some components that go into polling that, as viewers, you want to kind of keep in mind and really gauge the scientific methodology of your poll. Now, one last thing about polls and really electoral politics and the Electoral College in general is to keep in mind you will see polls like the one behind me here that will show a national average, and it'll have, say, for example, President Trump up 1 or Vice President Biden up 5, or sometimes even double digits. Now we're seeing some of these for Vice President Biden. Our election of the president is not a national election. It is 50 state elections. In each of those states, and we were talking about battleground states earlier, each one of those states has to be won for the Electoral College votes to be awarded from that state. And so in reality, what you want to look at is the battleground states and then take a look at the polling in that state. And right now we have some states that are so close that we can't even call them. Ohio is one of these states, and that's why it's going to be so fun to watch the election this evening as it unfolds, because there's really no predicting who's going to win because it's within the margin of error. Other states like West Virginia or Kentucky or Tennessee are clearly going to break for President Trump, and states like Massachusetts and California and Washington are clearly going to break for Vice President Biden. And there's not much fun in watching a contest where the winner is already predetermined. So paying attention to these swing states and using polls to do so is an effective part of watch night activities.
Mr. Carmichael offered really great information about polls to keep in mind next time you're looking at a poll.
Mr. Carmichael didn't stop there, though. He stayed in government teacher character and gave us even more of a rundown on the election.
2020 has been a year like no other, and there's no doubting the significance of this election. I sat down with Mr. Carmichael today, our AP U.S. Government and Politics teacher here at Orange, to get better insight on all the factors going into this year's election and the impact they could have on the outcome of the election.
Well, the biggest difference this year is the COVID pandemic, which is impacting the election in ways that really we truly don't even completely understand now. For example, just the mechanism of voting itself. We are seeing a situation now where approximately a week out and 70 million people have voted. We've never seen early voting numbers like this. So that as an example of what's different this year in terms of the election cycle, the pandemic and COVID itself is causing all kinds of issues. Furthermore, we're seeing issues in this presidential election with polling places and the safety and how those are operating. We are seeing challenges with getting poll workers themselves. Sometimes they don't want to be in a polling place all day, exposed to everybody that's coming in. So that is a dramatic change from something that we've seen in years past. The other thing that is different this year's election is that the voter turnout seems to just generally be larger. People are very engaged, either supporting the president or in opposition to him, and that's driving voter turnout. Likely, we are going to end up with voter turnout somewhere in the mid-60s in terms of participation rates. To give you an idea or context, in a typical year, 2008, 2004, we might see a voter turnout between 52 and 55%. 2016, largely because we had our first ever female candidate on the general ticket, we saw participation go up to 61%. The excitement of Donald Trump, the private businessman, drove that as well. And for 2020, we're likely to see higher percentage rates than what we saw in 2016. So just off the top of my head, those are some of the differences that we're going to see in this election.
Due to COVID-19, absentee voting and mail-in voting has become more prominent in this election, and it's important to know the difference between the two and how they play a role in our election and its outcome.
It's going to be interesting as we take a look at the post-election data related to absentee voting and voting by mail. Let's talk about this a little bit for your viewers so they understand the difference, first of all, between absentee voting and voting by mail. We have 5 states right now currently that have always just simply voted by mail. That is the mechanism that they use, and so this is standard operating procedure for them. However, for most states, though, the degree to which we're going to see absentee ballot and voting by mail, that's going to go way up. Now, President Trump has spoken at length about the difference between mail by voting and absentee ballots, and he tends to be very concerned with the voting by mail, but absentee ballots not so much. But for your viewers to understand, essentially there is no distinction between the two. So if you were to go to a Secretary of State's office website in any given state and look at the definitions explaining the difference between mail voting or voting by mail and absentee ballot, essentially they are one and the same. It is using the United States postal system to deliver your ballot. Now, absentee ballots are a little bit different in the context of typically you have to qualify for an absentee ballot. And what that means is there has to be a reason why you are requesting that ballot, and certain states have different criteria about what will qualify to give you an absentee ballot. So a medical reason, transportation, elderly patients who are ill sometimes will apply to state provisions that would allow them to vote absentee.
Due to the increase in mail-in voters, there have been lots of concerns this election regarding the accuracy of this method.
Voting by mail is simply the idea that you're using the United States Postal Service to deliver your ballot. Essentially, you are not walking in, pushing a button, or pulling a lever. You're having your ballot delivered by the United States Postal Service. Now, there's been a lot of controversy and discussion related to the mail-in ballots and how the U.S. Post Office is responding to this really dramatic increase of voters voting by mail in terms of them either speeding up or slowing down their delivery mechanisms. And depending upon your ideology, you're going to believe one or the other on that. Political consultants for both parties are advocating for their participants at this point not to vote by mail, meaning it likely will not be delivered to the Board of Elections in time to get that November 3rd stamp, which is the critical element that you need to have your vote counted. So what are your options if at this point you can't mail in your ballot? What you're going to have to do is deliver that ballot to an election ballot box. Make sure it's an official one. We've seen some examples in California of ballot boxes that are not official being put out by one of the respective parties, and it's unclear what's happening to those ballots. But if you deliver your ballot to the Board of Elections in your county, and if you were to check Ohio's Secretary of State website or the Delaware County Board of Elections, they are going to identify what you could do at this point in terms of getting to your ballot in time so that it can be counted for the November 3rd election.
I really appreciated sitting down with Mr. Carmichael today to get a better look into the election. And one thing is for certain, we're living history right now, and it will be interesting to see how this all plays out.
The Senate Judiciary Committee just confirmed 7th Circuit Court of Appeals Judge Amy Coney Barrett to become the 115th Associate Justice on the United States Supreme Court. Abby Fulton has more in the story. Abby?
As most Americans know, Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg passed away on September 18, 2020. Ginsburg was an inspiration to many as a strong advocate for women's rights. The unfortunate news of RBG's passing after her 13 years on the Supreme Court left many wondering who her replacement would be. Soon after, on September 26th, President Donald Trump announced the nomination of Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court. Exactly a month later, on October 26th, Coney Barrett was confirmed by the Senate and was sworn in that evening, just 8 days ago. This is one of the fastest Supreme Court confirmations in history. After graduating from Notre Dame Law, Barrett spent 2 years in private practice before teaching as a law professor for 15 years. In 2017, Barrett was appointed to the United States Supreme Court, or the United States Courts of Appeals, for the 7th Circuit by President Trump. The devout Catholic's confirmation will shift the Supreme Court to a 6-2 lean of a conservative majority. Given that this nomination is one of the fastest ones in recent history, how do you think such a decision will impact the election?
Well, that's a great question, Abby. I think one of the major impacts on this election is going to be that this happened right before voting day. So these candidates were already eager to get these last-minute voters like a month before. So I think this is really going to have a big impact on the Democratic Party. I think that Democrats are going to see a lot of new voters and donations from a lot of their candidates following the death of Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Yeah, I definitely think this is an interesting situation. It happened so close to the election that, we didn't know what was going to happen. After Ruth Bader Ginsburg passed away, it was crazy. Everything was up in the air. Not to mention, we have this monumental election on our hands. So it definitely is going to play a big role in the election. However, I don't know if it will shift many people who were already decided before decisions. Because, if you knew you were voting for Biden or Trump, you already had your decision made. However, it might have shifted some of the people who were independent, moderate, and didn't know what their decision was.
Yeah, I agree. I think that it's definitely not going to change any votes completely. But it's definitely unprecedented, as in 2016, with the death of Antonin Scalia. That was, I believe, 80 days further away from the election than this, the death of Ruth Bader Ginsburg was. So we're definitely in unprecedented territory, and I think the American people are just making up their own opinions on this, because something like this just doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, and I think, like we've said with votes, something else we can look at is a lot of donations coming into a lot of Senate campaigns. Specifically, I think a lot of Democratic Senate campaigns saw floods of donations after the death of Ruth Bader Ginsburg, like we said before. A lot of these campaigns have caused them to outrace GOP competitors, and I think that in GOP leading states like North Carolina and Montana, this would be huge for those Senate races.
It could definitely be harmful to the GOP. I also agree with what Ethan was saying, that this depends on how you take it. Depending on the person, they're going to take it a different way. I think some people see it as politics. If roles were reversed back in 2016, it would have been the same thing. But some people are very concerned about what this could mean for the future of the Supreme Court, and so they might take it a different way and think of it more taking a bad path. So it depends on the perspective, and there's a lot of perspectives out there right now. Being so close to the election, tensions are definitely higher on this topic.
Yeah, it could definitely go either way based on what your beliefs are. And I think, like I said, the American people, it's all up to opinion at this point, just based on, there's nothing in history to back this up with. Other than 2016 and 2020, those are really the only two times this has happened in the past 80 years this close to an election.
Yeah, and like Ashley was saying, she said that this depends like issue to issue, like who's it closest to. I think two main issues that a lot of people are talking about right now is the overturn of the Affordable Care Act and the overturn of Roe v. Wade. So I think those are two issues that we'll see a lot of discussion about in terms of this Supreme Court change.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
You all mentioned Roe v. Wade and other Supreme Court cases, but what other implications could come from this appointment and the now 6-3 conservative lean in the Supreme Court?
Again, I think that it has a lot to do with how you look at it. I think some people, there hasn't been a lot said. I haven't heard Amy Coney Barrett come out and say anything about how she's going to sway on the court. At the end of the day, I know justices are supposed to be bipartisan. They're not supposed to stick to a party, and when it comes down to it, they focus on the Constitution in itself, and that is where their loyalty lies. So I think it just depends on the faith that people have in Amy Coney Barrett and the other justices to stick by the Constitution. And if they don't, then that could be a real concern to some of those cases.
Yeah, I agree. And I think Amy Coney Barrett has made it very apparent that she is not a policymaker. She is there to be a justice on the Supreme Court. She said in her 2017 confirmation hearing that she would never impose her own personal convictions upon the law. She also wrote in her 1998 journal that judges cannot nor shall they try to align our legal system with the church's moral teaching whenever the two diverge. So I think Amy Coney Barrett, it was seen that in her hearing, she did not answer a lot of opinionated questions. I think that was okay for her to do because the founders of this country did establish this country on the fact that the Supreme Court is not supposed to be swayed by opinion. So I think Amy Coney Barrett is doing a good job of fulfilling her seat as impartial and a justice, not a policymaker.
Yeah, she did in the confirmation hearings, she did do a really good job of staying very unbiased, and she answered those questions really well, I think. She was being questioned by Republicans, and the Democrats were also coming in trying to, maybe throw her off a little bit. But she did a really good job, I think, of staying neutral, and I think that's something that the American people took a little bit of faith in here with the unpartisanness of the Supreme Court.
I agree.
Since this confirmation is so soon to the election, how do you think Americans' opinions will differ?
Again, I think it just comes down to how much they value what happened in 2016 versus now. In 2016, it was a whole different situation. Like you said, there was more time between the election, and after Justice Scalia passed away, a few hours later, we already had Merrick Garland up for the nomination by President Obama, and because the Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell, was in office, he obviously right away shut it down. He said it's too close to the election, and so people are seeing that being contradictory with what's happening now because we are even closer to the election. So it just depends how you swing it. If you spin it to the way we're like, oh, that's contradictory, that's not fair, it's going to be totally different if you spin it, oh, well, if the Mitch McConnell didn't have the majority in the Senate, and it would have been the same situation in 2016. So it depends by the person. Like you were saying earlier, it's totally opinion-based, and that's where we are right now. We're at a place in time in history where people are having to come down to what are they going to decide on. These are huge issues. So much is happening right now. I mean, we have a global pandemic. We've got a whole movement going on, and it's all amidst an election year. So it's a lot going on right now, and it comes down to the American people and what their decisions are going to be.
Yeah, definitely. It was a lot different. In 2016, a lot of the Republican senators did not want to confirm Justice Garland, and he did not get confirmed, as we all know, in 2016. Ted Cruz was quoted in 2016 as saying, "It has been 80 years since a Supreme Court vacancy was nominated and confirmed in an election year. There's a long tradition that you don't do this in an election year, and this should be a decision for the people. Let the election decide. If the Democrats want to replace this nominee, they need to win the election." So that was something that he said in 2016. Of course, he voted to confirm Amy Coney Barrett this in 2020, excuse me. But Barrett said that the president has the power to nominate, and I don't think either one of them can claim that there's a rule governing one way or another. So this 2020, this confirmation in 2020 is different. It's all up to the Senate at the end of the day, and that's who we elect to be our representatives in America, and they decided that way, and now we have a 6-3 in the Justice Department.
Amy Coney Barrett is one of the youngest Supreme Court justices to be confirmed at 48 years old. With increased life expectancy, should the Supreme Court term limits be considered?
I think that's a great question. I think that's a question that a lot of people are looking at, especially recently. I think that right now the Supreme Court justices are serving longer than they ever have at any point in American history, which is an average of 28 years. And I think these recent trends have posed this question for a lot of people in this country. I found that there is a solution to this issue, which was a lot of people are in support of 18-year term limits on justices. So how this would work was each new justice would be added every other year. And since 9 justices times 2 years would be 18, since it would take 18 years to reach the end of the cycle, hence the 18-year terms.
Yeah, I saw that solution proposed too. This has been something in the air of discussion for years. I mean, the 1995 Supreme Court case, Term Limits versus Thornton, they looked into this for the congressional term limits because they basically ruled that the states don't have the authority to impose term limits on their congressmen and congresswomen. So that kind of set the precedent that, okay, term limits are not going to happen. But now we're looking at where people who think that there should be term limits side with the opinion that sometimes change is just necessary. After a certain amount of time, you need to get new people in, you need to get new ideas in. And so that's where that resolution would come in well, because it would give other people the opportunity to rise up, share their newer ideas, more innovative ideas. And 18 years is plenty of time to leave your mark. Some people oppose it. They think that it's taking somebody down when they're just reaching their prime, but it's the way you spin it. So I think that is a really good resolution that's been proposed.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. With senators, senators don't have term limits. They get elected. Actually, the longest ever serving senator here is Robert C. Byrd, a Democrat from West Virginia. And he served for 51 years, 5 months, and 26 days. You have a couple other right behind him, 49 years in Hawaii, Storm Thurmond, 47 years, and the longest current senator is Patrick J. Leahy, a Democrat from Vermont, who has been serving for almost 46 years. So, that's definitely a very long time to hold office. The country has shifted in just such a huge way from 50 years ago. All these Supreme Court cases that we're talking about and that we will be diving into later on hadn't even happened yet. So these people have been around for a long time in American democracy, and I mean, you got to think that sometimes, and this is true for the Senate, this is true for the justice system as well, you got to think that sometimes there might need to be term limits implicated.
Now, I do have to ask with these term limits, I know the founders were drafting the Constitution. Their primary goal was to shield the judiciary from political pressures of the day. And I think, could the term limits turn into people pushing their agenda when appointing a new justice every 18 years? Do the lifelong term limits prevent that from happening? That was the question that I'm wondering.
Yeah, I saw that question proposed, and it comes down to what people's incentives are. Like, you don't want to put term limits on people and then towards the end of their term they stop caring, they're not putting in as much time because they feel like their term is about to end. But on the opposition to that, there's the incentive if there's no term limits that people get comfortable, they just expect to be reelected. And so there's two sides to it, and it's definitely going to be interesting to see what happens in the future because, like you said, we're approaching a whole new era right now. And so things are changing, and having somebody, I know that man, he served actually until he passed away at 107 years old, and he was still in the Senate. So yeah. That's crazy, and we'll see how it'll go in the future.
Yeah, definitely. They have been serving a very long time. A lot of them have been serving a very long time. And I think that's a fair question, Kylie. You know, with the presidents in their final years, you know, a 4-term president's final months is very different than an 2-term president. You don't have the chance of being reelected, obviously, due to the term limits in the presidency, and so they act a lot different than if they were running for reelection. And you know, I think that Donald Trump would have taken this last, you know, year of his presidency much different, whether he gets, if this were his last, if he were to know this is his last. Obviously, today is the election, and today will decide that. But it's a real, you know, there's a lot of difference between knowing that you can be reelected and knowing that, you know, it's time to focus on yourself because this is your last hurrah.
Mm-hmm. And with something as rigorous as the Supreme Court, I mean, Amy Coney Barrett could be serving for another 30 years. Mm-hmm. That is a long time to be serving as a justice on the Supreme Court. I would almost think that their efficiency would almost run out. Like, you've been doing it for so long. Now, we haven't seen that yet because all of our justices have remained very sharp and they're very intelligent people. Mm-hmm. But, I mean, if as age ranges keep getting longer and longer, you don't know, like, we could have the 107-year-old person on the Supreme Court, and that would be a lot.
Yeah, and I do want to bring up the constitutionality of lifelong term limits. It's not written in the Constitution that these Supreme Court justices have to hold the office for a lifelong limit. It's actually written that they shall hold their offices during good behavior, which is obviously good health, whether they're like physically able to, things of that nature. So I think term limits could be a good solution since it would not be unconstitutional, but we'll have to see what happens.
I agree.
That's right.
Well, it's 12:47 and there are 6 hours until polls close in Ohio. Coming up, Tanner Lambert and Alex Patton have the Republican perspective on the election cycle. Then stay tuned to watch Ava Clark and Sachi Kuthe's Democratic perspective and Carter Padella with the Libertarian perspective. We'll be right back after this break.
Do we need it? Yeah, we'll need it.
It doesn't.
They never stay in my ear.
It would not stay in my ear before. Like it was.
What happened?
So
it
much
just kept
hair.
getting caught in my hair. Where are Ethan and Kylie? Where did they go?
They just disappear.
They're not even in here.
Hey, can you tell her to make the prompter like a little bigger?
This is all twisted. I'm just gonna clip this on the traffic right there.
Are we
Good.
far? Are we?
They're gonna send it to us and we'll start talking.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm talking right now. Everything good? I am keeping talking because you asked me to. I am saying words. Okay.
Follow the script.
Roll it.
Follow the script.
Roll the
We're rolling into
Can you fix the shot? Nicola, does this shot look okay with us here?
Yeah, we got.
Cameraman, floor director.
Is there tape under one of you guys?
You need to be the one changing the cameras, making sure they look good.
Did you say keep talking? Oh wait, no.
You two need to.
The 2019 report says that global temperatures are on pace to rise as much as 3.2 degrees Celsius.
The last 5 years have been the hottest years on record on our planet ever.
Breaking news tonight on several fronts on the coronavirus pandemic.
There are now more than 1 million cases worldwide. That's more than twice what it was a week ago.
Breaking hospitalization records every day this week as Idaho hit new case highs 3 times.
We have a vaccine that's coming. It's ready. It's going to be announced within weeks.
Many chanted Black Lives Matter as they walked the streets of Salt Lake before and after those protests got violent.
The fact of the matter is, there is institutional racism in America.
A giant mural showing support for law enforcement suddenly appeared over the weekend near Tampa Police headquarters.
If your activism only consists of destruction and not building, that is not activism. That is also not what this movement is about.
May history be able to say that the end of this chapter of American darkness began here tonight as love and hope and light join in the battle for the soul of the nation.
Together we are unstoppable. Together we are unbeatable. Because together we are the proud citizens of the United States of America.
Live from Lewis Center in the Olentangy Orange Studios, broadcasting nationwide. This is your 12 to 12 Orange Juice election coverage. With hosts Ashley Foyt and Abby Fulton. Start your watches, because your 12 hours of coverage starts right now.
Welcome back, America, and thank you for tuning in. It is 1 p.m. here on the East Coast, and we are still 6 hours away from the polls closing here in Ohio.
We're beginning our Republican perspective portion of the show, which will be followed by a Democratic perspective segment in about 15 minutes, and the Libertarian perspective shortly after that.
President Trump's re-election campaign has been running on keeping the promises he's made since the beginning of his career in politics in 2015. A Republican voter is now required to look back at the past 4 years of Trump's presidency and ask themselves, are they happy with the way the president has followed through with his mission statements? We're here to do a rundown on how effective the president has been keeping his promises.
It's good to be here with you, Alex. I'm Tanner Lambert. President Trump has been very vocal in his support of the United States military and said that he wanted to increase national defense spending in a response to military budget cuts from President Obama, which he made during his presidency. Since the beginning of his first term, the president has increased the military budget by about 10%.
Along with increasing the budget, the president has been effective in bringing home overseas troops. Trump has brought home 2,500 of 3,000 troops home from Syria and 4,400 troops of 13,000 from Afghanistan.
Before his career in politics, President Donald Trump had a successful career as a businessman. His skills have carried over in many ways into his presidency. As soon as he entered office, he hoped to cut into federal spending and cut back federal regulations from President Obama in the business sector. With his new tax plan, it was met with much criticism because it was a lot more effective in cutting the taxes for the more wealthy class and upper class top 1%. But the results of both of the actions have resulted in a rapid increase in jobs for the American people. So taxes for the richer got cut and taxes for the middle class stayed about the same.
Yep. President Trump's business background gave him a title as one of the greatest negotiators in American history. His skills in negotiation have become incredibly helpful in regards to foreign trade deals, especially with China. Before he was elected, President Trump was very vocal in his beliefs that America was getting the short end of the stick with current trade deals and hopped right on to correcting that, making sure to let other countries know that we would not settle for less and that America under Trump will not be pushed over.
Similar to his beliefs on China, before he was elected, President Donald Trump was very vocal on his disdain for the Affordable Health Care Act, also known as Obamacare. This act was widely opposed by many Republicans because it was seen as a job killer because of the costs it puts on small businesses. Unfortunately for the Republican Party, since his time in office, he has been unsuccessful in repealing the Affordable Care Act. However, in this case, there are lots of problems with the Affordable Care Act. The president has shifted the idea to reforming it rather than repealing it if he's elected for a second term. He says that there is a lot wrong with it, but there's small fixes that can be made to improve it and make it better for the American people.
Absolutely. Speaking of health, the worldwide pandemic known as COVID-19, the president's response to COVID-19 was met with very mixed reviews, mostly positive feedback from the Republican Party and negatives from the Democrat Party. His mixed reviews from the people are a result of the pros and cons that have come from his handling of the virus. Pros being, many people who are not worried about the virus have gotten to maintain a somewhat normal lifestyle. Along with that, after the beginning of quarantine had started, the economy had a very quick bounce back, which was very in favor of President Trump.
Yeah, it was a good thing to see. Now, after the results of the last election, the Electoral College as a system was met with a lot of backlash by many people across the country, mostly on the left. I'm interested to hear your thoughts on the Electoral College, Patton.
Absolutely. Well, Tanner, I'm much in favor of the Electoral College system America is running on at the current moment. Although I understand the points made by those in favor of removing the Electoral College, I strongly believe that the Electoral College is incredibly successful in making sure the whole country, every state, no matter how small or large, is properly represented. Exchanging the Electoral College with a pure who wins the popular vote, in my opinion, would do an unsuccessful job when it comes to making sure Americans all over the map get to be represented by a president who has their best interests in mind. A straight popular vote, winner-take-all system, would result in cities like Chicago, LA, and New York City deciding what is best for the people in smaller states, such as Montana and the Dakotas. Only 5 times in America's history has the popular vote not been the result of the Electoral College. It is not a broken system, it is actually a fail-safe. 53 out of 58 times it has worked. That is about 91% of the time. For those reasons, I believe the Electoral College provides the most fair system for electing a president to represent the entire country.
You know, you're exactly right there, Patton. It's really not fair. I mean, the popular vote is definitely what the American people say. But with pockets of people all across the country in cities like Chicago and New York, like you mentioned, that doesn't represent the ideals and what people need in states like Idaho, Montana, the North Dakota, South Dakotas of the world. So with the Electoral College, you sort of get that more fair representation. And you know, this year being 2020, there was a census as well. Mm-hmm. And so that will change some of the electoral votes we see across the country. We've seen a big shift of population moving out of California, which currently has 55 electoral votes, to places across the Midwest, or across the Southwest, like Arizona and Texas, for example. So we're going to see an electoral college shift here in a couple years. It's going to change it a little bit. And like you mentioned as well, it's only failed 5 times. So 91% of the time it's working. That doesn't sound like something that's really broken to me. It's more of people being upset because their candidate didn't win, even though they won the popular vote. But it doesn't represent the country as a whole, like you mentioned. It's really something to think about. And speaking on the Affordable Care Act, earlier we were talking about, the president says that it hurts small businesses because of the insurance policies in it. And 20 million people in America use Obamacare. So President Trump doesn't want to take their health insurance away.
Not at all.
He just wants to sort of, change the way it's working a little bit because people can take advantage of the system, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so then let's look back across what we were talking about earlier. We kind of went through that a little bit quick. So COVID-19, the president's response. The problem with it being a national response is that there's 50 states, and in every state there's different things going on.
Oh, yeah.
The people in Montana live a different life than the people in New York City, for example. So out in Big Sky, you're not up against people every day walking across the street and that sort of thing. You're kind of by yourself out on your land more so than not. So would it be fair to institute a national mask mandate for the people in Montana when their numbers are not nearly the same as big cities, for example?
I think mask requirement is much more helpful in states such as New York, but I do think having common courtesy and having a mandated mask policy in smaller states like Montana can be very beneficial to making sure COVID cases stay down.
Yeah, that is something true. At the beginning, we didn't know if masks were going to work or not. And, still with COVID, nobody really knows anything. I wear a mask when I go out because, I want to protect myself, and I think that you should wear a mask. I just don't know if a national mandate is needed. I think a state-by-state federalism, right? State-by-state.
Okay.
So what is important to remember is that the country is set up that way because states differ based off of population and what their necessities are. Down in Florida, it's a lot hotter in the winter than it is up in the north in Maine, for example. So things are always different. And that's why it's important to have your state government in check and vote in every election.
Absolutely.
Right? The presidency, while it is important, it's not the most important job in our government. And it's set up that way just so we get an equal say in everything. But you have to vote to make your voice heard. You can't complain if you don't vote, right?
Oh, absolutely not. For sure.
Okay, so then let's talk about military spending with President Trump.
Oh, yeah.
So he's pulling troops out. He's doing a good job with that. He promised that in 2016 when he was running, which was a big thing for the Republican base. Military spending is huge for the Republicans. It's something that I strongly believe in, high military spending, high national security. If we want to be the strongest country in the world, we got to be the safest country in the world as well. So getting those guys out of the Middle East, guys and gals, that's a very important thing. And President Trump has done that. And he's reiterated that he's going to keep pulling people out of the Middle East. That's something good to see, right?
Oh, yeah, it's absolutely fantastic to see. I mean, all it means is that we're getting troops home, and then that means there's less conflict regarding America in the Middle East.
Okay, so let's talk about, President Trump, the tax plan. A lot of people were upset that he cut taxes for the rich, and they got richer. Well, what we saw was a little bit of Reaganomics there. And so that money trickled down, and we saw more jobs. We saw the lowest black unemployment in American history, saw the lowest Hispanic unemployment in American history. All of this was before the pandemic, of course.
Oh, yeah.
And any president during a pandemic, you're going to see negatives right away in that first quarter. And I don't know if it's fair to judge the president's performance with jobs about that. Because, this is an unprecedented thing we're living in. It's not President Trump's fault that COVID came. He tried to, he shut down the country from China. He created the lockdown on January 31st from China. On March 11th, he shut down Europe travel coming in. And really the country was kind of not leaving. And nobody was leaving the country during that time. And so at the federal level, it was still a problem. There was... West Virginia was the last state to have a COVID case, but there were spikes all over the country in different parts based off of the weather, based off of if they were locked down yet or not. And the lockdowns, they provided a very crucial thing in slowing the spread, but we saw the dip like we expected. We saw the height of the curve. It came down, and then it spiked again, and it came down, it spiked again. So hopefully we can get a vaccine here soon, but do you think the president's response was terrible?
Personally, for my lifestyle, I've profited from I've Yeah, I enjoyed his response to COVID because as someone who isn't afraid of getting sick, I've got to maintain my somewhat normal lifestyle day to day, go back to school, go to work and stuff. So yeah, personally, I'm glad that he handled it the way that he did. Although for some people who are more concerned or high risk of COVID, the way he handled it may have not been the safest way.
Okay, so do you think having, say President Trump does not get reelected and and Joe Biden becomes president of the United States, do you think having national mask mandates and that sort of thing will help slow the spread and possibly we get a cure sooner rather than later?
Oh yeah, I do. Mask will for sure slow down the spread. I do think though it should be at a federal level rather than a national level.
So it should be state by state.
Correct.
Okay. Let's move a little bit more to Mike DeWine, Ohio's governor. That's more local for us. Governor DeWine, he instituted mask mandates pretty early on. We went into lockdown. We were one of the first states to lock down, and he got a lot of praise at the beginning. Now it seems that his base, the Republican base, is pretty upset with Governor DeWine and the way that he's handling COVID right now, because down in the South, in a state like Louisiana, for example, they got rid of a mask mandate. And, people in Ohio kind of want that. I don't know if it makes too much sense, but, do you think the governor is doing a good job overall? I think that he's done a very well. It's very hard to be in charge during a time like this because, when you're campaigning to become the governor or the president, for example, you don't expect a pandemic to happen. I mean, these are once every 100 years. So it's very difficult to foresee something like this happening when you're just trying to govern, and then now you've got this whole set of problems that you've got to deal with, and you are being judged microscopically every single day. Everything you say, everything you tweet, everything you put out there, every policy, every ordinance, anything like that is all going to be viewed on a microscopic level. Do you think it's fair the way the people of Ohio are treating Mike DeWine?
I think it is fair because as a Republican governor, his job is to represent more of the Republican side. And the right side is in less favor of mask mandates and shutting down businesses and having all these regulations. So yeah, personally, I wasn't happy with the way he did things in the beginning, but now where we're at the moment, I think is very good and effective in one, making sure people are happy with their current lifestyle, and two, making sure that the people who are at risk for getting COVID don't get it.
Yeah, I think that he's done a pretty good job. Early on, he was one of the pioneer governors, like I mentioned earlier, in shutting us down, getting us in lockdown, mask mandate, that sort of thing, and really keeping, what do you say, in this together, Ohio. That's what he always says, right? And we've definitely fared better than some other states due to the decisions he made early on with his action plan. And he's done a great job so far. I think, he might not appeal to the Republican base, but that's really not his job. His job is to be the best governor he can be for the people of Ohio, and he's doing that right now. Let's jump back to the Affordable Care Act one more time. So, like you mentioned when you were talking, President Trump wanted to repeal it coming in. So now he's sort of backed off on that, and at the last debate he said he was not going to get rid of it. He's going to change it because people take advantage of it. 20 million people use it. If we go to a federal mandated insurance under Biden, for example, like he said he might do, a lot of more Americans, I think it's 180 million Americans use private insurance. They would have to go to the new national insurance plan. Is that something that you would want?
I don't think it's something I'd want.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
That's coming from somebody who is under private insurance.
Right.
So it'd be much different if you weren't under private insurance. And I think a big thing is making sure private insurance is more obtainable by those who can't afford it or those who don't currently have it.
Okay. Let me look here one more time through here. So back to the Electoral College one more time. Right. Let's talk about the Supreme Court. Right. In 2016, we saw Justice Scalia go away, and we saw Barack Obama nominated Merrick Garland. Merrick Garland did not get confirmed because the Senate was Republican controlled. So now many Democrats say that it's unfair that President Trump was able to nominate somebody at the end of his term with an election coming up, get them confirmed, and have a Republican tilt on the Supreme Court. I understand why people are upset. I think that once you're on the Supreme Court, even if you're a judge at the any level, You're judging fairly, not based off of your politics and off of your opinions, especially if you're all the way to the Supreme Court. You've done a great job. You've been fair, and there's a reason that you've been appointed to the bench. It is the politics in play here, and that's why it's still so important to vote. No matter who you vote for, I would rather have you vote than not vote. So go make your voice heard. There's a reason that President Trump was able to get Justice Barrett through, and that was because of the Republican-controlled Senate under Majority Leader McConnell, who was the majority leader in the end of 2016 when the Republicans denied the confirmation of Garland. We saw it kind of reverse here, and a lot of Republicans were excited because they had the power now, and they were able to do that. So that's the politics of it. And people are upset that it's now a Republican tilt. Well, for the last 20 years, it could have been argued that it was a Democratic tilt. So it's okay to see power shifts. We see it all the time. The House might flip and the Senate might flip, and the presidency could flip too. It's just the politics of it. What do you have to say about it?
Absolutely, I do agree. When it comes down to it, the Republicans are going to try to do what they can to make sure the Democrats have as small of a voice as possible.
Right.
So in 2016, when the Republicans rejected Barack Obama's person he wanted to nominate because of how close it was to the election, it had nothing to do with that's what they truly believed. They just didn't want to incorporate a new Democrat onto the Supreme Court. And now that they appointed a Republican to the Supreme Court, they're all for it.
Right. So it's the politics of the game, and it's the way it works for you. And that's the way it goes. So that's why it's so important to vote. And, we keep saying that over and over. But it is. The most important thing you can do as an American citizen is go vote and make your voice heard. You can't complain if you don't vote. Lauren Barron got a chance to talk to students at Olentangy Orange High School about this year's election cycle. And
Hey Pioneers, today I went around the school testing our students' knowledge about the election. I also was wondering who they were voting for and why.
Do you know where to vote?
No.
If you could vote, who could you vote for?
I don't know. Probably Joe Jorgensen.
Okay. Do you know where you would place your vote?
The mail-in ballot.
Okay.
Is that not where you go?
Sure.
Go to the Orange Township.
If you could vote, who would you vote for?
Biden.
Do you know where you would place your vote?
No.
Okay. If you could vote, who would you vote for?
I don't know politics.
If you would place your vote, do you know where you would place it?
The township.
If you could vote, who would you vote for?
Donald Trump.
Why would you vote for him?
He's a great guy.
Do you know where to place your vote if you were to vote?
No.
If you could vote, who would you vote for?
I think I would have to vote for Gabe Newell.
Interesting. Do you know where you would place your vote?
Yes, at the Township Hall, I think.
If you could vote, who would you vote for?
Like in the election? Biden.
Why?
Because I think I don't think I would have explained this. People are gonna get mad.
Okay. Do you know where to place your vote if you did vote?
What do you mean?
Like, where would you place it?
I don't know.
Okay.
Like a location? The voting place?
If you could vote, who would you vote for?
I'm not saying because I'm gonna get attacked if I do.
Do you know where to place your vote?
No. The voting place.
If you could vote, who would you vote for?
Biden.
Why?
Because I feel like he's the lesser of two evils.
That was actually a good answer. Do you know where to place your vote?
No.
Abby's old enough to vote.
Yep.
Who did you vote for?
I voted for Joe Biden.
Why?
Because I do not like Donald Trump. I don't think that he's the right fit to lead our country.
Where do you place your vote?
I voted early, so I placed my vote at the Delaware County Board of Elections, but on Election Day, you place your vote at your precinct.
Well, that's all I have for you guys today.
Thanks, Lauren. Hi, everybody. I'm Ava Clark here with Sachi Kuthe, and we're now beginning our 2020 Democratic Perspective segment. So, hello, America. We're broadcast veterans and current AP government students to give you a little background on us, and we're here to speak to you on the election from a more liberal perspective.
We're here to talk policy as well as more hot-button issues and give a factual take on what our candidate, Joe Biden, plans to do if elected. All of our information is coming directly from the Biden-Harris campaign website.
Now, even though we are using the stuff from the Biden-Harris campaign website, you have to remember this is an opinion piece.
Exactly, so you're allowed to have your own opinion.
Yes. Biden and Harris are running on a platform of, quote, equal opportunity, equal rights, and equal justice, as well as an economy that rewards those who actually do the work.
Biden has plans to rebuild the middle class, and this time to make sure everybody comes along, regardless of race, gender, religion, sexual orientation, or disability. And with everything currently going on, we personally believe that that's what this nation needs, specifically everything with the Black Lives Matter movement.
Now, this has been a very hot topic recently, police reform and the Black Lives Matter movement specifically. On his campaign website, Biden lays out his plan for Black America, mentioning plans to advance the economic mobility of African Americans and close the racial wealth and income gaps. He also aims to expand access to high-quality education and tackle racial inequality in our education system. In addition, I'd also really like to see something about police reform, something about giving training to police officers to make it a less racist system.
Exactly. So important to the Biden-Harris campaign is making far-reaching investments in ending health disparities by race and strengthening America's commitment to justice.
Which also goes along with police reform. Immigration is another huge hot topic the Biden administration plans to tackle. This is a topic that affects Sachi very personally.
Yeah, so my family are immigrants, and so this topic really hits home for me, and I really think that Biden's plan to modernize America's immigration system and welcome immigrants into our communities is a really good chance for people who have come to America for new opportunities. That's the whole reason, the American dream. Come here, get some new opportunities, live your life. I'm glad that Biden has a good platform for making that accessible to everybody who comes to America.
Yeah, and they all sound pretty great to me. So it's the Canada writes on its website, they also has plans to tackle the root causes of irregular migration, implementing effective border screening, and reasserting America's commitment to asylum seekers and refugees. This is something that I think can appeal to both parties, no matter how you see it. The Republicans really want a strong border, and the Democrats want to bring America back to what it used to be, the melting pot of America. So I think it's something in theory that it appeals very well to both parties, where it's stronger borders, but people from all races, all cultures allowed to be here.
Right, and I'm sure I'm excited to see if Biden comes into office, what his plan will be for making immigration easier, but also making it safer for citizens of America, and making sure no dogs get taken or something like that.
I'm also interested to see how he's going to make it a faster process.
Oh,
I know your
sure.
family specifically has been impacted by how slow the movement in the American government is, especially with immigration,
yes,
with getting green cards, getting citizenships, being able to apply for citizenship.
Exactly. It is a very tedious process, and being in a country that's made for, we have that liberty, we got to have people coming in, you should be able to be free. Having the fact that immigration is such a hard thing to get through is not what America should be built on, and I think that immigration should get a second look.
Yeah, and this might be just me, but I believe this nation was built on a nation of immigrants, and I think we should go, not saying anything about the current state of America or anything, I believe we should try to go back to a more, how do we get America to be that diverse nation of immigrants again? Exactly. How do we get it back to being everyone is equal, everyone is the same as everybody else? How do we get it to I don't know, America isn't you don't have to be American to live in America.
Right. So along with immigration, COVID is a very extremely timely topic, and it will be for probably the next couple of months, even years, considering the fact that we are in a pandemic. The Biden-Harris administration has lined out plans to ensure the sick and infected from every social class get the treatment they need and deserve. So I see a lot of people in lower classes, people who are more higher risk to COVID, are very afraid as to how they're going to get treatment when treatment comes, as the fact that the healthcare system right now really relies on those private insurance plans, and it's hard to get there.
And there was this discussion I remember from when President Trump went to get his COVID care, how he was treated by his own personal team of doctors. They made sure he was perfectly taken care of all the time, isolated. They made sure he had the best treatment in the world. And I think, while it's great that our president can get, no matter who the president is, can get this amazing care. I also believe that we should have, that every American should be entitled to some kind of care that isn't just, it's like actual quality care, and it's going to help them get better. So they also have plans to pay healthcare workers and those working on the front lines of the pandemic increased pay when they need it most, including the Senate using the Senate Democrats' Heroes Fund proposal to give essential care workers a raise and paid time off when they need it most. This also includes making sure frontline workers qualify for priority access to PPEs, which are personal protective equipments like masks and vaccines and
N95s, that kind of stuff.
N95, everything. Biden has also mentioned a plan to work to safely produce a vaccine, one that will work without being totally rushed and ahead of its time. I know it's a huge time for the American public where everyone wants a vaccine, everyone wants it now. But that's also a dangerous thing, thinking about if you rush a vaccine, that it can have some poor consequences. So I think we're looking for, no matter who the president is, I think we're looking for a vaccine that works, not just a vaccine.
Right, and we got to work with that, what we're given. We got to make sure that we're wearing masks if we can, and being safe as well.
And being courteous to the rest of the public.
Exactly.
The Biden administration also wishes to maintain American public health, as it is right now, even with COVID. He's pledged in part to give greater access to flu vaccines on campuses and communities across America.
So, along with COVID, finally, we're going to talk about climate change.
Big issue.
When it comes to hot button issues, this one really hits. The Biden-Harris team plans to use science and facts to drive the spread of information about and solve the problem at hand. So, right now, my thinking is, if we're going to have, even having other issues, we can't have other issues if we don't have an earth to live on. So we really got to make sure that we're taking care of our environment. And Biden proposes to help reduce pollution every state, or by having every state be tasked with monitoring their total pollution and production rate and keeping it to a mandatory minimum. Biden would also require companies using toxic, hazardous, or otherwise dangerous materials to alert the community nearby about their presence and give the residents timely updates so they're well aware of what's going on around their homes.
Biden also wishes to reduce water pollution and provide clean water for all Americans by using the Safe Drinking Water Act, labeling PFAS, per and polyfluoroalkyl, I can't say that word, chemicals around drinking water in some states that can cause diseases such as cancer and are toxic, and set enforceable limits on the chemicals. He also plans to revive and revise Executive Order 12898 from 1994, addressing federal action and environmental justice in low-income and minority populations.
We could go on for climate change forever. It's very important to us. But given that we're kind of running out of time right now, our big thing is make sure you're going out to the polls if you can. If you're eligible, make sure that you're sending in those mail-in ballots if you need to or have already. You got to get your voice out there. This is your chance as a citizen to exercise your right to use your voice.
Yeah.
So make sure that you're getting out there and you're voting, and make sure that you're not hurting anyone if the things don't come out the way you want them to. So
Anyway.
yeah.
Moving on. So, one of the topics we didn't touch on that we had in our script that we planned to is gun control. We're going to go to Abby Fulton, looking at gun control from both sides and more on the environment. Abby?
The second constitutional amendment states a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. When it comes to the interpretation of the Constitution, the Republican Party tends to view the document originalistically, thinking of what the Founding Fathers had in mind while writing the document. The Democratic Party tends to view it with a non-originalistic approach, thinking about how the text can evolve as our nation evolves. This split is shown on the issue of gun control. In December of 2012, the Sandy Hook school shooting took the lives of 26 people. This extremely tragic event sent a shock across the nation and led to larger public push for gun control. Joe Biden has said, quote, "This is a case where the public is way ahead of Congress. There has been a seminal shift in the attitude of the American public towards gun safety," end quote. According to the Gun Violence Archive, or GVA, in 2019, there were 417 mass shootings in the United States. The former vice president supports the Second Amendment and owns guns, but believes there are limitations on this law. Biden said, quote, "I taught constitutional law. No amendment is absolute. None of you can stand up, despite the First Amendment on free speech, and yell fire here. You get arrested." From the very beginning, the founder said not everyone is able to have a gun, and you can't have any weapon you want. This idea that you're going to need an AR-15 or any other assault weapon, or you need any clip that has hundreds of rounds in it, is absolutely bizarre, end quote. President Trump is also pro-Second Amendment and has said that it will never be repealed. To combat gun violence, the president supports arming public school employees to prevent school shootings. Trump's press secretary has also said, quote, "We think that the focus has to remain on removing weapons from dangerous individuals, not on blocking all Americans from their constitutional rights," end quote. This large debate on the issue splits Americans. Is it more important to protect constitutional rights or human life? Also, how can we balance the two to protect both? Thank you for watching this episode of Trump vs. Biden. I hope that it provided more insight on the candidates' specific views on this issue. Back to you guys. Like many issues, the environment is a concern that has a large split between the candidates. While Biden prioritizes the environment in his campaign plans, Trump is a climate change skeptic who has a greater focus on economic issues. According to NASA, climate change is a very real issue. The organization has done immense research on the topic and has said, quote, "The planet's average surface temperature has risen about 2.05 degrees Fahrenheit since the late 19th century, a change driven largely by increased carbon dioxide and other human-made emissions into the atmosphere." NASA also said, quote, "The number of record high temperature events in the United States has been increasing, while the number of record low temperature events has been decreasing since 1950. The U.S. has also witnessed increasing numbers of immense rainfall events," end quote. These reports directly oppose several things that the president has said about the climate in the past, like, quote, "It will start getting colder. You just watch," end quote. During his time in office, President Trump withdrew the U.S. from the Paris Climate Treaty, an agreement signed by all nations to reduce... Can you go back up? Okay. During his time in office, President Trump withdrew the U.S. from the Paris Climate Agreement. During his time in office, President Trump withdrew the U.S. from the Paris Climate Treaty, the agreement signed by nearly all nations to reduce fossil fuel emissions, and also replaced Obama's Clean Power Plan. According to Columbia University's Sabin Center for Climate Change Law, Trump has made 131 actions towards federal climate deregulation. The president has also dismissed what several scientists have said regarding the record-breaking wildfires in California. While Trump has been in office, he has undone a lot of the work that past presidents have done related to climate change regulation. If elected, Joe Biden plans to rejoin the Paris Climate Treaty that President Trump withdrew the U.S. from. Biden has also released a national plan to reduce emissions and invest in new technology and infrastructure. This being said, Biden has also supported fracking and so-called clean coal, which many environmentalists believe are not good energy sources for the environment. In the House of Representatives, several representatives have came together to propose the Green New Deal, which calls the federal government to address climate change and economic inequality. Trump has opposed this proposed legislation, while Biden has said that he doesn't support it but endorses it on his website. Both candidates have strong views on this issue of climate change and the climate in general. Trump taking a hands-off approach, while Biden wants to put more environmental regulation in place. Thank you for watching this episode of Trump vs. Biden. I hope that it provided more insight on the candidates' specific views on this issue. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Abby. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Carter Padella, and this is the Libertarian Perspective segment on the election coverage live stream. So today, my main goal is to explain and focus about, explain the libertarian perspective on today's election. So I'm just going to give a brief overview of the election, of what libertarians conceive as their political party and their main ideas and views. So libertarianism is a political philosophy and movement that upholds liberty as a core principle. Libertarians seek to maximize autonomy and political freedom, emphasizing free association, freedom of choice, individualism, and voluntary association. So the main reason I believe that people identify with the Libertarian Party is because of this idea of individualism and freedom of the individual. In the United States, I believe everyone can do as they please, as long as they do not harm other individuals. This includes the freedom in the economy, choices on how you run your business, how you run your home life, who you hire, who you provide products to or services to, as well as it includes the freedoms of any individual choices you may have. As a two-party system in the United States has formed a blockage of other political parties, the Libertarian Party tends to be the largest third-party candidate in every single general election. That's why I believe it's important to share this perspective with you today and basically explain the thinking of many of your fellow Americans. So the Libertarian Party is seen as a generally right-leaning party, as they prioritize laissez-faire economics and freedom of the business and people. In the year 2020, Jo Jorgensen is a Libertarian candidate for president. I am here to provide you her policy standpoints on hot topic issues, and all the information that I will be providing today will be from her website. So from her stance on COVID is, when I am president, I will make sure that the federal government does not bungle and worsen the situation like this ever again. We must reduce the red tape and regulation so that medicines, treatments, as well as testing can get to patients at all times. But particularly in the most dire times, we have seen days, weeks, months, and even as we have seen, days, weeks, and months can mean thousands of lives saved. If she becomes president, she will get rid of the efficacy requirement of the FDA, if not the FDA entirely. Now, this idea of getting rid of the FDA falls in line with the libertarian perspective. Less regulation, less federal regulation, more state government control. Continuing her COVID policies, she says we cannot stimulate the economy through more taxing, borrowing, and spending. I instead would simply let Americans keep more of their money. What we are experiencing now is much more than a rainy day, but Americans have shown that they can save for and invest for emergencies much better than the government. This is basically saying she's going to take a laissez-faire economic approach to the COVID problem and allow the Americans to use their own hard-earned money and their savings to provide for their families during this tough time. Transitioning to her policies on economics and jobs, as president, one of her highest priorities will be lowering government spending and taxes to give the United States more jobs. Her goal is to eliminate or reduce any departments or government programs that are better served by the more productive, job-creating private sector. She will work tirelessly to replace government regulation with natural market regulation, which is far more effective and sensible. Forming new businesses will be easier than ever. Ending government shutdowns and removing government barriers to help job creation will ensure that well-paying jobs will be plentiful. This is how we get America back on its feet and create sustainable growth and prosperity. This also aligns with the libertarian idea of laissez-faire economics and the idea that the United States is a great country. We can run the private sector and the businesses and corporations in the United States can run this country effectively. Their viewpoint is less federal government regulation will mean prosperity for all Americans. This is also evident in their healthcare system. Her stances on healthcare are as following. With a government employee healthcare system in the state of Indiana, Americans should be in charge of their own health dollars. This would give patients the opportunity to shop for care the same way they do with any other product or services. Costs would go down as a result. Her goal is to implement a system similar to what you see in Singapore today, which uses a system that has costs that are about 1/3 the cost of healthcare in the United States right now. Doctor visits cost only about $10, cheaper than our copay here. And while a knee replacement surgery would cost $40,000 in the United States, it would cost roughly $13,000 in Singapore. By implementing this idea of a private sector healthcare system, you eliminate many of the government programs and jobs that are eating up many of the taxpayers' dollars. By doing this, you put more money in the taxpayers' pocket that they can then go and shop for private sector healthcare. Private sector healthcare also provides competition between companies and businesses to hopefully lower prices of certain procedures, medicine, and doctor's appointments in general. Now, moving on to government spending and debt. Every second of every day, the government accumulates more debt. Someone in Washington increases domestic spending while other demand increases in military spending. So what do? Bipartisan compromise comes together and they increase spending and borrowing deficits and debt ceilings. As president, she will use her constitutional authority to block any new borrowing. There is simply no excuse for sticking our children and grandchildren with the bill for these bipartisan bloated budgets. Her goal as president will be to eliminate federal spending and help to reduce the deficit that we have spent today. Moving on to the environment, she will work with Congress to end all energy subsidy and will level the playing field. By introducing more competition between energy sectors, her goal is to have renewable energy sources become the primary source of energy through private sector business. Her goal in doing this is to create competition with fossil fuels and fossil fuels and coal-burning energy power plants, and then transition to a more cleaner energy through private businesses. I'm gonna skip to immigration policy. Her immigration policy will work with Congress to repeal arbitrary quotas on the number of people who can legally enter the United States to work, visit, or reside, to comprehensively reform the immigration process. Her goal is to provide a pathway to citizenship for millions of undocumented persons already in the United States. If people want to immigrate to the United States, they should be able to. And there should be no hurdles standing in their way. She would like to see the United States welcome new citizens into our country the way that her grandparents were welcomed when they immigrated here almost 100 years ago. She believes that by bringing people into America who want to better our country, that we can then reform and revise what we have in place to create a better America for all people. Criminal justice reform. She plans to federally decriminalize all drugs and encourage states to do the same. She believes that the war on drugs isn't necessarily the problem. It's that if there's no victim, there is no crime. She will pardon anyone convicted. Ohio's local and state campaign teams have been working hard all year today. Kylie Hansen has a story on what their teams have been up to. Kylie?
Today's the day that every campaign team has been waiting for. From state congressional campaigns to even presidential campaigns, let's see what each team has been working on this past month.
Hi, I'm Rachel Morocco.
My name is Jeff Benton.
It's Elena Shear.
I'm one of your Delaware County Commissioners, and I'm up for re-election this year on November 3rd.
And I'm running for state representative here in Delaware County, which is District 67.
I actually started campaigning about a year ago from now. It was in October 14th of 2019 that I officially launched my campaign. So it has been about a year ago from today when we launched the campaign, which is pretty late for a congressional.
Friends of Pamela Foster began campaigning on July 6, 2020. That is the same day I filed paperwork with the Delaware County Board of Elections to announce my candidacy for Delaware County Commissioner.
And we really started our campaign back in about May or June. And the first thing we did was pull together a group of experts in social media, website design, advertising, appearances, etc.
I have been spending time raising money and also trying to get a chance to meet voters.
Fundraising as well, asking the questions that people have that get them to find a way to support you. And to run a successful campaign, it does take support of many other people.
Since the start of the campaign, I have worked very closely with my campaign team to develop a strategy and lay the foundation. I have also been meeting and listening to voters and stakeholders and engaged in fundraising.
So here we are campaigning during a pandemic, mostly virtually. So I've been communicating with most of you through a screen this entire time.
There are much fewer events, meetings, gatherings, etc. because of the COVID restrictions. So what we've been working on is delivering our message through various channels. We use a lot of social media, Facebook, etc.
One of the most important things is social media, is getting a social media presence and getting the agency's Helmet Campaign Strategy Group to assist in that. Just letting people know what we're doing and what's going on and how we think about things has been a very important part of it.
Initially, in the beginning of the early months of winter last year, we did a lot of house parties. So you would go to someone's house, they would host the party, and they would invite their friends. And it was a chance to to meet people in the district, to hear what their issues they were concerned about, and also to raise some money. And then of course the pandemic hit, so those house parties didn't happen like we had planned them to. So we moved to Zoom. So we started doing a lot of Zoom house parties. So same kind of idea, someone would host it, invite their friends, but everything would be done virtually.
We have a very active website that we direct people to get our message out and inform. We have a number of Zoom appearances that we've done. We've done some radio spots that you'll hear on WDLR over the coming weeks.
So in some parts of the district we're on radio, some parts we're on TV, and some parts we're on digital.
Also with campaigning, we spend a lot of time writing postcards, making phone calls, getting a chance to get my name out into the area. And over the last month, we spent a lot of time dropping literature on people's doors. Traditionally, in a campaign, you will knock on the door and talk to the person in the house to try and get them to vote for you and hear about what issues they're concerned about. But given the coronavirus concerns, we are just dropping literature at their door and not actually knocking and speaking to people.
A lot of things, meeting with a lot of people, asking their support, introducing myself to people who I didn't know and encouraging them to vote for me, encouraging people to vote in general, getting my signs out around the county and getting people. Hi Kylie, in the last month of my campaign, which is your second question, a lot of things, meeting with a lot of people, asking their support, introducing myself to people who I didn't know.
We've printed t-shirts. We do a lot of networking with friends and supporters to get the word out, to support me for the campaign. We've been knocking on doors, we've been making a lot of calls. So we've been very active this last month as we push on to November 3rd and re-election.
And all the other things that make up a successful campaign, from signage to answering questions people have.
We're using a lot of signs, some of the more traditional campaigning methods, signs, mailers. We've got 4 separate mailers scheduled to go out this month.
Well, we have exactly 18 days left until the election, until November 3rd. So in these last few days, we're going to get out as much as possible to meet as many people as we can in the district, but we're going to keep up our virtual campaigning. So you're going to see me even more on Facebook and Instagram and Twitter, and really just trying to connect with voters via social media.
We've also been spending a lot of time writing postcards. So my campaign has written over 35,000 handwritten postcards that we have mailed to voters with a message about, asking for their support, asking for their vote. We are targeting, different groups with these postcards. We have some that have Sherrod Brown on there because I have been endorsed by Sherrod Brown. Also that have the Fraternal Order of Police sign on there because I've been endorsed by them as well.
Now, another key thing we did this early in the summer was get key endorsements. All the countywide elected officials, other than judges who are not allowed to endorse publicly, have endorsed me. I got the endorsement of numerous community leaders, numerous business leaders, some statewide office holders, other elected officials in the county, and so on. So I've really been able to get a lot of great support. And my most important endorsement was I got my mom to endorse me officially.
And over the last final weeks, the final push is phone calls, lit drops, and just trying to get my name recognition out there as much as possible. We also have yard signs that we're distributing and trying to make those visible so people can see them and consider that on their way to vote.
The goal of any campaign is to get the word out, to make sure that people know my name, they know who I am, and they know what I stand for. So they need to know that I'm Elena Shear and that I'm a mom and a business leader from Delaware, Ohio, and that I stand for true change in this country and moving forward faster on issues we can't ignore.
And while we're always in kind of campaign mode because we're always out in the public at meetings, events, speaking, etc., that's kind of campaigning, but it's really staying in touch with the community and seeing what's going on and learning and helping distribute information on what we're doing. That's what we've really concentrated on, is actually executing that plan starting in September until Election Day on November 3rd. That's what we've been doing.
It's been a busy year for these teams, and we'll see if their work has paid off tonight. Back to the studio.
Thanks, Kylie. Hello, America. I'm Ashley Foyt, here with Abby Fulton. It is currently 1:45 here in Ohio, and some buzz is starting to come back about local, state, and national results, so let's dive right in. The polls and election predictions surrounding the 2016 election were notoriously inaccurate, and as most polls and news organizations had predicted, a Clinton win. It was shocking when Donald Trump won with 306 electoral votes compared to Hillary Clinton's 232. The polls leading up to the election had all shown Hillary Clinton in the lead in national polls, ahead of Donald Trump. Many voters assumed that the election was already set up to be an easy victory for Clinton.
Taking polls from citizens around the United States is a vital part of any election, as it provides very useful information to voters and campaigns. Political scientists and curious citizens can see who is in the lead, who's expected to win, and how all the candidates are ranked within their respective races.
America's presidential elections are run through the Electoral College, not through the popular vote. As long as candidates receive 270 votes or more, they will secure the presidency. Electoral votes are given by state, not by population or proportion of voters, so this is why we need to look at individual state polls, not the whole nation.
The prediction for this election is a very close race. The first step is analyzing the probability of each state is going to a particular candidate. A state is qualified as safe if there's a lead of 15% or more over the other candidate, and is qualified as very likely if the candidate has over 10% lead or more. States with a lead between 5 and 10% are categorized as lean. Lastly, states with under 5% of a lead between candidates are considered swing states.
The safe states for Democratic candidate Joe Biden are California, Oregon, Washington, Illinois, New York, Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New Jersey, Delaware, Hawaii, Maryland, D.C., Connecticut, and Maine's 1st District, totaling up to 183 safe Democratic votes. The safe Republican states for Donald Trump are Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, South Dakota, Wyoming, Idaho, North Dakota, Nebraska, and Nebraska's 1st and 3rd districts, totaling to 77 safe Republican votes.
The states categorized as very likely for the Democrats are Colorado, New Mexico, Minnesota, Virginia, and Maine, totaling to 39 likely votes. The very likely Republican state is South Dakota, totaling in 3 very likely Republican votes.
The states that lean to the Democrats are Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, and Minnesota, totaling 42 lean votes. The states that lean to the Republicans are Utah, Montana, Kansas, Tennessee, South Carolina, Alaska, Missouri, and Indiana, totaling to 59 lean votes. The states left from these groups are all swing states, and they are Ohio, Pennsylvania, Iowa, Georgia, Texas, Arizona, Florida, North Carolina, Maine's 2nd district, in Nebraska's 2nd district as well. Along with these, Nevada, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan are still considered swing states due to their history of voting for both parties. The swing states are key components of winning the election, since neither candidate is guaranteed a win based off their safe and likely states.
If Joe Biden is able to secure all the swing states leaning towards the Democrats and Pennsylvania, he can win with 278 electoral votes. If Donald Trump is able to win Arizona, Texas, Georgia, Florida, Ohio, Iowa, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, then he will win with 278 electoral votes. Hearing states like Texas and Georgia being categorized as swing states in this election may surprise you, but the recent surge in voter registration and demographic change from 2016 is part of the reason why. Since 2016, over 15 million people have turned 18 and gained eligibility to vote. Our population has also shifted more diverse, where the demographic of non-Hispanic whites continues to shrink as the minority populations grow. Texas has experienced record high early voter turnout, with the amount of early votes surpassing the total 2016 votes on Friday.
States like Florida, North Carolina, and Georgia also have had increases in early voting this election cycle. It is still unknown how record high voter turnout is going to affect the results of the election tonight. The final results may go completely against the current polls or skew the election to one candidate or another. Whatever happens to the swing states will likely be a key factor in improving the predictions as votes come in. Polls across the country have been closely watching the elections, projecting results. Tanner Lambert has the report on what to expect. Tanner?
Thanks, Ashley. Polls have been indicating a possible Democratic victory, with Republican incumbent Donald Trump trailing Democratic challenger Joe Biden in crucial swing states for almost the entirety of the race. On top of that, the vice president has stayed well above the national polls and made traditional red states like Arizona, Texas, Georgia competitive. However, polls are snapshots of moments in time, and obviously, as we saw in 2016, do not reflect the outcome of an election perfectly. The Economist estimates that there are 213 safe electoral votes for Democrats, while Republicans have 101. The Democrats are very likely to pick up the Rust Belt states, including Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, while Republicans are more likely to win Montana, South Carolina, and Missouri. This leaves Arizona, Florida, North Carolina, Georgia, Ohio, and Texas as competitive, with Georgia and Ohio being complete toss-up states for both campaigns. The map right now looks very favorable to Biden. All he has to do is maintain his lead in the Rust Belt and Pennsylvania, but if Trump picks up all the competitive states and takes Pennsylvania from Biden, he wins this election easily. Pennsylvania is a state to watch tonight, and it could most likely determine the outcome of this election. Fracking is a big issue there. That's all I have for you. Now back to Abby and Ashley.
Thanks, Tanner. Coming up, I had the chance to sit down with environmental science teacher Jessica Timmons to talk about how the environment will be affected by this election cycle. We'll be back with that and several other videos after a short break.
The 2019 report says that global temperatures are on pace to rise as much as 3.2 degrees Celsius.
The last 5 years have been the hottest years on record on our planet ever.
Breaking news tonight on several fronts on the coronavirus pandemic.
There are now more than 1 million cases worldwide. That's more than twice what it was a week ago.
Breaking hospitalization records every day this week as Idaho hit new case highs 3 times.
We have a vaccine that's coming. It's ready. It's going to be announced within weeks.
Many chanted Black Lives Matter as they walked the streets of Salt Lake before and after those protests got violent.
The fact of the matter is, there is institutional racism in America.
A giant mural showing support for law enforcement suddenly appeared over the weekend near Tampa Police headquarters.
If your activism only consists of destruction and not building, that is not activism. That is also not what this movement is about.
May history be able to say that the end of this chapter of American darkness began here tonight as love and hope and light join in the battle for the soul of the nation.
Together we are unstoppable. Together we are unbeatable. Because together we are the proud citizens of the United States of America.
Live from Lewis Center, in the Olentangy Orange Studios, broadcasting nationwide. This is your 12 to 12 Orange Juice election coverage. With hosts Kylie Hansen and Ethan Hunter. Start your watches, because your 12 hours of coverage starts right now.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the Olentangy Orange High School Juice 12 to 12 election coverage live stream. Now, our own Abby Fulton had the chance to sit down with environmental science teacher Jessica Timmons to talk about how the environment will be affected by this election cycle. Let's take a look.
Howdy, Pioneers. I'm Tanner Lambert.
We'll see that in a little bit. On September 29th, President Donald Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden took the stage at their first presidential debate. Tanner Lambert and Alex Patton have the recap of that debate.
Howdy, Pioneers. I'm Tanner Lambert alongside Alex Patton. We got a little bit of a debate recap for you for the first presidential debate that was held at the end of September. And, you know, Patton, I don't really know if you could have called the thing a debate or not. It was really just a screaming match between the two candidates, the president, the incumbent, Donald John Trump, and, you know, former Vice President Joe Biden, who is the Democratic nominee. And my goodness, you know, we watched it together and we didn't want to watch it whatsoever. We were real excited going in thinking that it was going to be good. And just kept getting disappointed over and over. And I think you could say that for both sides of the aisle. Nobody really came away thinking anything different. I don't think any people who are undecided chose a candidate during that debate. I know I couldn't have been able to. There's no really way to pick a winner of that debate. Both sides just looked awful. Chris Wallace, the moderator, tried his best and was able to do nothing basically the whole time. It was just really a mess.
Dude, yes. I mean, going in, they both agreed to let each other talk 2 minutes uninterrupted, but we did not see that at all. I mean, it was constant interrupting each other and never letting each other finish a point.
Right, and really, I mean, Vice President Biden, he would get on there and he would talk, and Trump would just interrupt him, and then Trump would have his rebuttal. He'd be talking, then Biden would interrupt him, and there were times where you could hear Joe Biden saying "shut up" and calling him a clown, and Trump would say "shut up," and then they would interrupt Wallace while Wallace was trying to move on and have another question asked, and really, the only way to describe it was a mess.
Oh yeah.
And coming away from it, all of the news stations really didn't have any idea of what to say. Fox was leaning a little bit more towards Trump, and CNN and MSNBC, they were leaning a little bit more towards Biden like they have been doing this whole time. And, talking to a lot of different people, everybody knows who they're voting for. A lot of people are like, the debates, they're not doing anything. I mean, if you're going to get something out of it, if it's a real debate, it would be worth it. But, Lord, if the next two debates are going to be just like that, there's really no point in watching it but for the entertainment. And really, it wasn't even that entertaining. It was just sort of displeasing.
No. If you were going in there rooting for either candidate, watching either of them up there, it was just not fun or entertaining for you at all, because both parties really just didn't do that great of a job being civil and political about what they were doing up there.
No. And really, it just looked bad for America. Like, straight up. Like, what are we doing to where these are the it was really a rough night. And we filmed this before the vice presidential debate in Salt Lake City between Vice President Mike Pence, former governor of Indiana, and then Kamala Harris, the congresswoman from California, who is Vice President Biden's pick for his vice president if he were to win the election in November. But there's a chance that debate could be a little better.
Oh yes, I believe.
Why the vice president's debate?
Yeah,
it's to pull the swing states in, which makes sense. But if it's going to be another mess, there's really no point in watching. And, looking on Twitter during the debate, everybody was just like, "Wow," and stunned, and people just couldn't believe that these are the two people that are chosen to lead the country. Depending on who wins, which one will do it, we don't know. Right now it's still Trump, but my God, Pat, my God. There's really no other way to describe it. It was really just a disappointing night. No matter what station you were watching the debate on, you could have been just watching it on Twitter, and you would have gained basically nothing from it, but the fact that they both don't like each other. Really, the president didn't make himself look any better.
Absolutely not. I think going in there, you kind of know that President Trump, he is the kind of guy who enjoys speaking out of turn, and some people like that about him and like his personal attacks more than his actual policies.
Right, the way that he plays that he's not a real politician but a businessman that's running the country.
And I think for some people, if you were looking forward to that aspect of the debate, I mean, he definitely did it, but I just don't think he did a fantastic job at really getting under Biden's skin the way he was hoping to.
Yeah, the vice president was able to bounce off a lot of Trump's attacks.
Absolutely.
And I actually thought that Vice President Biden did a great job in the debate of, not really, he didn't get his points across, but he still got a message across. And, the Democrats, they're fighting for, just not Trump, right? That's kind of been their motto going into this. And I think that worked out well for them in the first debate, and it showed why they want to get the president out. But President Trump, he's just going to keep doing what he's been doing. And, that worked for him the first time. Can it work for him the second time? We're going to find out in November. But it was just ugly. And we got to hope that the next one's going to be better. President Trump just got released yesterday from the Walter Reed Medical Center for having coronavirus. He was in for, I think, 2 days at the hospital. And he was released yesterday, went back to the White House and all that. And so they said the next debate is on for right now, and Vice President Biden said he will be there, and President Trump said he will be there. We have the vice presidential debate before that, but if it's better, I think that it'll be better for everybody.
Yes, I'm sure going in there, both presidents heard plenty from their campaigning teams about whatever that was, it needs to change.
Right. I mean, if it's going to be the same thing again, I wouldn't be surprised if the third debate got canceled. And really another thing is that these debates are pretty late in the year because of COVID and all that. So, like, we're already in October. I mean, the election's less than a month away at this point. So, most people already haven't figured out who they're voting for. It's hard to imagine how many undecideds there are left.
Yeah.
There can't be many. Biden's leading in almost every single poll, just like Hillary Clinton was 4 years ago against
huge.
President Trump, which is, what he keeps saying is, they're fake polls and all that. We're going to have to find out on Election Day. And who knows if we're going to know who wins on Election Day with all the mail-in ballots and all the absentee voting and all of that stuff this year. It's a crazy thing. Definitely one of the most influential elections that we've ever seen in American history. An election in the middle of a pandemic. A re-incumbent president versus a career politician, and the incumbent president's been a politician for about 47 months, while the career politician's been a politician for 47 years.
Oh, yeah.
So, an election that really has it all, and it's an election in the social media age where Twitter has really taken over. We saw it in 2016 too, but the social media aspect is just so huge in this election, and really it's changing the way that campaigns are fought. And it's changing the way that voters decide who they're voting for. You can just look at Twitter and get all of your news and walk away with that. But is that really the best way to get your news? Probably not, Pat.
Yeah, definitely not. But I mean, in this age, that's unfortunately where a lot of people do get their first impressions, especially of the president.
Right. He's on Twitter all the time tweeting stuff. And a lot of times, a lot of people consider him to be shooting himself in the foot. He does a great thing with policy, then gets on there and says something that's not the smartest, and it kind of takes the flame right out and all that. But we got to hope the next debate's better. The first debate was a wreck. Here's some highlights of it.
Graduated last in your class, not first in your class.
I want to make
Mr.
sure.
Mr. President, can you let him finish, sir?
No, he doesn't know how to do that. He has.
You'd be surprised.
You pick
You'd be surprised.
the
Go ahead,
wrong
Joe.
guy, the wrong night
Joe.
at the wrong time.
Listen, did you use the word smart? You graduated either the lowest or almost the lowest in your class. Don't ever use the word smart with me. Don't ever use that word. Left.
Will you shut up, man?
Listen, who is on your list?
You folks at home, how many of you got up this morning and had an empty chair at the kitchen table because someone died of COVID? How many of you were in a situation where you lost your mom or dad and you couldn't even speak to them? You had a nurse holding a phone up so you could, in fact, say goodbye.
You would have lost far
How
more
many
people.
This is the same man
It's
who
all
told
set
you
up.
by Easter this would be gone away. By the warm weather, it'd be gone. Miraculous, like a miracle. And by the way, maybe you could inject some bleach in your arm, and that would take care of it. This is the same man.
That was said sarcastically,
That was
you
him.
know that.
I
That was
40,000 people a day are contracting COVID. In addition to that, about between 750 and 1,000 people a day are dying. When he was presented with that number, he said, "It is what it is." Well, it is what it is because you are who you are. He knew all the way back in February how serious this crisis was. He knew it was a deadly disease. What did he do? He's on tape as acknowledging he knew it. He said he didn't tell us or give people a warning of it because he didn't want to panic the American people. It's hard to get any word in with this clown. Excuse me, this
Hey, let me
person.
just say, this is a left-wing.
FBI director
This
said
is a left-wing
white supremacy. My son was in Iraq. He spent a year there. He got the Bronze Star. He got the Conspicuous Service Medal. He was not a loser. He was a patriot, and the people left behind there were heroes.
Really?
And I resent.
Are you talking
like
about
hell.
Hunter? Are you talking about
I'm
Hunter?
talking about my son, Bo Biden. You're talking about.
I don't know Bo. I know Hunter.
Yeah,
Hunter
you know
got
Bo.
Hunter got thrown out of the military. He was thrown out, dishonorably discharged.
That's not true. He
For
wasn't dishonorably
cocaine use. And he didn't have a job until you became vice president. And once you
None
became
of that
vice
is
president,
true.
he made a fortune in Ukraine, in China, in Moscow,
That is simply
and various
not
other places.
true.
He
My
made
son-
a fortune.
my son-
And he didn't have a job.
And I'm sure if you didn't watch that debate, watching some of that kind of child's play up there was a little bit difficult to watch. But yeah, Henry, got anything else?
No, I just hope that you get out there and vote if you're eligible to vote. A lot of people have fought and, given their life to give us these rights. And it's one of the most important fundamentals of our society is that people vote. It's been low voter turnout really, really low, especially in our age group, 18 to 24. We got to get out there and vote, guys. It's really an important thing to do. And, you know, that's the way to bring about change. And not just in the presidential election every 4 years, but really the power is in the House and the Senate. You got to vote in the midterm elections. Those are more important than the presidential election, most people would argue, because that's where all the policy is made. The president signs off on it, but usually once it gets through the House, it's going to be put into action. So, or the Senate, either one. Getting out there to vote is just so important. And, you know, we've seen a lot of that from a lot of celebrities and athletes in the past few months, is get out there to vote. And it's something that, you know, me as an American, I like to see. No matter what side you stand on, you should want people to get out there and vote and voice their opinion. And you know, an argument that you can hear all the time is you can't complain if you don't vote. So if you're not happy, but you didn't vote, well, then it's on you. You can't complain unless you vote, guys. So, you know, for Alex Patton, I'm Tanner Lambert.
Now, our own Abby Fulton had the chance to sit down with environmental science teacher Jessica Timmons to talk about how the environment will be affected by this election cycle. Let's take a look.
How do you think environmental issues will impact the election?
Unfortunately, I don't think that many people feel that the environment is a priority. Although focusing on things like rebuilding our infrastructure, utilizing more green energy practices, whether that's transitioning to nuclear, and we do talk about this in AP Environmental Science, like nuclear is a step in the right direction. It may not be the end all be all, and I'm fully aware of all the scandal that went down with like the Ohio legislature with the nuclear energy deal, but you know, moving towards more green energy sources like wind and solar would generate a ton of jobs, which most people, especially during the pandemic, are very concerned about the economy. I don't think people realize the connection.
What concerns are there with environmental legislation?
So the current administration claims to feel one way about supporting things like you guys were mentioning, clean air and clean water, but their actions definitely say otherwise. You know, a lot of the individuals in the companies that support the current administration stand to benefit greatly when legislation that was passed maybe under the Obama administration was implemented. So I'll give you an example, like some of the legislation that requires coal burning power plants to reduce their emissions. Those are expensive for smaller organizations, smaller companies to retrofit their facilities. So it stands to benefit the whole, right? Because we're protecting our water and protecting our children, because when we look at things like where mercury comes from, when you look at like mercury in fish in the oceans, for example, that mercury is released from our combustion of coal. And so mercury is a neurotoxin, much like lead. It reduces IQ. We should be concerned about that for our kids and our grandkids, right? But having things fitted onto power plants, or even how to dispose of the waste, that can cost that company money, and so basically it affects their bottom line, and so they don't like that.
How has the environment changed in the past 4 years, and how has it changed over time in general?
Okay, so we do talk about this in AP Environmental Science, so if you want to take it, it's a pretty sweet class. Like, because we have more people on the planet, we then have to feed more people, right? More people also then use more resources. Number one cause of deforestation globally is agriculture, and I'm not saying I'm against agriculture at all. I think there are ways that we can sustainably farm and raise food in a much more environmentally friendly way than what we've been doing. But, you know, as we have more people, we use more resources. We also have more people driving cars. Look back at how many presidents have said, and we actually do watch a clip on this in my class, how many presidents have said, reduce our dependence on foreign oil. It goes back to like before Nixon, you know, and have we actually done that? We may have made steps, but again, we have more people, you know, so we have more people driving, more people, you know, consuming resources. So it hasn't been great. I think also under the Obama administration, he expanded wildlife preserves in many spaces, especially Hawaii, where he's from. I do know that the current administration under Trump has increased funding to places like national parks, which I do support because I think it's important to preserve those wild habitats and spaces, and for people as a form of like education to get people outdoors, right? I believe he has also allocated money to cleaning up like garbage and trash within the oceans. I just haven't been able to evaluate how effective some of those things that he's done, you know, are. One other thing he has done, though, that kind of goes against giving more money to national parks is he's opened up national parks and monuments to areas for mining.
Could you explain fracking a bit more what it is? Because both the candidates talk about supporting it, not supporting it, but no one really goes that much into depth what it is and what is not so great about it.
Okay, so hydraulic fracturing, or fracking as we call it, has been around since about the 1940s. It's not new, okay? We have my goodness, I don't know how long ago this was, to be honest with you, but we opened up parts of the United States for these shale formations where oil is basically locked up in the pores of sedimentary rock. So most of the times when you're mining for something like gas and oil, there's like a pocket, right? Like an underwater pool of it, and you basically drill down and you siphon it out, okay? With hydraulic fracturing, you've got oil and gas that's locked up in the pores, the spaces of sediment. So you have to fracture the rock to then force out the oil and gas that's stuck in between those pieces, okay? So what they do is they have to drill down, and they also do like a horizontal type fracturing. So they drill down, and they claim they go below the water table, which is debatable because we're also finding that water flows a lot deeper than we were aware of. But they go horizontally, and they basically inject in all sorts of things like water, as well as some other things that pressurize, that fracture that rock, that crack that rock. And so then you're left with the liquid that they then siphon out. So you have to kind of clean that liquid out of the oils, right? But what's left is this liquid that is full of all sorts of just awful stuff that they can't treat.
What do you think should be done to protect the environment on an individual level and on a general level?
So that's something we talk about a lot in my class, because when I am teaching, it does feel very gloom and doom, you know. We learn about all the things that we've been doing for a while that are just coming now to a head, you know. Little things that you can do, and this is, I've been so proud, a lot of people have started carrying these around. Getting plastic, because plastic, a lot of people don't realize, is made from oil, and plastic can only be recycled a certain number of times before it's unusable. So recycling definitely is a solution, but it's not the end all be all, you know what I mean? So if you look at, depending on where you live in Central Ohio, Rumpke is our recycling service that we use where I live. They have a list of things that they take. A lot of people don't realize that if it's just because it's plastic, they throw it in there. Not everything is recyclable. Buying local. So if you can go to your local farmers markets, or you know, any place that has like a stand, you are reducing your carbon footprint because you're not having to transport that food over long distances. And you're supporting a local economy. You know, you're supporting this person that is growing food probably pretty safely and healthily in our area, because they want to maintain their product too. You know, carpooling is always fantastic. You vote with your money. When you purchase things, you are basically communicating to that company that I support whatever processes it took for you to manufacture this object for me to have. You know, don't get sucked into, oh, I get a new phone every 2 years. If your phone works fine, keep using it, you know. There are programs where you can recycle your phones because they basically strip out the metals that are mined in areas like in developing countries in Africa, which are mined like coltan. They use child labor to do those things too. And mining is another cause of deforestation, especially in that area where you've got like lowland gorillas that are very endangered that only inhabit that spot. So there's little things that we all can do that can make a big difference. As far as like, you know, our country, you know, backing candidates that support the things that you believe in as far as sustainability, that's a big one, you know. Encouraging writing your legislation, encouraging people to communicate, you know, the things that you care about within this country. I think not all hope is lost. I'm not one of those like, yes, it is very harsh like what we've gone through with our environment, but I really fully believe in like people and so, I mean, you guys are geniuses compared to like the people that like I grew up with, you know, like you guys are so much more aware and you have such a better perspective than like my generation did. And I'm not saying that like, oh, it's your problem now to inherit, but I am so excited to see what ways you guys develop to solve some of these problems, because I think for the longest time, if you're shoved into a box, that's the only way you know how to see the world. And you guys are able to really holistically view problems that haven't been able to really been promoted much in school until now. So I'm really excited to see what you guys figure out.
Yeah.
Good evening. From the University of Utah in Salt Lake City, welcome to the first and only vice presidential debate of 2020.
Thank you. On the issue of the economy, I think there couldn't be a more fundamental difference between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Joe Biden believes you measure the health and the strength of America's economy based on the health and the strength of the American worker and the American family. On the other hand, you have Donald Trump, who measures the strength of the economy based on how rich people are doing, which is why he passed a tax bill benefiting the top 1% and the biggest corporations of America, leading to a $2 trillion deficit that the American people are going to have to pay for. On day one, Joe Biden will repeal that tax bill. He'll get rid of it. And what he'll do with the money is invest it in the American people. Joe Biden will use that money to invest in education. So, for example, for folks who want to go to a 2-year community college, it will be free. If you come from a family that makes less than $125,000, you'll go to a public university for free. And across the board, we'll make sure that if you have student loan debt, it's cut by $10,000. That's how Joe Biden thinks about the economy, which is it's about investing in the people of our country as opposed to passing a tax bill, which had the benefit of letting American corporations go offshore to do their business.
When President Trump and I took office, America had gone through the slowest economic recovery since the Great Depression. Because when Joe Biden was vice president, they tried to tax and spend and regulate and bail our way back to a growing economy. President Trump cut taxes across the board. Despite what Senator Harris says, the average American family of 4 had $2,000 in savings in taxes. And with the rise in wages that occurred, most predominantly for blue-collar, hardworking Americans, the average household income for a family of 4 increased by $4,000 following President Trump's tax cuts. But America, you just heard Senator Harris tell you, on day one, Joe Biden's going to raise your taxes. It's really remarkable to think, Susan. I mean, right after a time where we're going through a pandemic that lost 22 million jobs at the height, we've already added back 11.6 million jobs because we had a president who cut taxes, rolled back regulation, unleashed American energy, fought for free and fair trade, and secured $4 trillion from the Congress of the United States to give direct payments to families, saved 50 million jobs through the Paycheck Protection Program. We literally have spared no expense to help the American people and the American worker through this. Joe Biden says democracy's on the ballot. Make no mistake about it, Susan. The American economy, the American comeback is on the ballot. with 4 more years of growth and opportunity,
Thank you,
4
Vice
more years
President
of President Donald Trump, 2021
Thank
is
you,
going
Vice
to be the
President
biggest
Pence.
economic year in the history of this country.
Thank you, Vice President Pence.
Thank you, Susan. Well, first, I'm very proud of our record on the environment and on conservation. According to all of the best estimates, our air and land are cleaner than any time ever recorded. Our water is among the cleanest in the world. And just a little while ago, the President signed the Outdoors Act. It's the largest investment in our public lands and public parks in 100 years. So President Trump has made a commitment to conservation and to the environment. Now, with regard to climate change, the climate is changing. But the issue is, what's the cause and what do we do about it? President Trump has made it clear that we're going to continue to listen to the science.
Joe Biden's economic plan, Moody's, which is a reputable Wall Street firm, has said will create 7 million more jobs than Donald Trump's. And part of those jobs that will be created by Joe Biden are going to be about clean energy and renewable energy. Because you see, Joe understands that the west coast of our country is burning, including my home state of California. Joe sees what is happening on the Gulf states, which are being battered by storms. Joe has seen and talked with the farmers in Iowa, whose entire crops have been destroyed because of floods. And so Joe believes, again, in science. I'll tell you something, Susan. I served, when I first got to the Senate, on the committee that's responsible for the environment. Do you know this administration took the word science off the website and then took the phrase climate change off the website? We have seen a pattern with this administration, which is they don't believe in science. And Joe's plan is about saying we're going to deal with it, but we're also going to create jobs. Joe is about saying we're going to invest that in renewable energy. It's going to be about the creation of millions of jobs. We will achieve net zero emissions by 2050, carbon neutral by 2035. Joe has a plan. This has been a lot of talk from the Trump administration, and really it has been to go backward instead of forward. We will also re-enter the climate agreement with pride.
Look at the record. You yourself said repeatedly that you would ban fracking. You were the first Senate co-sponsor of the Green New Deal. And while Joe Biden denied the Green New Deal, Susan, thank you for pointing out, the Green New Deal is on their campaign website. And as USA Today said, it's essentially the same plan as you co-sponsored with AOC when she submitted it in the Senate. And you just heard the senator say that she's going to resubmit America to the Paris Climate Accord. Look, the American people have always cherished our environment. We'll continue to cherish it. We've made great progress reducing CO2 emissions through American innovation and the development of natural gas through fracking. We don't need a massive $2 trillion Green New Deal that would impose all new mandates on American businesses and American families.
Thank you.
Joe Biden wants us to retrofit 4 million American business buildings. It makes no sense. It will cost jobs. President Trump is going to put America first. He's going to put jobs first, and we're going to take care of our environment and follow the science. China is to blame for the coronavirus. And President Trump is not happy about it. He's made that very clear, made it clear again today. China and the World Health Organization did not play straight with the American people. They did not let our personnel into China to get information on the coronavirus until the middle of February. Fortunately, President Trump, in dealing with China from the outset of this administration, standing up to China, President Trump made that decision before the end of January to suspend all travel from China. And again, the American people deserve to know, Joe Biden opposed President Trump's decision to suspend all travel from China. He said it was hysterical. He said it was xenophobic.
Vice President Pence.
But President Trump has stood up to China. We're going to continue to stand strong.
Thank you, Vice President Pence.
We want to improve the relationship, but we're going to level the playing field, and we're going to hold China accountable for what they did to America with the coronavirus.
Thank you.
Joe, I think he said it quite well. He says, foreign policy, it might sound complicated, but really it's relationships. So just think about it as relationships. And so we know this in our personal and professional relationships. You got to keep your word to your friends. Got to be loyal to your friends. People who've stood with you, got to stand with them. You got to know who your adversaries are and keep them in check. It's about relationships. And the thing that has always been part of the strength of our nation, in addition to our great military, has been that we keep our word. But Donald Trump doesn't understand that because he doesn't understand what it means to be honest.
Let me say, President Trump and I could not be more enthusiastic about the opportunity to see Judge Amy Coney Barrett become Justice Amy Coney Barrett. Now, she's a brilliant woman, and she will bring a lifetime of experience and a sizable American family to the Supreme Court of the United States. And our hope is, in the hearing next week, unlike Justice Kavanaugh received with treatment from you and others, we hope she gets a fair hearing. And we particularly hope that we don't see the kind of attacks on her Christian faith that we saw before. I mean, the Democrat chairman of the Judiciary Committee before, when Judge Barrett was being confirmed for the Court of Appeals, expressed concern that the dogma of her faith lived loudly in her. Dick Durbin of Illinois said that it was a concern. My hope is that when the hearing takes place, that
thank you, Vice President Pence,
that Judge Amy Coney Barrett will be respected,
thank you, Vice President
respectfully,
Pence,
voted and confirmed to the Supreme Court of the United States.
Senator Harris.
On the issue of this nomination, Joe and I are very clear, as are the majority of the American people. We are 27 days before the decision about who will be the next president of the United States. And, you know, before, when this conversation has come up, you know, it's been about election year or election time. We're literally in an election. Over 4 million people have voted. People are in the process of voting right now. And so Joe has been very clear, as the American people are. Let the American people fill that seat in the White House, and then we'll fill that seat on the United States Supreme Court. And the American people are voting right now, and it should be their decision about who will serve on this most important body for a lifetime. I believe strongly that, first of all, we are never going to condone violence, but we always must fight for the values that we hold dear, including the fight to achieve our ideals. And that's why Joe Biden and I have said on this subject, look, and I'm a former career prosecutor. I know what I'm talking about. Bad cops are bad for good cops. We need reform of our policing in America and our criminal justice system, which is why Joe and I will immediately ban chokeholds and carotid holds. George Floyd would be alive today if we did that. We will require a national registry for police officers who break the law. We will, on the issue of criminal justice reform, get rid of private prisons and cash bail, and we will decriminalize marijuana, and we will expunge the records of those who have been convicted of marijuana. This is a time for leadership on a tragic issue of unarmed black people in America who have been killed.
Thank you, Senator Harris.
This presumption that you hear consistently from Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, that America is systemically racist. And that, as Joe Biden said, that he believes that law enforcement has an implicit bias against minorities, is a great insult to the men and women who serve in law enforcement. And I want everyone to know, who puts on the uniform of law enforcement every day, that President Trump and I stand with you. And it is remarkable that when Senator Tim Scott tried to pass a police reform bill, brought together a group of Republicans and Democrats, Senator Harris, you got up and walked out of the room. And then you filibustered Senator Tim Scott's bill on the Senate floor that would have provided new accountability, new resources. But we don't have to choose between supporting law enforcement, improving public safety, and supporting our African American neighbors and all of our minorities. Under President Trump's leadership, we'll always stand with law enforcement, and we'll do what we've done from day one, and that is improve the lives of African Americans.
Thank you, Vice President
Record unemployment, record investments in
Pence, your time
education,
is
and we'll
up.
fight for school choice for all of our minorities.
Thank you, Vice President.
I'd like to
President Trump and I are fighting every day in courthouses to prevent Joe Biden and Kamala Harris from changing the rules and creating this universal mail-in voting that will create a massive opportunity for voter fraud. and we have a free and fair election, we know we're going to have confidence in it. And I believe in all my heart that President Donald Trump's going to be reelected for 4 more years.
Joe and I are, I think, particularly proud of the coalition that we've built around our campaign. We probably have one of the broadest coalitions of folks that you've ever seen in a presidential race. Of course, we have the support of Democrats, but also independents and Republicans. In fact, 7 members of President George W. Bush's cabinet are supporting our ticket. We have the support of Colin Powell, Cindy McCain, John Kasich, over 500 generals, retired generals, and former national security experts and advisors are supporting our campaign. And I believe they are doing that because they know that Joe Biden has a deep, deep-seated commitment to fight for our democracy and to fight for the integrity of our democracy and to bring integrity back to the White House. And so we believe in the American people. We believe in our democracy. And here's what I'd like to say to everybody. Vote.
Well, Susan, first and foremost, I think we're going to win this election. Because while Joe Biden and Kamala Harris rattle off a long litany of the establishment in Washington, D.C., an establishment that Joe Biden's been a part of for 47 years, President Donald Trump has launched a movement of everyday Americans from every walk of life. And I have every confidence that those same Americans that delivered that historic victory in 2016, they see this president's record where we rebuild our military, we revived our economy through tax cuts and rolling back regulation, fighting for fair trade, unleashing American energy. We appointed conservatives to our federal courts at every level. And we stood with the men and women of law enforcement every single day. And I think that movement of Americans has only grown stronger in the last 4 years.
And I want to close tonight's debate with the question posed by Brecklin Brown. She's an 8th grader at Springville Junior High in Springville, Utah. And here's what she wrote, quote, "When I watch the news, all I see is arguing between Democrats and Republicans. When I watch the news, all I see is citizen fighting against citizen. When I watch the news, all I see are 2 candidates from opposing parties trying to tear each other down. If our leaders can't get along, how are the citizens supposed to get along?" And then she added, "Your examples could make all the difference to bring us together," end quote. So to each of you in turn, I'd like you to take 1 minute and respond to Brecklin. Vice President Pence, you have 1 minute.
Brecklin, it's a wonderful question. And let me just commend you for taking an interest in public life. I started following the news when I was very young. And in America, we believe in a free and open exchange of debate. And we celebrate that. And it's how we've created literally the freest and most prosperous nation in the history of the world. But I would tell you that don't assume that what you're seeing on your local news networks is synonymous with the American people. You know, I look at the relationship between Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the late justice who we just lost from the Supreme Court, and the late Justice Antonin Scalia. They were on polar opposites on the Supreme Court of the United States, one very liberal, one very conservative. But what's been learned since her passing was the 2 of them and their families were the very closest of friends. I mean, here in America, we can disagree. We can debate vigorously, as Senator Harris and I have on this stage tonight. But when the debate is over, we come together as Americans. And that's what people do in big cities and small towns all across this country. So I just want to encourage you, Brecklin. I want to tell you that we're going to work every day to have government as good as our people. And the American people each and every day love a good debate. We love a good argument. But we always come together and are always there for one another.
Thank you,
in times of need. And we've especially learned that
Thank you,
through
Mr.
the
Vice President.
difficulties of this year.
Senator Harris, what would you say to Brecklin?
First of all, I love hearing from our young leaders. And when I hear her words, when I hear your words, Brecklin, I know our future is bright because it is that perspective on who we are and who we should be. that is a sign of leadership and is something we should all aspire to be. And that, that brings me to Joe. Joe Biden, one of the reasons that Joe decided to run for president is after Charlottesville, which we talked about earlier. It so troubled him and upset him, like it did all of us, that there was that kind of hate and division. What propelled Joe to run for president was to see that over the course of the last 4 years, what Brecklin described has been happening. Joe has a long-standing reputation of working across the aisle and working in a bipartisan way. And that's what he's going to do as president. Joe Biden has a history of lifting people up and fighting for their dignity. You have to know Joe's story to know that Joe has known pain, he has known suffering, and he has known love. And so, Brecklin, when you think about the future, I do believe the future is bright. And it will be because of your leadership, and it will be because we fight for each person's voice through their vote, and we get engaged in this election because you have the ability through your work and through eventually your vote
Thank you,
to
Senator
determine
Harris.
the future of our country and what its leadership looks like.
Thank you, Senator Harris. Thank you, Vice President Pence. Thank you so much for being with us tonight.
I'm accompanied by some of the members of our senior political news team, and we are going to dive into these key swing state races. First question, how do you think swing states will play a role in this election?
Yeah, just like every election, I think that the swing states, they're going to be the main determining factor in who wins this presidency. In who wins what swing states and how many points those are worth will determine the outcome of this election.
I agree, and I think some of the key swing states we're going to look at this election are definitely Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is really interesting because election workers are not allowed to start processing mail-in ballots until Tuesday morning. So it'll probably take a few days to report all of the results. So we won't know who won Pennsylvania tonight. Another key state we need to look at is Georgia and Florida. Georgia is on the verge of flipping this year. That is a possible outcome we could see, which hasn't happened many times in the past. And Florida, both candidates have been fighting hard to win Florida. That's 29 points for the electorate, and that's a big victory for both of these candidates.
Yeah, for sure. Georgia in 2016 had a 5-point Republican victory. And they're trying to get, this recent poll out of Georgia says 1-point Democratic victory, which is just a huge flip. And on the other side of that, for Pennsylvania, like what Kylie said, the recent poll in 2016 had Republicans winning by just 1, but Democrats are expected to win by 5 points, which is a very big, big margin for a swing state such as Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and I think in back to Georgia, we can see there's going to be a lot more voter turnout this year. We saw in 2018 with the governor's race was just settled by 55,000 votes, and that's not a lot of votes. So that was 2 years ago, and we'll see how those population demographics have changed and how the outcome will be changed by those changing population demographics this year.
Oh yeah, it's insane to see a state like Georgia be up in the air about who could win it, because I can't recall a time when that state has ever gone blue. It has been red for a very long time, and if we see it go blue this year, that could make or break who wins this election.
Yeah, and I think a reason for it could turn blue is because Georgia actually has 2 Senate elections this year. There's a special election in Georgia, so this is going to up voter turnout a lot for this state.
That's right.
All right.
So how will swing states impact the campaign trail of the president, and how has it impacted the campaign trail of the president?
Yeah, I think that Joe Biden has spent a lot of time recently in Georgia, which, I mean, a Democratic candidate doesn't go into these states very often, especially some of the ones that have been, red for so long time. The Democratic candidates don't go into, and vice versa. But it definitely attracts a lot. Every swing state every year attracts a lot of attention, a lot of events from both sides of the spectrum. But I think that the states this year that are up in the air are a lot. There's a lot more of them. I think 13 are identified as very close battleground states this year, and that's something that we don't see a lot of. So that kind of stretches the campaigns out thinner than they usually would, trying to get votes in these states that could be up for grabs.
Yeah, and we saw first week campaigning for both of the candidates. Half of the 96 presidential campaign events were just in 5 states, and those states were Pennsylvania, Ohio, Florida, North Carolina, and Virginia. So that's crazy that these teams have targeted only these swing states, and they've been doing this since the start of their campaign. They know these states are going to be the keys to winning the election. We can see they've really hit Florida and North Carolina, and these are 2 states that will be essential for them securing 270 votes to win the electorate this evening.
Yeah, another thing that's interesting to watch is Donald Trump has gone to Minnesota a lot of times recently. Obviously, Minnesota is where the George Floyd killing happened, and it had in 2016 it turned blue by only 2 points, but a recent poll has it blue by 11 points, which is a very high number for one of these battleground states. And so, but Donald Trump continues to go back to Minnesota trying to get support, even though the polls are just very leaning left. Minnesota has 10 electoral votes, and that could be a big play in this year's election as well. But I think he has some optimism that he could maybe get something going today with these votes coming in.
Yeah, today both of the candidates are trying to track down these last votes they can get in these swing states. We saw Biden has a lot of events here in Ohio. Jill Biden is actually in Columbus, Ohio today, trying to rally last-minute canvassing efforts. And we saw Biden went to Cleveland yesterday, so I think they're really trying to do their best to win Ohio over. Trump also has events in Wisconsin, Nevada, New Hampshire, Arizona, and Texas today, so they're really nailing these swing states before polls close tonight.
What impact could a citizen living in a swing state have on their motivation to vote?
Oh yeah, living in a swing state, it's a necessity to go vote, because that's where your vote will count the most, because that is where the contest becomes so tight that 1,000 votes can make a difference on whether or not a president wins a state.
Yeah, and I think citizens in swing states have been very targeted by all sorts of campaign teams, whether that's state, senate, presidential, different kinds of elections, trying to get them out to vote. They've been targeted by lots of advertisements, especially here in Ohio. We've seen a lot of advertisements specific to Ohio voters, and they've been attracting a lot of candidate events. So I think these different pushes to try to get citizens to vote is really going to affect voter turnout in these swing states.
Yeah, in Ohio, we obviously live in a swing state, and there's been a lot of discussion about what that will be. On this map here, the polls have, at the beginning of October, Biden was leading Trump by just a few points, but Trump is coming ahead in some polls and coming behind in some other polls. Biden is advancing in other places. It really depends on the polls that you look at, but either way, that shows that it's just very close, and it's too close to call at this point what will happen from the beginning of October. And as we move into today's where it matters.
Oh yeah, when looking at some of these swing states, the race is so close where the margin of error in the polls that they're taking, it's really unpredictable.
It is, and states like Florida especially, the margin of error has been described there as razor thin. This is because 37% of Florida's electorate is Democratic, 35% is Republican, and 27% don't belong to a party. So I think those numbers alone show just how split Florida is, and it could be a toss-up this year. And I think another factor we can look at Florida is different demographics in Florida. Women are a big factor in the general election because they make a majority of the electorate in Florida. 58% of the Florida's registered Democrats are voters compared to 39% men. So I think these demographics in Florida could decide who's going to win Florida this evening.
Yeah, and finally, we have to take into account the high number of mail-in ballots because that changes what it looks like a lot. So that will be something definitely to look at within these swing states.
Sure.
This election, the essential swing states to win are Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Florida, and Arizona. How will these states specifically impact this election's results?
Well, I think it has just the biggest impact. Some states, exactly what will happen before, historically and throughout time and time again each election, voting red or blue. But the swing states are really what make it, because with the candidates' states that that they will most likely pick up, that doesn't get them to 270, either one of them. And so it's really these middle states that can shift it one way or another, and who can pick it up. Obviously, remember in 2016, Michigan, the Republican Donald Trump obviously won by plus 0 points. It was just down to a few thousand votes, just like in 2000 in Florida with Al Gore and George Bush, a few thousand votes. So these swing states, and it can be one state, make or break the entire election.
There's some good discussion on these swing states, and we'll see what happens tonight. But coming up, we're going back to the polls right after this short break.
The 2019 report says that global temperatures are on pace to rise as much as 3.2 degrees Celsius.
The last 5 years have been the hottest years on record on our planet ever.
Breaking news tonight on several fronts on the coronavirus pandemic.
There are now more than 1 million cases worldwide. That's more than twice what it was a week ago.
Breaking hospitalization records every day this week as Idaho hit new case highs 3 times.
We have a vaccine that's coming. It's ready. It's going to be announced within weeks.
Many chanted Black Lives Matter as they walked the streets of Salt Lake before and after those protests got violent.
The fact of the matter is, there is institutional racism in America.
A giant mural showing support for law enforcement suddenly appeared over the weekend near Tampa Police headquarters.
If your activism only consists of destruction and not building, that is not activism. That is also not what this movement is about.
May history be able to say that the end of this chapter of American darkness began here tonight, as love and hope and light join in the battle for the soul of the nation.
Together we are unstoppable. Together we are unbeatable. Because together we are the proud citizens of the United States of America.
Live from Lewis Center in the Olentangy Orange Studios, broadcasting nationwide. This is your 12 to 12 Orange Juice election coverage. With hosts Ashley Foyt and Abby Fulton. Start your watches, because your 12 hours of coverage starts right now.
Welcome back. We are going to be cutting over to Chloe Hover, who's at a polling location right now. Chloe?
Hi, I'm Chloe Hover, and today I'm at the polls located at Friendship Church on Orange Road. I'm here with Mike Calvin. Can you please tell me what you're doing here today?
I'm here today as a poll stander, and we are passing out, for those that are interested, the Democratic Party slate ticket. A lot of people come out on a presidential election just to vote for the president, but the party certainly wants them to know who the candidates are on the entire ballot and get as much support as we can today.
Can you please tell us what's different about this election versus other ones that you've seen in the past?
Well, I think, first of all, the early voting has probably kept the crowds down today. Usually on a polling place on election day, it would be a lot busier than it was here today, but because there's a huge percentage of folks all across Ohio who have already voted.
And then what do you think that the turnout's going to be for Ohio since we are a swing state?
I think it's going to be pretty strong. I saw some statistics where a big percentage of the people who voted in 2016 have already voted. And so I think, I wouldn't be surprised to see 80% of Ohioans have voted through this cycle.
So in comparison to previous years, you said that the turnout is a lot lower. Would you say about half or even a quarter?
No, the turnout today is lower by, I would say, a third maybe, but that doesn't mean the overall turnout is going to be lower. It's just the election day turnout is lower because so many people have already voted.
Because of the high intensity, do you think that more people are choosing to vote, or do you think that it's less than in previous years?
No, I think the intensity is there, that people feel very strongly, no matter what side of the presidential election you come down on, there's real passion on each side. There's a lot of things going on in our country right now that have everybody's attention, and this is one opportunity for Ohioans to stand up and be counted, and I think they're taking advantage of it.
Thank you very much for your time.
Howdy, Pioneers. I'm Tanner Lambert, alongside Olentangy Local School District Superintendent, Mr. Mark Rafe. Mr. Rafe, how are you doing today?
I am excellent, Tanner. Thank you for having me. I'm honored to be here on The Juice, which is by far the best student broadcast news program in the world.
Well, thank you, Mr. Rafe. We're very happy that you could join us today. We're going to take a little break from the election talk and all the political stuff, and we're going to talk about the school district and what we've seen so far this year. So, with the hybrid schedule, it's a lot different than the end of last year, which was really up in the air. And but we got through it, and we started this year with hybrid. We were probably the biggest school district, I think, in the state to do a hybrid.
Right.
And do you think that it's working so far?
It is. I think it is. By and large, our goal was to have in-person school. We thought it was really important to be able to have kids in school to try to return to as much normalcy as we could. It's not ideal. It's not perfect. We know that. We're going to keep trying to get better at it one quarter in. I talked to a lot of people, a lot of kids, a lot of teachers, a lot of parents. For some kids, it's working very, very well, and for others, it's not. And we need to, for those who it's not, we've got to try to get better and try to help everybody be as successful as possible. Our goal is to be in school full time, and but we got to make sure we can do that safely.
Okay, so there's a lot of doubters about the hybrid schedule. It is the best alternative in your mind to full time or all online, right?
Correct. And I think that was really the issue with the amount of kids we have in our buildings. They're large schools, especially Orange, which is our largest school. We cannot do 6 feet of social distancing. When we started the year, we weren't sure how kids were going to do with their masks, and the kids have done amazing with their masks. The staff has done well with the masks in school, even as difficult as it is. But there are 94 class sections here at Orange where there are more than 27 kids in a class. If we were all in, you guys would be very, very close to each other. And while the masks are one mitigation factor, it's still recommended to have 6 feet of social distancing. So, we just thought we should try this with the hybrid and see how it goes. And we have had cases. The bigger problem from cases is the number of kids that get quarantined. So there are districts in the area that recently decided to go all in, and within 2 weeks had 8 cases and 400 kids quarantined. And if you get quarantined, you're out of school for 2 weeks.
Right.
So there was a problem with the students quarantined, and a bigger problem would be if the staff were quarantined.
Okay.
So we want to continue to monitor the data. Right now, our cases are still flat, slightly climbing. Our number of quarantines are climbing a lot, and that's concerning as we get into colder weather, flu season, holiday season. The social distancing that doesn't happen when kids aren't in school.
Right.
Not to call anybody out, but you guys do a great job with it here in school.
Okay.
But out of school, we can do better.
Okay. So I noticed you said the students were doing a great job with the mask. Do you see that at every level, including like kindergarten and first grade, like the real young kids?
Yeah, I really do. Honestly, I think that even the younger ones I can tell you the first graders in the district are better at wearing their masks than I am. So I've really been very proud of that. And I think, you students take things seriously. And I think as much as you don't like it, you realize that's the mechanism, that's that one thing that's going to get us in school, keep us in school. And, I'm really proud of the way people are doing that.
Yeah, I think, at the end of last year, we didn't get a closure to the year and that sort of thing. And we realized, we do really enjoy going to school as much as people can complain about it and that sort of thing. We did miss, each other. The social interaction that you get that you don't realize how good it is until it's taken away. So you mentioned there's a chance to maybe go full-time this year. It just depends on, the outcome of the flu season.
I think that's why we really wanted I made an announcement a few weeks ago that we were going to stay this way for second quarter. We're going to see what happens with the cases. There are all kinds of data metrics we're looking at. But the reality is I don't know that there's any one thing that's going to make us flip the switch one way or the other.
Okay.
And I think some of it may just come down to ripping the Band-Aid off and giving it a try. And try to go all in and see how long that can last. I think if the things stay relatively stable, we should do that. I hope that things don't get worse in the next 9-week period, but nobody knows. And a lot of people want to know, what is the piece of data that's going to make us decide one way or the other? The problem with the data is, depending on what your beliefs are about the virus, that's what your beliefs are about the data.
Right.
So on one hand, I have people who are so alarmed about the data and the cases and that we should be remote and not even be in school. And then on the other hand, I have people that are saying the cases are low, kids don't really get sick, all these other things. So it's just difficult because there's so much disagreement about what people believe about the virus.
Okay. That's pretty interesting to think about. Yeah, I never, looked at it like that. So, besides, being back in school and having success there, what other success have you seen across the district that we can look at as some positive things this year?
I think I realized last spring was horrible for everybody. And I think there were a lot of people that thought that this pandemic was only going to affect the class of 2020. Mm-hmm. And then we got back in and all of a sudden it's affecting the class of 2021. But it's affecting everybody.
Right.
But if I would have said to people in July 28th when we made the decision to come back on a hybrid, do you think we'd have fall sports? I don't think anybody would have thought we were going to have fall sports. I mean, that's when the Big Ten was canceling sports, still not having fans. And I realized everybody wants everything the way they want it. But, we had a fall sports season.
Okay.
We're moving into having a winter sports season. I hope to come to a basketball game and hear you announce a basketball game. I want us to have a spring sports season because those kids lost last year, and I want them to lose again next year. Liberty High School already had a play. So we're preparing to try to get all the performing arts going and have all those things going. So I just continue to be proud of what I see, people coming together, trying to be as normal as possible and showing what I call, that true one Olentangy spirit.
Okay. That's really good to see. Is there something that you would say to the teachers across the district that could, be questioning some of this stuff? And, really, they're under a lot of stress, and I don't think people really take a moment to look at that. My mom, she teaches kindergarten in the district, and, I've seen that firsthand. But really, the teachers are the forgotten aspect in a lot of ways. Everything's all about the students and that sort of thing, but their safety is just as important, if not more important.
Well, I'm married to a teacher, too, so, I see how hard our teachers work every single day. So the thing I would say to all of them, first and foremost, is thank you. Thank you for what you do every day to facilitate maximum learning for every student, and more importantly, thank you for how you care for our students. And you know, when people would say to me about the, you know, kids don't get sick from the virus, I would always remind them, but adults do. And it's really important that our adults are available for their students.
Right.
So, you know, we have to be cognizant of that. It doesn't do us any good if we have a lot of adults in quarantine.
Right.
You know, so because now we're losing, you know, 14 days of instruction. So, you know, I know how hard they're working. I know how they worry about their kids, and everybody's mental health is challenged right now.
Yeah, that leads into my next question. I was going to say, what can you tell students or staff that are struggling this year, and, you know, where school may not feel like a #1 priority, but, you know, we still got to, you know, do it.
You know, I think you always have to ask for help when you need help. Over-communicate. Talk to your parents. Talk to your teachers. Talk to each other. I said at the last board meeting, now that we made the decision to do this second quarter, everybody has to try to step it up again. And I know how hard our teachers are working, but if you know you have a student struggling, make sure you're reaching out to that student. Students, if you know you're not being as successful as you are capable of being, but it's because you're not putting in some effort.
Right.
You need to figure out how to put in effort this second quarter. And I think, you know, with that, good effort, all positive attitude and working together, you know, we'll make second quarter better than what we had first quarter.
Right. I think that, you know, it was a lot better in the spring. Obviously, you know, we were going up, so hopefully we keep trending up. You know,
well, and that's the goal, Tanner, is that I felt that if we would have gone all in from the start, the likelihood, the risk, the probability that we would be back to full remote, because there's a lot of districts that have gone backwards.
Right.
I didn't want to have to go backwards from some in-person learning.
Okay. So yeah, right. So as long as we're staying constant, even at this hybrid level, that's still better than what it was last year, and we're making progress every day. You know, not just at the high school level, but like, really, I always think about the elementary kids, like I said with my mom. Like fourth grader, like third grade reading guarantee, all that sort of stuff, that's all still huge this year and part of the curriculum that's got to happen. And so, you know, that may not affect high school as much, and we don't think about those sorts of things, but there's third grade teachers, they've got a lot to do this year as well. So, I mean, all of that is still the same, right?
Yeah, there's right now, the state testing hasn't been suspended, which I'm hopeful that it will, because it just, because of what we're facing, it should be. I think there's some positives for juniors and seniors. They're getting an early sneak peek at what college is like, and there's a lot of independence that's required with the type of learning we're doing on this hybrid comparatively. I do worry about the elementary kids especially, because it is so important, especially reading at the younger grades and that. You know, but if gaps are created, I know our teachers will identify where those gaps are, and they'll fill those gaps as quickly as they can, and our kids will continue to grow and here at Olentangy.
Yeah, okay. So is there anything else you'd like to add about the remainder of this year or about the beginning of this year, just to say one final thought here?
Yeah, I'll just reiterate to the entire school community, you know, keep being kind and patient and showing each other grace, and keep trying to find a way to get through this together, because we really want you to have a great 2021 school year.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Ray. Now let's throw it over to Ryan Hess, who with an interview with Carrie Fulton, a poll worker in Delaware County.
Thanks, guys. I got a chance to talk to Carrie Fulton, the ballot tabulator for this year's election in Delaware County, on how things will look different and how you can come prepared.
Whenever I've gone to vote, I've been voting since 1992, and every time I've gone to vote, it's been older people who have been working in the precincts, and with COVID and so forth, I knew that, you know, some of them might be high risk, and there was a demand, so I figured I could help. With the training that I have, it seems like it's going to be really, really smooth. A lot of people are voting absentee via mail. A lot of people are voting early, not particularly concerned about it being accurate. From the training, it's very bipartisan. There's a lot of attention to detail, but I also think that people should be prepared to wait in lines, and that's more so because people are going to be more spread out and they're pacing people to keep social distancing, not necessarily because there's a flaw in the voting process. So as a precinct worker, I need to wear a face mask. They will give me a face shield, and we'll have access to gloves if we need to handle anything. The voters that are coming in are going to be asked to wear a mask, of course, and socially distance, and they'll be helping people do that. And then people will be given a finger cot, which is basically like just a finger of a rubber glove, because the voting is touchscreen. So, and then we'll be wiping things down in between. Sitting at a table, one person is claiming to be Republican, the other's claiming to be Democrat, and we work in conjunction with everything. So say somebody is unable to come into the polling place. The manager of the precinct goes out along with a Democratic and Republican representative with the ballot. That person fills out the ballot and then signs it and then hands it over and brings it to us at the tabulator to feed it in. So everything, there's...
Thanks, Carrie. If you have any other questions about voting, please go to vote.org for more information.
Live from Lewis Center in the Olentangy Orange Studios, broadcasting nationwide. This is your 12 to 12 Orange Juice election coverage. With hosts Ashley Foyt and Abby Fulton. Start your watches, because your 12 hours of coverage starts right now.
There are a lot of issues this election to keep up with before making an informed decision on the ballot. Let's go over two more important issues that the candidates have been discussing all year: race and the economy.
Black Lives Matter has been a movement since 2013, but this past summer the movement gained a lot of momentum with the American public. On May 25, 2020, an African-American man named George Floyd was killed by a white police officer. This murder is one of the major factors as to what brought many people's attention to the BLM movement. This movement sparked several protests across the country and also brought many other stories to light related to racial injustice related to law enforcement. This issue has polarized our country, with people either on the side of the movement supporting Black Lives Matter or people supporting All Lives/Blue Lives Matter. When it comes to this issue, Biden is in support of the BLM movement. During the first debate, Trump called out Biden, saying, quote, "He did a crime bill, 1994, where you called them super predators, African Americans, and they have never forgotten it." On the topic of the BLM movement, Trump called Black Lives Matter a symbol of hate. Donald Trump has also said that he is the least racist person in the room and, quote, I've done more for the Black community than any other president, and I say with the possible exception of Abraham Lincoln, end quote. In 2018, President Trump signed the First Step Act into law, which changed prison sentencing the most it has in decades. Trump said this will roll back specific portions of President Bill Clinton's 1994 crime bill that disproportionately affected the Black community. Thank you for watching this episode of Trump vs. Biden. I hope that it provided more insight on the candidates' specific views on this issue. Back to you guys. Since the beginning of the COVID-19 outbreak, Trump has signed 4 bills in an attempt to offer relief to the American economy. These bills are the Coronavirus Preparedness and Response Supplemental Appropriations Act, the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, the CARES Act, which stands for Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security, and Phase 3.5. Biden has criticized the actions that Trump has taken and has laid out a plan of his own. I will explain this plan more in the Trump versus Biden COVID-19 video. Related to infrastructure, both candidates want infrastructure bills worth more than $1 trillion. Democrats want infrastructure spending in coronavirus stimulus bills, but Republicans do not. When it comes to taxes, Trump wants to extend the 2017 tax overhaul for individuals, while Biden will roll back tax cuts and apply payroll tax to those making over $400,000. Related to jobs and wages, both candidates want to create jobs through infrastructure investments. Biden also wants to raise the minimum wage to $15, while Trump does not want to change it from the current $7.25 minimum. Lastly, on the topic of student debt, Trump wants to get rid of student loan subsidies and forgiveness for public service and create a single income-driven repayment program, while Biden proposes forgiving student debt for poorer grads. Thank you for watching this episode of Trump vs. Biden. I hope that it provided more insight on the candidates' specific views on this issue. Back to you guys. Ethan Hunter took a trip around Ohio's 12th congressional district and analyzed the impacts of gerrymandering on the district and all around the country. Here's the story.
Gerrymandering is one of the biggest factors of this year's election, with voters being placed in different districts based on certain demographics. The first instance of gerrymandering in the United States happened in 1812 in Boston, Massachusetts. Governor Elbridge Gerry created a partisan district in Boston by cutting out an area shaped like a salamander, which is where the name gerrymandering came from. Since then, gerrymandering has become commonplace in congressional reapportionment, and many areas have been affected by gerrymandering across all the states in the nation. Some of the most notable current gerrymandered districts include Baltimore's district in Maryland, Central Louisiana, Texas's small district, and Illinois' Earmuff district. Ohio is objectively one of the worst states with gerrymandering, most notably with what some call the Snake by the Lake 9th Congressional District. In fact, Orange High School's own district, the 12th Congressional District, currently held by Troy Balderson, is not a uniform shape at all. Here we are at the Polaris Mall, one of the southern edges of the 12th Congressional District. Right to our right is the 71, which is the beginning of the 3rd District, which houses all of Columbus. The suburbs around Polaris are some of the highest populated areas in the state, with booming growth and expanding infrastructure. As a result of our community's high population and close proximity to Columbus, the lines were drawn right next to the mall. Farther south travels into Democrat Joyce Beatty's territory. To the north, though, is Mansfield Airport, the farthest north area of our 12th Congressional District, repped by Troy Balderson. The area around the airport has some abnormalities, cutting different buildings out of the 12th District and into the 7th District, which is repped by Republican Bob Gibbs. The 12th District ends in a very different place than it begins to the north, in the eastern parts of Concord, Ohio, and Zanesville. Although similar to the northern area of the district in Mansfield demographically, Zanesville is all the way to the east, showing the full range the 12th District has to offer, which is around the 6th District, repped by Bill Johnson, and the 15th District, repped by Steve Stivers. Possibly Central Ohio's most fascinating area of gerrymandering is around Upper Arlington, Hilliard, and Dublin, and the northern side of Columbus. It is in these areas that many different neighborhoods are cut in half along different road lines, with neighbors being in different voting congressional districts. The 3rd District has also been drawn to cut the Ohio State Airport in half, even though there are no residents of that building. Around northern Columbus and close to Worthington is where different apartment buildings are cut in half, with different apartment neighbors voting in different districts. Also, parks are cut in half in this area, as well as office buildings being carved out into the different districts next to each other. Another gerrymandered district is Ohio's 2nd Congressional District, around Dayton and Southern Ohio, repped by Brad Wenstrup. This district is cut into 2 not connecting parts, which cuts out Washington Courthouse and Chillicothe on the eastern sides, but does not connect in the middle. This allows this district to cut out Dayton as well as some of the eastern suburbs of Cincinnati, in with lots of other rural southern parts of Ohio. Northeastern Ohio is home to Ohio's 7th, 4th, and 9th congressional districts, with the 9th district, also called the Snake by the Lake district, lumping many Democratic voters into one area along the Lake Erie. Representative Jim Jordan's district takes many of the Republican voters from around the state and travels all the way from northeastern Ohio to the western edge of Ohio, creating a very rural district for Representative Jordan. Northeastern Ohio currently has 2 districts held by Democratic representatives in the 11th and 13th, as well as the 16th district held by Anthony Gonzalez. These northeastern edges of the state have been meticulously carved to give urban areas such as Akron and Youngstown to the Democratic-controlled districts, while leaving the rural areas for the Republican district. The 11th district starts in Cleveland, but comes all the way down to Akron to grab other urban voters. Ohio specifically has a 12-4 Republican count in the House of Representatives. This allows them to reapportion the districts within the state, which makes it harder for Democratic candidates to be elected. Although this is the case in Ohio, both parties do this in different states where they are in power. The 1993 Supreme Court case Shaw v. Reno brought gerrymandering into question when some residents of North Carolina questioned their district being drawn up solely based on race. The Supreme Court decided that congressional districts may not be drawn up solely based on race, but this has not stopped gerrymandering from happening across the country, as gerrymandering takes into effect many different demographics. The Supreme Court case did not end debate about gerrymandering, though, as some think it is unfair to the party not in power, while others see it as good politicking. Either way, these districts are likely here to stay in the state of Ohio. We'll surely see if it has an impact on this year's election. Back to you guys.
It's been an election cycle like no other. Coronavirus has disrupted daily life, resulting in one of the largest public health and economic crises of all time. Racial tensions have been on the rise since the summer, starting with the death of George Floyd, leading to the outbreak of the Black Lives Matter movements across the country. The debate stage saw the most diverse pool of Democratic presidential candidates ever, and Trump's historic campaign approach has gathered a supportive base like not seen before. Let's take a closer look at what we're seeing this election cycle.
President Donald Trump is the Republican nominee running against Joe Biden, the Democratic nominee. Joe Jorgensen is the Libertarian nominee, and Howie Hawkins is the Green Party nominee. Our Juice polls that show that 60.4% of Olentangy Orange High School students and staff would vote for Biden, 30.5% for Trump, 1.3% for Jorgensen, and 0.6% for Hawkins, 1.9% for others, and 5.2% for undecided. Obviously, these polls are not representative of all American voters, since it's only surveyed high school students and staff here at Olentangy Orange High School.
Let's take a look at Joe Biden's vice presidential pick, Kamala Harris's policy stances. On the environmental front, the Biden team is prioritizing environmental and climate justice by making decisions that are driven by data and science, as we are addressing risks to communities disproportionately affected by climate change on a federal government level. Economically, Biden supports raising minimum wage to $15 an hour and plans to increase capital gains taxes. Biden wants to expand Medicaid coverage and build a public health insurance option into the Affordable Care Act to give people more choice in relation to their insurance plan rather than create a Medicare for all single-payer system. Regarding the coronavirus, Biden supports a nationwide mask mandate as well as adopting nationwide testing and contact tracing.
On the Republican side, President Donald Trump and Vice President Mike Pence's policy stances differ from Biden's. Environmentally, Donald Trump supports a limited role of the federal government in climate action, leaving power in the hands of each state. Donald Trump also endorses rolling back Obama-era environmental protections and withdrawing the United States from the Paris Climate Accord, in search of policies he believes will be more benefit to American people. Economically, Donald Trump says he is seriously considering cutting the capital gains tax and as well as reducing most corporate taxes, but does not support raising the minimum wage. Trump opposes the idea of a Medicare for all single-payer system, unlike Biden. He supports the Supreme Court striking down the Obama-era Affordable Care Act in reform to create a new version of affordable health care. Regarding coronavirus, President Trump does not support a nationwide mask mandate. That being said, he supports federal action to expand testing. However, it does leave much of the testing responsibility in the hands of the states.
In Ohio, many state senators and House representatives are up for election this year. In our congressional district, District 12, Republican Representative Troy Bolduchin is running for re-election against Democrat Alana Shearer. In our state congressional district, District 67, Ohio State Representative Chris Jordan is running for re-election against Dr. Rachel Morocco. Early voting started October 3rd, and the polls open today at 6:30 a.m. and will close today at 7:30 p.m. Check your polling location online and make sure you take part in this year's historic election.
In recent months, the nation's focus has been on the movement Black Lives Matter. Sam Amonette has the story.
In 2020, one of the most prevalent topics has been the Black Lives Matter movement. On May 25th, George Floyd was arrested for alleged robbery and killed in police custody when an officer kneeled on his neck for 8 minutes. This caused the movement to spark even bigger with protests and riots all around the United States. The first big riot happened in Minneapolis, Minnesota, where George Floyd was killed. It ended with the National Guard called when riots and looting intensified. A few days later, the police officer was charged with killing George Floyd. The officer, Derek Chauvin, posted on a $1 million bond and was charged with second-degree murder, third-degree murder, and manslaughter. He was also fired along with two other police officers charged with the same thing in abetting. Activism has also spread to social media with a blackout day on June 2nd, where a bunch of people and celebrities posted a black picture on their feed to show alliance with the Black Lives Matter movement. Also, infographics and posts have been made to spread awareness about the movement and the lives that have been taken, such as Breonna Taylor and Trayvon Martin. Celebrities and sports organizations have also shown their support for the movement. The movement has been a big topic in this year's election, with Biden's campaign saying that they will reform the criminal justice system, whereas Trump is a law and order president and stands with the police. The Black Lives Matter movement has been one of the most key pivotal topics of this year in our society and will be one of the most key things to think about the candidate's platform on when voting this year.
Howdy, Pioneers. I'm Tanner Lambert. Thanks for that, Sam. I'm alongside the best principal around, Mr. Smith, principal of Olin Tangi Orange High School, and we're going to quickly talk about the hybrid schedule this year. We might dive into a little bit of fall sports. Mr. Smith, what have you seen thus far that's really impressed you at Orange?
Well, I think first of all, we knew coming into this year that it was going to be a year unlike any that we had ever experienced. So, before we even started the year, the first time we got together as a staff, I talked about the four P's with our staff to just continue to keep in mind, and that was patience, positivity, pliability, and pivot, because there's going to be a lot of that this year because circumstances change so much. But I had faith in our kids. I have faith in our students, and it's been great to see how our students have adapted to this. Certainly, it's not what anybody envisions their school year, right, especially our seniors. This is not exactly what people had in mind for 2020, 2021. But our seniors, I think, are still showing great leadership. They're doing all the right things. They've been following the safety protocols, and I really couldn't ask any more of our kids at this point.
That's pretty good. I can remember coming back that first day of school and, seeing people we hadn't seen in, 8 months. Yeah. We never got to say goodbye. I was really excited to see you. Mm-hmm. I remember seeing you right by student services and that sort of thing. And it was just so good to be back. And, I think that people are really not taking school for granted this year. Yeah. And, they're scheduling, doctor's appointments and stuff on days where they're not at school just right, to try to be here as much as possible. Yeah. B-Day kids like myself, we were only here 10 days in October. Right. But, you got to take advantage of the days you're here. Try to live it up, because for me this is all I got, right, and then I'm out. Yeah. But
absolutely,
there's been a lot of positives, I think.
That's a great point. I think out of chaos comes opportunity. And we are in a chaotic time as far as historically. It's there's a lot going on that we haven't experienced in modern times. So the only choice that we really have is to make the best of it, right, and take every day as it comes. And I think our kids and our staff have done a great job with that.
Yeah, it's good to see. And, we did get the opportunity to play fall sports. Probably one of the, I think it's probably the most successful fall season we've ever had. Boys golf, they won the district title, went to the state tournament. Girls tennis, they had 2 girls go down to state tournament. Mm-hmm. Volleyball still in it. Soccer went far. Girls team did. The boys were a high seed. Football, they got into the playoffs, went 3-3. Some crazy wins. At Hilliard Bradley, the lateral, Caden Contact, something I'll never forget. Yeah. Just lots of success across the board. It's really cool to see.
Well, I think in every success is magnified because, as you said, there was a time when we didn't even think that we would be able to have a fall sports season. So to see our students come together and compete the way that they have and to continue to have that success, it's great. Volleyball's still in it. Yeah. We have cross country runners still competing on Saturday. So still lots to look forward to, and hopefully we have the same amount of success in the winter season coming up. And then, as we did in the fall.
Spring coming up too. They didn't even get a season last year. Baseball team's looking pretty good. Yes. Boys volleyball's looking really good. Lacrosse. Baseball looked like they were going to make a run for the state title last year. didn't get to have the opportunity to do that, but basically the same core group of guys that we had last year, this year, and they're really, really hungry for some wins.
Well, the one thing I think that we have to appreciate too is, you know, when you look at professional teams and major colleges, they have all of these protocols in place to really keep student athletes safe, and really at the high school level, we're just depending on our kids to do the right thing, and the fact that all of our varsity teams have been able to complete their seasons really goes to show that our student athletes are committed. They're trying to do the right thing, and it's important to them to be part of it.
Yeah, you could definitely tell with the volleyball team, they got their little mini bubble going on, and they're still competing. And hopefully they can go, you know, state Final Four, maybe even win the state title. That'd be pretty cool to see. Haven't really lost a set in Columbus this season.
No, that's correct. Yeah, they played a tough schedule too. So, you know, not only do we have sports, though, our performing arts they're starting to come together now as well. And we've got a fall play coming up. I think we had a virtual choir concert on Sunday night that was fantastic. Our marching band, they always do their Friday Night Live. Obviously, can't do it in the theater this year, but they're going to do that in the stadium this weekend. And if 2020 hasn't given us much, but it's given us a beautiful weekend coming up, so they can do an outdoor show in nice weather. So we are managing to still do some things, even though it looks a little bit different. We're still managing to have some of those great experiences.
All right, yeah, it's really cool to see. Thanks for coming on with me, Mr. Smith. We're going to take a short break, and we'll see you around the other end of this hour. Thanks for tuning in, and stay with us.
.2 million people modeled out were expected to die. We closed up the greatest economy in the world in order to fight this horrible disease that came from China. It's a worldwide pandemic. It's all over the world. You see the spikes in Europe and many other places right now. If you notice, the mortality rate is down 85%. The excess mortality rate is way down and much lower than almost any other country. And we're fighting it, and we're fighting it hard. There is a spike. There was a spike in Florida, and it's now gone. There was a very big spike in Texas. It's now gone. There was a very big spike in Arizona. It's now gone. And there are some spikes and surges in other places. They will soon be gone. We have a vaccine that's coming. It's ready. It's going to be announced within weeks, and it's going to be delivered. We have Operation Warp Speed, which is the military is going to distribute the vaccine.
We're in a situation where there are 1,000 deaths a day now, 1,000 deaths a day. And there are over 70,000 new cases per day. Compared to what's going on in Europe, as the New England Medical Journal said, they're starting from a very low rate. We're starting from a very high rate. The expectation is we'll have another 200,000 Americans dead between now and the end of the year. What I would do is make sure we have everyone encouraged to wear a mask all the time. I would make sure we move in the direction of rapid testing, investing in rapid testing. I would make sure that we set up national standards as to how to open up schools and open up businesses so they can be safe, and give them the wherewithal, the financial resources to be able to do that. I'm going to shut down the virus, not the country. It's his ineptitude that caused the country to have to shut down in large part. Why businesses have gone under, why schools are closed, why so many people have lost their living, and why they're concerned. Those other concerns are real. Everybody says, slow up, more social distancing, do not open bars and do not open gymnasiums, do not open until you get this under control, under more control. But when you do open, give the people the capacity to be able to open and have the capacity to do it safely. For example, schools. Schools, they need a lot of money to open. They need to deal with ventilation systems. They need to deal with smaller classes, more teachers, more pods. And he's refused to support that money.
I want to open the schools. The transmittal rate to the teachers is very small, but I want to open the schools. We have to open our country. We're not going to have a country. You can't do this. We can't keep this country closed. This is a massive country with a massive economy. People are losing their jobs. They're committing suicide. There's depression, alcohol, drugs at a level that nobody's ever seen before. There's abuse, tremendous abuse. We have to open our country. You know, I've said it often, the cure cannot be worse than the problem itself.
We ought to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. We ought to be able to safely open, but when they need resources to open. You need to be able to, for example, if you're going to open a business, have social distancing within the business. You need to have, if you have a restaurant, you need to have plexiglass dividers so people cannot infect one another. You need to be in a position where you can take testing rapidly and know whether a person is in fact infected. You need to be able to trace. You need to be able to provide all the resources that are needed to do this. I made it clear, and I ask everyone else to take the pledge. I made it clear that any country, no matter who it is, that interferes in American elections will pay a price. They will pay a price. And it's been overwhelmingly clear this election, I won't even get into the last one, this election, that Russia has been involved, China has been involved to some degree, and now we learn that Iran is involved. They will pay a price if I'm elected. They're interfering with American sovereignty. Everything that's going on here about Russia is wanting to make sure that I do not get elected the next president of the United States because they know I know them and they know me. I don't understand why this president is unwilling to take on Putin when he's actually paying bounties to kill American soldiers in Afghanistan, when he's engaged in activities that are trying to destabilize all of NATO.
Nobody tougher than me on Russia. Between the sanctions, between all of what I've done with NATO, you know, I've got the NATO countries to put up an extra $130 billion, going to $420 billion a year. That's to guard against Russia. I sold, while he was selling pillows and sheets, I sold tank busters to Ukraine. There has been nobody tougher on Russia than Donald Trump. I've already done something that nobody thought was possible. Through the legislature, I terminated the individual mandate. That is the worst part of Obamacare, as we call it. The individual mandate where you have to pay a fortune for the privilege of not having to pay for bad health insurance. Premiums are down, everything's down. Here's the problem. No matter how well you run it, it's no good. So I'd like to terminate Obamacare, come up with a brand new, beautiful health care, always protecting people with pre-existing conditions. And one thing very important, we have 180 million people out there that have great private health care, far more than we're talking about with Obamacare. Joe Biden is going to terminate all of those policies. These are people that love their health care, people that have been successful, middle-income people, been successful. They have 180 million plans.
What I'm going to do is pass Obamacare with a public option. It'll become Biden-care. The public option is an option that says that if you, in fact, do not have the wherewithal to be, if you qualify for Medicaid and you do not have the wherewithal in your state to get Medicaid, you automatically are enrolled, providing competition for insurance companies. That's what's going to happen. Secondly, we're going to make sure we reduce the premiums and reduce drug prices by making sure that there's competition that doesn't exist now by allowing the Medicare to negotiate drug prices with the insurance companies. Thirdly, the idea that I want to eliminate private insurance, the reason why I had such a fight with 20 candidates for the nomination was I support private insurance. That's why not one single person with private insurance would lose their insurance under my plan. The difference between the president, I think health care is not a privilege, it's a right. Everyone should have the right to have affordable health care. And I am very proud of my plan. It's gotten endorsed by all the major labor unions as well as a whole range of other people who in fact are concerned in the medical field. This is something that's going to save people's lives, and this is going to give some people an opportunity to have health care for their children.
Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to approve anything because she'd love to have some victories on a date called November 3rd. Nancy Pelosi does not want to approve it. We are ready, willing, and able to do something. Don't forget, we've already approved 3 plans, and it's gone through, including the Democrats, in all fairness. This one she doesn't want. It's near the election because she thinks it helps her politically. I think it hurts her politically.
The Republican leader in the United States Senate said he can't pass it. He will not be able to pass it. He does not have Republican votes. Well, I have, and they have pushed it. Look, they passed this act all the way back in the beginning of the summer. This is like it's not new. It's been out there. This HEROES Act has been sitting there. And look at what's happening. When I was in charge of the Recovery Act with $800 billion, I was able to get $145 billion to local communities that have to balance their budgets and states that have to balance their budgets, so they then have to fire firefighters, teachers, first responders, law enforcement officers, so they can keep their cities and counties running. He will not support that. They have not done a thing for them.
What was passed in the House was a bailout of badly run, high crime, Democrat, all run by Democrats, cities and states. It was a way of getting a lot of money, billions and billions of dollars to these kids. It was also a way of getting a lot of money from our people's pockets to people that come into our country illegally. We were going to take care of everything for them. And what that does, and I'd love to do that, I'd love to help them, but what that does, everybody all over the world will start pouring into our country. We can't do it.
One of the things we're going to have to do is we're going to have to bail them out too. We should be bailing them out now, those small businesses. You got 1 in 6 of them going under. They're not going to be able to make it back. They passed a package that allows us to be able to call PPP. Money is supposed to go to help them do everything from organize how they can deal with their businesses being open safely. Schools, how they can make classrooms smaller, how they can hire more teachers, how they can put ventilation systems in. They need the help. The businesses as well as the schools need the help. But these guys will not help them.
He said we have to help our small businesses by raising the minimum wage. That's not helping. I think it should be a state option. Alabama is different than New York. New York is different from Vermont. Every state is different. It should be a state option. How are you helping your small businesses when you're forcing wages? What's going to happen, and what's been proven to happen, is when you do that, these small businesses fire many of their employees. Children are brought here by coyotes and lots of bad people, cartels, and they're brought here, and they used to use them to get into our country. We now have as strong a border as we've ever had. We're over 400 miles of brand new wall. You see the numbers, and we let people in, but they have to come in legally.
These 500 plus kids came with parents. They separated them at the border to make it a disincentive to come to begin with. Real tough. We're really strong. And guess what? They cannot, it's not coyotes didn't bring them over. Their parents were with them. They got separated from their parents. And it makes us a laughing stock and violates every notion of who we are as a nation. Took too long to get it right. I'll be president of the United States, not vice president of the United States. And the fact is, I've made it very clear. Within 100 days, I'm going to send to the United States Congress a pathway to citizenship for over 11 million undocumented people. And all of those so-called dreamers, those DACA kids, they're going to be immediately certified again to be able to stay in this country and put on a path to citizenship. The idea that they are being sent home by this guy and they want to do that is they've gone to a country they've never seen before. One of the reasons why I ended up working on the east side of Wilmington, Delaware, which is 90% African American, was to learn more about what was going on. I never had to tell my daughter, if she's pulled over, make sure she puts, for a traffic stop, put both hands on top of the wheel and don't reach for the glove box because someone may shoot you. The fact of the matter is, there is institutional racism in America. And we have always said, we've never lived up to it, that we hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women are created equal. Well, guess what? We have never, ever lived up to it, but we've always constantly been moving the needle further and further to inclusion, not exclusion. This is the first president to come along and says, that's the end of that. We're not going to do that anymore. We have to provide for economic opportunity, better education, better health care, better access to schooling, better access to opportunity to borrow money to start businesses. All the things we can do, and I've laid out a clear plan as to how to do those things, just to give people a shot. It's about accumulating the ability to have wealth as well as it is to be free from violence.
Nobody has done more for the black community than Donald Trump. And if you look, with the exception of Abraham Lincoln, possible exception, but the exception of Abraham Lincoln, nobody has done what I've done. Criminal justice reform, Obama and Joe didn't do it. I don't even think they tried because they had no chance at doing it. Criminal justice reform, prison reform, opportunity zones with Tim Scott, a great senator from South Carolina. He came in with this incredible idea for opportunity zones. It's one of the most successful programs. People don't talk about it. Tremendous investment is being made. Biggest beneficiary, the black and Hispanic communities, and then historically black colleges and universities.
Granted, he did in fact let 20 people, he commuted 20 people's sentences. We commuted over 1,000 people's sentences. Over 1,000. The very law he's talking about is a law that, in fact, initiated by Barack Obama. And secondly, we're in a situation here where the federal prison system was reduced by 38,000 people under our administration.
I think I have great relationships with all people. I am the least racist person in this room.
Abraham Lincoln here is one of the most racist presidents we've had in modern history. He pours fuel on every single racist fire. Every single one. Started off his campaign coming down the escalator saying he's going to get rid of those Mexican rapists. He's banned Muslims because they're Muslims. He has moved around and made everything worse across the board. He says about the poor boys, last time we were on stage here, he said, I told them to stand down and stand ready. Come on. This guy has a dog whistle about as big as a foghorn. One of the things is that in the 80s, we passed 100%, all 100 senators voted for it, a bill on drugs and how to deal with drugs. It was a mistake. I've been trying to change the since then, particularly the portion on cocaine. That's why I've been arguing that, in fact, we should not send anyone to jail for a pure drug offense. They should be going into treatment across the board. That's what we should be spending money on. That's why I set up drug were never funded by our Republican friends. They should not be going to jail for a drug or an alcohol problem. They should be going into treatment.
We have the Trillion Trees program. We have so many different programs. I do love the environment, but what I want is the cleanest, crystal clear water, the cleanest air. We have the best, lowest number in carbon emissions. We are working so well with industry, but here's what we can't do. Look at China, how filthy it is. Look at Russia. Look at India. It's filthy. The air is filthy. The Paris Accord, I took us out because we were going to have to spend trillions of dollars, and we were treated very unfairly. When they put us in there, they did us a great disservice. They were going to take away our businesses. I will not sacrifice tens of millions of jobs, thousands and thousands of companies because of the Paris Accord.
Climate change and climate warming, global warming, is an existential threat to humanity. We have a moral obligation to deal with it. And we're told by all the leading scientists in the world we don't have much time. We're going to pass the point of no return within the next 8 to 10 years. 4 more years of this man eliminating all the regulations that were put in by us to clean up the climate, to limit limit emissions, will put us in a position where we're going to be in real trouble. Here's where we have a great opportunity. I was able to get both all the environmental organizations as well as labor, the people worried about jobs, to support my climate plan. Because what it does, it will create millions of new good-paying jobs. We're going to invest in, for example, 500,000 50,000 charging stations on our highways so that we can own the electric car market of the future. In the meantime, China is doing that. We're going to be in a position where we're going to see to it that we're going to take 4 million existing buildings and 2 million existing homes and retrofit them so they don't leak as much energy, saving hundreds of millions of barrels of oil in the process and creating significant number of jobs.
We have to make our country totally successful as it was prior to the plague coming in from China. Now we're rebuilding it, and we're doing record numbers, 11.4 million jobs in a short period of time, etc. But I will tell you, go back. Before the plague came in, just before, I was getting calls from people that were not normally people that would call me. They wanted to get together. We had the best black unemployment numbers in the history of our country. Hispanic, women, Asian, people with diplomas, with no diplomas, MIT graduates, #1 in the class. Everybody had the best numbers. And you know what? The other side wanted to get together. They wanted to unify. Success is going to bring us together. We are on the road to success. But I'm cutting taxes, and he wants to raise everybody's taxes, and he wants to put new regulations on everything. He will kill it. If he gets in, you will have a depression, the likes of which you've never seen. Your 401ks will go to hell, and it'll be a very, very sad day for this country.
I will say, I'm an American president. I represent all of you, whether you voted for me or against me. And I'm going to make sure that you're represented. I'm going to give you hope. We're going to move. We're going to choose science over fiction. We're going to choose hope over fear. We're going to choose to move forward because we have enormous opportunities to make things better. We can grow this economy. We can deal with the systemic racism. And at the same time, we can make sure that our economy is being run and moved and motivated by clean energy, creating millions of new jobs. And that's the fact. That's what we're going to do. And I'm going to say, as I said at the beginning, what is on the ballot here is the character of this country. Decency, honor, respect, treating people with dignity, making sure that everyone has an even chance. And I'm going to make sure you get that. You haven't been getting it the last 4 years.
Thank you to those watching tonight. Election Day is November 3rd. Don't forget to vote. Thank you, everyone, and have a great night.
Thank you.
Welcome back, America. It's currently 4:09 here in the Eastern Time Zone. I'm here with some of our senior election team members to discuss gerrymandering here on Ohio 12's congressional district and across the country.
How will gerrymandering play a role in congressional elections?
Gerrymandering plays a huge role.
Oh, absolutely. It is probably the biggest role of anything in the elections.
In the congressional elections, because it basically, to break it down, is it has to do with the drawing of our district lines.
Right.
So, based on your district, if it favors more of a Republican or a Democrat side, then that's going to be the person who wins. The representative.
And you want
stuff.
you want like the bigger districts for someone. You want to be represented in a more like in a higher surface area.
So it's the breakdown of the districts. It's who our Congress members are. Our districts all vote individually on their own Congress members. So ours would be Troy Balderson.
Yeah, exactly.
So gerrymandering. Gerrymandering really favors whatever party is in power at the time.
Yeah.
So, an overview for people who don't know it. Ohio is a very when the lines are drawn, they're drawn after a census.
Yes.
So you take a census and you draw the lines, and that's how the districts are broken up. That's how we decide how many districts we get. So for Ohio, at the time of the 2010 census, it was majority Republican. So the districts were broken down by Republican district members, and this is like district members, and this isn't something that's only Republican or Democrat. It's something from both parties. We're talking about Ohio specifically. I was mentioning Ohio specifically, but yeah.
Yeah, so basically here in Ohio, if we're using that as an example, we have 16 districts based on population. That's how it's supposed to be. And then they try to break it up to like make it proportionally represent the population.
Yeah.
But because Ohio has 16 members, 12 of them are Republican representatives, only 4 are Democrat, they obviously have the lead. And so they are able to draw the district lines to favor 12 being Republican and 4 being Democrat. And so there's been a lot of controversy around this issue because in certain states, either the Democrats have the hold over it or the Republicans have the hold over it. And whoever, based on your opinion, opposes that hold, it can be frustrating because there's no chance to get a new party in power.
Exactly.
And so that's been the question that's been raised is how ethical is gerrymandering? Should it be something that plays a part in our congressional elections, or should it be down to the people to decide who the person is, and it shouldn't be drawn in a way to manipulate the lines? Because, I mean, if we are using the 12th district, for example, Ohio's 12th district where we live spans all over. If you look at a map, it goes all the way up and into Mansfield, and there's a way different demographic of people in our district, and so oftentimes our district favors the Republicans because of the way it's been drawn. However, if you look at Ohio's 3rd district, it is right in like the center of Columbus. It's drawn in a very unique way.
Very specific.
Very specific. If you look at a picture of it, it has like all different branches off to favor the Democrats, because the Republican Party, when they drew it, were trying to almost centralize specific areas that were Democrats so they could hold more seats in the House.
Yeah, and gerrymandering is, like Ashley said, is very controversial, mostly because it favors the party that drew the lines over and over and over again. So for the next, like Ohio, we're using Ohio as an example, obviously, because we live here. If you go ahead and look at the map Abby has on the side set, you can see the 3rd district is a really small. It's a really small district, and that they did that on purpose because that is a very Democratic district. So I was going to point to right there. It's very specifically drawn, and you can see that. It's kind of shaped like an eagle. It is very specifically drawn because that is a very Democratic area. So it is drawn that way. So Republicans, they kind of gave up that area, and they said you can have that, but they're going to take like the districts, and these are like our district, for example. They split up urban population, which traditionally votes more liberal, and paired it with a rural area, which traditionally votes more Republican, to ensure that Republicans will always win. So it's definitely a really controversial thing because it ensures that the party in power, when the lines are drawn, continues to win time and time again. So it doesn't allow, we're talking about Ohio, it doesn't allow Democrats to get much power in Ohio, or we're talking about some state like California. It wouldn't allow Republicans to get power at all.
Yes, and I actually was reading on the Ohio government website, under current Ohio law, the General Assembly, our legislature, which obviously is more Republican, is primarily responsible for drawing the lines. However, they have the safety net. They have a bipartisan group of people who basically oversee everything to make sure that it's not violating constitutional guidelines, like we saw in the Shaw versus Reno case, which we'll go into in a little bit. And so there are somewhat of a safety net, but it still raises that big controversy of, okay, well, how far is too far? When have we gotten to a point where, okay, this is not very fair? So I think that leads into Abby's next question.
Well, first we're going to ask about the implications of gerrymandering here in Ohio, and then also to what extent should gerrymandering be regulated?
I feel like gerrymandering is such a huge power play, especially being in Congress and having the power to choose the size and the shape of each of the districts, and having that specific political party have the more advantage and more leverage over the lines, this district lines. It's such a risky, the lines are very blurred. Mm-hmm. I feel even in Shaw versus Reno, when they were talking about how race can't be a predominant factor, there's so many other factors that Congress plays, in the state, those people who go over the district lines, they can play so many other
demographic factors going into it. I agree, and I think there is a certain extent to when they regulate it, and we've seen this through Supreme Court cases throughout our history. Like you mentioned, Shaw versus Reno, they in North Carolina, there was an incident where one of their districts had been drawn to elect a minority leader, and it had been drawn in like a very weird way.
Right.
We look at pictures of it in class, and so it went all the way to the Supreme Court to basically argue that that's a violation of the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause, which basically defends equal protection under the law no matter what. And the court ended up ruling that gerrymandering for the sole purpose of race is not constitutional. However, they acknowledged that there was intentions to elect a minority leader, and so we know now that gerrymandering has to have more than just one factor to be constitutional. So they have to bring in many demographic factors,
Right.
and that's what technically makes it constitutional, and that's why they don't regulate it as much as some people think that they should, but others argue that that's enough, and if you follow by the Constitution, that it's constitutional, it should be allowed, and we shouldn't regulate it. So there's really two sides to the gerrymandering argument, and we've seen through history the Supreme Court maintain that it's okay as long as there's more factors into it.
Yeah, and gerrymandering as a practice overall in the U.S. government has overwhelmingly favored conservative voters because it makes the rural population give them a bigger voice. So it's definitely a thing that I think most Republicans are for. But also I think that you have to take into account that you're not counting every American's vote in it. I mean, Republican or Democrat. You're taking a small group of people and you're just like generalizing their votes. I agree personally with the idea of taking a bipartisan group and using a bipartisan group to draw the lines. Then that way it's up to the districts themselves and the people in the districts to decide if they want to be a Republican or a Democrat.
Okay, that's an interesting resolution. Yeah, I think you're right. It depends which way you spin. Obviously, if you lean more conservative, it favors your party. You get more seats in the House, and it's ultimately a good thing. However, like you said, it can be frustrating if you are in the 12th district as a Democrat and you know that your vote's probably going to get overshadowed by the other people in your district.
Yeah. That's another thing that the reason it's controversial is because it doesn't count every vote. So if you're a Republican in a Democratic district, your vote really wouldn't matter, because if you voted for a Republican candidate, they're not going to win if you're in a Democratic district. And the same thing for a Democrat in a Republican district. It's definitely, that's the more controversial side of it. Another way to regulate gerrymandering and like an idea about it is, or another theory of how to regulate it. Would require the voter determined districts. It would be the voters deciding hey, this area should be more Democratic. This area votes more Democratic, this area votes more Republican, maybe separate them, or the separation of rural community versus urban community, because it's definitely, there's a big line drawn in what those areas traditionally vote for, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, and I feel like nowadays it's used more as a strategy to group, like you guys were saying, gerrymandering is used more to group people together, in different ways of just race, like more party, like we saw with the 3rd district, it's overwhelmingly Democratic. So I feel like it's very used to the pack and crack method, and so I feel like having a bipartisan group of people to figure out those district lines would really help with the fact that, so it's no longer just I'm doing it to have my party win. It's more of I'm doing it because it's best for the state.
Yes.
So we already touched on this a little bit. Since gerrymandering is typically intended to give a certain party an upper hand, what could be done to make districts more unbiased? Like Ava mentioned before, she said something about having a neutral group of people. But are there any other solutions that you guys can think of?
I mean, like you said, the neutral group of people, I think ultimately, right now, I don't foresee a future of it changing, but it could, and it could. We still have those Supreme Court cases that enforce it, and they call it constitutional, and that's how it is right now. But at the end of the day, this is how our state is, but it could change in the future. And if the legislation of Ohio changes, it could sway, and that would sway a lot of people's opinions on it. So it comes down to politics. Politics are a very weird thing.
Right.
Oh, yeah. A lot of times in politics, you see the party does what it does to favor itself, and people do what they do to favor their party. So we could see it. Will be interesting to see what happens in this election, because we don't know who will take the House and everything. So I think we'll be looking forward to see how gerrymandering will take a play in the future.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's all we have on gerrymandering.
I do believe it is. The debates. Debates were a lot to watch this election, and we compiled the best highlights from the first presidential debate on September 29th. Let's take a look.
I'm cutting drug prices. I'm going with favored nations, which no president has the courage to do because you're going against Big Pharma. Drug prices will be coming down 80 or 90%. You could have done it during your 47-year period in government, but you didn't do it.
Only for those people who are so poor they qualify for Medicaid, they can get that free in most states, except governors who want to deny people who are poor Medicaid. Anyone who qualifies for Medicaid would automatically be enrolled in the public option. The vast majority of the American people would still not be in that option. The president has no plan. He hasn't laid out anything. He knew all the way back in February how serious this crisis was. He knew it was a deadly disease. What did he do? He's on tape as acknowledging he knew it. He said he didn't tell us or give people a warning of it because he didn't want to panic the American people. You don't panic. He panicked. I laid out back in March exactly what we should be doing. And I laid out again in July what we should be doing. We should be providing all the protective gear possible. We should be providing the money the House has passed in order to be able to go out and get people the help they need to keep their businesses open schools that cost a lot of money.
If we would have listened to you, the country would have been left wide open. Millions of people would have died, not 200,000, and one person is too much. It's China's fault. It should have never happened. People that would not be necessarily on my side said that. President Trump did a phenomenal job. We did. We got the gowns. We got the masks. We made the ventilators. You wouldn't have made ventilators. And now we're weeks away from a vaccine. We're doing therapeutics already. Fewer people are dying when they get sick. Far fewer people are dying. We've done a great job.
He doesn't have a plan. If I were running, I'd know what the plan is. You've got to provide these businesses the ability to have the money to be able to reopen with the PPE as well as with the sanitation they need. You have to provide them plastic.
Tell that to Nancy Pelosi.
Well, he's just shush for a minute.
Tell it to Nancy Pelosi. And Schumer,
by the way,
Chuck.
Nancy Pelosi and
Well, howdy, Pioneers. I'm Tanner Lambert, coming to you from our data studio, and I interviewed Mr. Pappas, a government teacher here at Olentangy Orange, about a couple different topics, some of the big issues facing voters, and why it is important to vote as well. And we talked a little bit about the Supreme Court and some other cool stuff. So here's me and Mr. Pappas talking.
Ted Pappas, government teacher at Olentangy Orange High School. It's very different this year. Early voting's fine. I really don't have a problem with that. Although, to me, I'm a traditionalist, so I do love Election Day. I mean, that is why it's called Election Day. So showing up at the polls on that day, I think is a great American tradition that should be upheld. I do understand that some people can't make it, situation with COVID-19 and stuff this year, but it is probably the oddest presidential election in our history. I would be absolutely amazed in the future if we use mail-in ballots. I would say probably my biggest beef is with mail-in ballots. Their accuracy can't be checked. Voter fraud with mail-in ballots is absolutely rampant. So it's very discouraging to see the mail-in ballots being allowed to be used. Going in person in the polling stations or going to early voting is great because the chance of voter fraud is less, and it can happen. But there's really no way to control the mail-in ballots, and that would probably be the most odd thing this year going into the presidential.
Accurate?
Well, it depends on the kind of poll that's taken, who the sampling is. Most polls are kept, the samplings are kept under 2,000 people. They're not very diverse samplings. The people that run the samplings pay for them. They're not cheap, and so they're going to create the sampling to benefit what they want to push through their agenda. And so a lot of times samplings, just like any kind of data, can be taken out of context or created that way so that data can be misused and misrepresented. Is that being done? Sure, probably on both sides. Most polls, you need to understand if it's a self-selected poll, like you get on a website and you vote for certain things, you can vote multiple times. It's just like mail-in ballots. I mean, it's really hard to prevent those things from being, fraud involving themselves into those things. Obviously, term limits need to be implemented. No, I do not think they will ever be implemented because the people that have to make that law are the people that would be affected by the law. At the state level, there are term limits. In the legislative body, there should be term limits in the U.S. Congress. But again, the people that have to create that law are the ones that would be against it the most. If you look originally at the Constitution, payment for your services, whether it be president or senator or U.S. House rep, is called compensation. It doesn't say their salary. They're being compensated for the time they're spending to involve themselves in the government. It was never meant to be long-term, a salary. It was meant to be temporary, and you serve your country by being a politician, being a public servant. And so yes, term limits should absolutely be implemented, but they never will.
Is there a way where we could petition to get that and then put it on an issue as on the ballot? We talked about how marijuana in Ohio has been on the ballot the last couple of years.
Sure.
Because the Ohio Congress didn't want to do anything about it, so then it's left up to the people.
Correct.
So could we technically go that route and possibly get term limits, or no? No.
Absolutely. That's how the 27th Amendment came about with congressional salaries. They kept giving themselves pay raises. They are the rule makers, Congress. But it started with citizens' initiatives trying to push for salary caps, basically, in Congress. And the same thing goes for term limits. yes, you can try to get an amendment passed, but again, it has to go through Congress. 2/3 of Congress has to approve for it to go to the states for ratification. Probably not going to happen. So another route could be an initiative, and it goes on a ballot as a referendum. But at a national level, that would be really extremely hard to do. But this is why we have term limits and things like that at the state level and local levels, because initiatives, laws created by citizens, are easier to get approved at the local and state levels. It would be an extremely difficult thing to get accomplished at the national level. Well, most people don't understand what packing the court really means. There's really been one president that's packed the court. Just because you nominate someone that believes in your, or is along the same lines as your philosophy, that's every president's absolute opportunity. They're allowed to do that. That's what the Constitution says. It's not packing the court. Adding to the justices so that you can add an immediate change to the court, that's packing the court. And that's what Franklin Roosevelt did. Choosing or nominating someone that believes in your own philosophy is not packing the court. That is every president's right, according to the Constitution. So I think, like most things in life, there's a misrepresentation of the understanding of certain things, like packing the court. There's really only been one president that's done that, and that's Franklin Roosevelt. Social media is a gigantic moneymaker, whether it's politics or any kind of business promoting a product. They all use social media. If it didn't have an effect on people, they wouldn't do it. If it wasn't such a huge moneymaker in having an effect on people, social media wouldn't exist. So that is an absolute fabrication, and that's my opinion. But if it didn't work, people wouldn't waste money and time on it. So obviously, social media works on people. You know, it's an immediate influence with this thing. Right. In seconds, you know, people almost have, you know, it buzzes or dings or whatever you have your phone do. It immediately causes attention of you to look over there. So yeah, social media has a huge effect. Again, it's very evident. I guess to end it, I would say I would like to see more people go out to vote. I'm really disappointed in the mail-in voting ballots. There's just no way to check the fraud that can run rampant with those. It's just disappointing. In a presidential election, hopefully we don't see that in the next midterm elections, but those are going to be things that you know, you go and vote for a reason. That is probably my biggest thing. Please go out and vote. Know why you're voting. Do the research on your candidates and your issues, and make a decision that you would make. Don't let other people or other sources push in a certain direction. And that takes time that a lot of people don't want to spend. But if you truly want to make this the greatest country in the world, something that you're very proud of and you feel is great, then do the research on politics, do the research on political issues, do the research locally, statewide, national type of research. Do those things, and then go vote. Don't let the social media or other things push you in a certain direction. Be your own person. Go vote.
All right. Mr. Pappas, thank you for that. And, you know, he made some really good points throughout his interview there and some stuff to really think about. Remember, get out and vote. It's the most important thing you can do, and it's a responsibility, not just a right.
Thanks, Tanner. Different generations are known to vote drastically differently on candidates and issues. So here's Cameron Flores diving into the importance of different voting among different age demographics.
2020 has been such an eventful year, some of us may have forgotten the importance of voting.
Cameron and I walked around all day asking students and faculty why they think it's so important to vote, especially during this election.
It's important to vote because the 2000 election of Bush versus Gore, the recounts were going for weeks on end, where they were literally recounting singular votes by hand, and whoever won individual counties was going to become president of the United States, leader of the free world. So when people say, hey, my vote doesn't matter, it's a little bit ignorant when here in just our life that we've had this where people are literally singular votes matter on who becomes president of the United States. So voting is your opportunity to voice your approval, disapproval, your feelings about the way you want the government to run, and it's certainly important, and people have fought and died for that right.
It's really important to vote because your voice needs to be heard, and sometimes you may not feel like you're being heard, but one way that you can be is by voting. And so once you're 18, hopefully you'll all go out and vote.
It's important to vote because the country's in the hands of the people and it's your decision, so why not?
It's important to vote because our voices need to be heard.
I believe it's important to vote because, especially as a female, so many have fought for our right to vote that we shouldn't let our voices go unheard, especially now.
I think it's important for students and people in the states to vote because then they get an opportunity to give a direction for which way our country is going to go in.
It's important to vote for issues that pertain to you.
I think it's important to vote because whoever becomes president will affect everyone in their own way, whether it comes to like our education system or justice system. The president of the United States essentially affects the whole country and everyone in it. And being a person or a citizen of this United States, whoever becomes president will affect you.
I do believe it's important to vote. I think that there's many elections that are decided very closely, and if you have a feel about where you stand, then you need to go cast your vote.
Unless you have rocks in your head, many types of rocks, you're going to go out and you're going to vote because you should let your voice be heard.
I hope you guys caught a glimpse on how important voting is this year.
If you haven't already, go out and vote. Now back to the news desk.
Thanks, Cameron. It's been an election cycle like no other. Coronavirus has disrupted daily life, resulting in one of the largest public health and economic crises of all time. Racial tensions have been on the rise since this summer, starting with the death of George Floyd, leading to an outbreak in the Black Lives Matter movement and of Black Lives Matter movements across the country. The debate stage saw the most diverse pool of Democratic presidential candidates ever, and Trump's historic campaign approach has gathered a supportive base like not seen before. Let's take a closer look into what we're keeping an eye on this election cycle.
President Donald Trump is the Republican nominee, running against Joe Biden, the Democratic nominee. Jo Jorgensen is the Libertarian nominee, and Hallie Hawkins is the Green Party nominee. Our Juice poll shows that 60.4% of our own Tangier Orange High School students and staff would vote for Biden, 30.5%, for Trump, 1.3%, for Jorgensen, 0.6%, for Hawkins, 1.9%, and for other, 5.2% and undecided. Obviously, this poll is not representative of all America's voters since it has only surveyed students and staff at Owen Tangier Orange High School.
Let's take a look at how Joe Biden and the Vice President pick Kamala Harris's policy stances. On the environmental front, the Biden team is prioritizing environmental and climate justice by making decisions that are driven by data and science, as well as addressing risks to communities disproportionately affected by climate change on a federal government level. Economically, Biden supports raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour and plans to increase capital gains taxes. Biden wants to expand Medicaid coverage and build a public health insurance option into the Affordable Care Act to give people more of a choice in relation to their insurance plan, rather than create a Medicare for all single-player system. Regarding the coronavirus, Biden supports a nationwide mask mandate, as well as adopting nationwide testing and contact tracing.
On the Republican side, President Donald Trump and Vice President Mike Pence's policy stances differ from Biden's.
Environmentally, Donald Trump supports a limited role of the federal government in climate action, rolling back Obama-era environmental protections and withdrawing the United States from the Paris Agreement. Economically, Donald Trump says he's seriously considering cutting the capital gains tax, as well as reducing most corporate taxes. He does not support raising the minimum wage. Trump does not support a public health insurance option and does not support a Medicare for all single-payer system like Biden. He supports the Supreme Court striking down the Obama-era Affordable Care Act. Regarding the coronavirus, President Trump does not support a nationwide mask mandate and does support a federal action to expand testing. However, this does leave much of the testing responsibility to the states.
In Ohio, many state senators and House representatives are up for election this year. In our congressional district, District 12, Republican Representative Troy Balderson is running for re-election against Democrat Elena Shear. In our state congressional district, District 67, Ohio State Representative Chris Jordan is running for re-election against Dr. Rachel Morocco. Early voting started October 3rd, and the polls opened in Ohio today at 6:30 a.m. and will be closing tonight at 7:30. Check your polling location online and make sure that you're able to take part in this year's historic election.
Next, Ava walked through the Ohio ballot. Tonight, voters will decide the Senate and House majority. Currently, Republicans hold the Senate majority with 53 seats, compared to 45 seats for the Democrats and 2 for independents, caucusing with the Democrat Party. Democrats hold the House majority with 232 seats compared to the 197 Republican seats. There is 1 Libertarian and 5 vacancies. Republicans would need a net gain of 21 seats to win a majority in the chamber. In 2018, the chamber flipped, falling into the Democratic Party's control. The Democrats gained a net total of 40 seats. Let's throw it over to Tanner Lambert, who's got information on congressional races to watch around the nation.
Well, howdy Pioneers. Thanks Ava and Sachi. Some of the top races in my mind in the House of Representatives of the United States in this upcoming election are some of the tightest, most interesting races across the country. I got all this information from Ballotpedia, Cook Political, Fox, and CNN, and have my guesses on some of who will win as well in some of these cases. These districts are some of the most diverse, conflicting ideological regions of the country. First up is California's 21st District. In 2018, it was won by T.J. Cox, a Democrat, in a 50.4% to 49.6% win against the Republican candidate David G. Vallado, who was the district's representative from 2013 to 2019. The two are going head-to-head again against each other. I feel like Vallado could take his seat back after losing in 2018 in a very, very tight race. And tonight, we will see if he can take that seat back. Georgia's 7th district is another very tight race. Rob Woodall, the incumbent who's represented the district since 2010, is not running for re-election, so it's an open seat. Carolyn Boudreaux and the Democratic candidate and Rich McCormick, the Republican candidate, are running for the seat. In 2018, Boudreaux ran against the former congressman which is why it's an open seat, and lost by under 500 votes to Woodall. She is a professor at the Andrew Yang School of Public Policy. McCormick is a Marine Corps veteran, along with an emergency room doctor and a first-time public office candidate. Having McCormick as a fresh Republican face could help the Republican Party hold this seat, but 10 straight years of Republican hold on this seat by the same candidate could sway voters toward Boudreaux this time around in another very close race. I could see Boudreaux winning this seat by a slight edge. The 17th District of Pennsylvania features incumbent Democrat Conor Lamb, who won a special election to earn the seat. He won that vote 49.9% to 49.5% in what was obviously a highly contested vote. Lamb's opponent is Sean Parnell, a former member of the Army and a combat veteran. Lamb is looking for re-election not long after his last win in that special election, where he won that seat in a very tight race by 0.4%. Arizona's 6th District incumbent David Schweiker is up for re-election against Hiriel Tipernini. Schweiker's margin of victory in 2018 was 55% to 45%. The biggest outlier in this race, though, is David Schweiker, who in July reached a deal with the House Ethics Committee for a $50,000 fine for violating campaign finance violations in his prior re-election campaign in 2018. He blamed most of those problems on his former chief of staff, who's no longer with him. Voters in Scottsdale have a big decision to make and can show how they feel about Schweikert, who retook his former seat in 2018. Schweikert has been a representative since 2011. I could see him winning this again, but Tim Bernini has an edge with Schweikert in the scandals. In the Texas 25th, incumbent Roger Williams is defending his seat against Democrat Julie Oliver. This is the second time these two candidates have faced off. In 2018, Oliver challenged Williams and lost. He won with 54% of the vote. Oliver finished with 45%. Williams was first elected in 2013, and he's a very popular guy among the region. California's 25th district is another toss-up, and there's another empty seat. Katie Hill, the former Democratic representative, resigned. The two front-runners are Mike Garcia, the Republican, and Christy Smith, the Democrat, who are the two front-runners coming out of the primary again. They had the special election to fill the seat in May, with Garcia winning 55% to 45%. Coming out of the primary, though, Smith had 32% of the vote, and Garcia had 24% among the other 13 candidates. So they face off again just a few months after May. Florida's 26th district, known as one of the pivot states, Barack Obama won it in 2012, while incumbent President Donald Trump won it in 2016. The two candidates are incumbent Democrat Debbie Murcaso-Powell and Republican Carlos Jimenez. Jimenez has a bit of a swing, being a Latino candidate in the Miami-Dade County, along with the Florida Keys at the southern tip of Florida. The toss-up is hard to call or even guess about. I flipped a coin and landed up on heads. I had heads as a Republican, so I guess Jimenez is going to win this district in a tight race where the incumbent will not reclaim her seat. This is one of the tightest races across the country, and another one is South Carolina's 1st district. Joe Cunningham is up for re-election. His opponent is Nancy Mace. She's a Republican and currently the representative of the 9th district in South Carolina. She's moving over to the 1st. Joe Cunningham is running for his second term. He won a tight race in 2018, defeating Katie Arrington, the Republican candidate who defeated in the primaries incumbent Republican Mark Sanford. Cunningham is the first Democrat to represent this seat since 1981. The first district of South Carolina, was one of the 31 districts won by President Trump in 2016 while a Democrat congressman was elected. That's all for me for now, but we're going to head out to Lauren Barron, who is walking the halls and getting polls. Okay.
So now we're starting hour 5, right?
So now we can have your face out.
The 2019 report says that global temperatures are on pace to rise as much as 3.2 degrees Celsius.
The last 5 years have been the hottest years on record on our planet ever.
Breaking news tonight on several fronts on the coronavirus pandemic.
There are now more than 1 million cases worldwide. That's more than twice what it was a week ago.
Breaking hospitalization records every day this week as Idaho hit new case highs 3 times.
We have a vaccine that's coming. It's ready. It's going to be announced within weeks.
Many chanted Black Lives Matter as they walked the streets of Salt Lake before and after those protests got violent.
The fact of the matter is, there is institutional racism in America.
A giant mural showing support for law enforcement suddenly appeared over the weekend near Tampa Police headquarters.
If your activism only consists of destruction and not building, that is not activism. That is also not what this movement is about.
May history be able to say that the end of this chapter of American darkness began here tonight, as love and hope and light join in the battle for the soul of the nation.
Together we are unstoppable. Together we are unbeatable. Because together we are the proud citizens of the United States of America.
Live from Lewis Center in the Olentangy Orange Studios, broadcasting nationwide. This is your 12 to 12 Orange Juice election coverage. With your senior political news team. Start your watches, because your 12 hours of coverage starts right now.
Well, howdy, America. This is officially 1 hour until the first polls close in Indiana and Kentucky. We'll have results for you when they start coming in. Next up, Ashley and I will give you the second take on the Republican perspective in this year's election. But first, Abby Ryan reported on the Republican Party's platform. Let's take a look at Abby Ryan's news.
Hi, my name is Abby Ryan, and this is the Conservative Platform. Conservatives believe in personal responsibility, limited government, free markets, individual liberty, traditional American values, and a strong national defense. Exception. They believe abortion is murder and tax dollars should not go to Planned Parenthood. However, some conservatives believe in situational abortion, in cases of rape and incest.
I believe the most precious gift God gives us is life. And I defend my pro-life position for my whole political career. But in my whole political career, I also believed in rape, incest, or life of the mother. There was exceptions. That's exactly what Republicans have voted on in this House. That's what our platform says. And I believe that's the point of what you find many of us of where we stand.
Economy. Conservatives believe in the free market system, competitive capitalism, and private enterprise to create the greatest opportunity and the highest standard of living for all.
If I ever got impeached, I think the market would crash. I think everybody would be very poor.
Whatever you think of his policies, whatever you think of all the scandals and the tweets and everything else that's gone on in his administration, the economy is doing great. On the headline numbers, the economy has been strong, no doubt about it. Trump has overseen 6 consecutive quarters of economic growth that's not only been positive, but also been above trend.
Global warming. They believe changing global temperature is natural over long periods of time. They also believe that science has yet to show that humans can affect permanent change to the Earth's temperature.
Texas Republican Lamar Smith is the chair of the House Science Committee and has received more than $600,000 from the oil and gas industry. Republicans have used climate change denial as a way to win elections, making it a sure path to loads of cash. It wasn't until the election of Ronald Reagan that we saw a conservative backlash to environmental protection. The Reagan administration cut funding for regulators, laid off renewable energy researchers, and went so far as to remove all the solar panels from the roof of the White House installed by Jimmy Carter just 3 years earlier.
Gun control. They believe the Second Amendment gives citizens the right to keep and bear arms. Individuals have the right to defend themselves, and there are too many gun control laws.
I really don't think that we should take guns out of the hands of people who are wanting to help and promote gun safety, because if you think about it, drugs are illegal, but people still find a way to get them, and underage drinking, people will always find a way.
We've had guns for such a long time, and school shootings have only recently become a problem. It's bound to be more of a culture issue than it is in any way a gun issue.
They oppose anyone who enters the U.S. illegally, and those who break the law by entering the U.S. do not have the same rights as those who obey the law and enter legally. Same-sex marriage. They believe that marriage is the union of one man and one woman. They support the Defense of Marriage Act, DOMA, passed in 1996, which affirms the right of states to not recognize same-sex marriage license in other states.
Thanks, Abby Ryan.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Ashley Foyt.
And I'm Tanner Lambert. Welcome to the second edition of the Republican Perspective.
As student journalists, every day we come face to face with the reality of issues in our country. Today, Tanner and I are going to be giving our opinions on a few topics through the eyes of a conservative.
First, let's talk about the coronavirus, Ashley.
I have a lot to say about this. I am so excited to be here. Tanner and I we did Red Hour last year, and he's one of my favorite people to talk politics with. So I want to start on COVID. There's a lot of controversy around the way that Trump handled COVID. And I mean, personally, as a conservative, I think a lot of it's unfair. I think a lot of it's not sanctioned because it's a global pandemic. It's something every single country has dealt with, and I believe that he did so in a collected and precise way. I mean, he closed off any connection with China in January 31st. And this was an action that was actually opposed by Joe Biden, which he now goes back on saying, but that was a crucial move. And they're saying that that saved 2 million lives by doing that.
Well, you know, Foyt, he put the China ban on January 31st. And there's tweets, you can go look them up. You know, Mayor Bill de Blasio of New York, Nancy Pelosi, they were saying, you know, it was xenophobic. Joe Biden tweeted it was xenophobic. And they were saying, go to Chinatown. I mean, the videos are out there. I remember it. Go look it up. And so now everybody's back tracing it. You know, no matter who was in power, if it was a Democrat president, he'd be getting viewed the same way.
Exactly.
And it's not a fair thing to judge because it's not their fault. No matter who's in office, it's not Nancy Pelosi's fault, it's not McConnell's fault, it's not Trump's fault. It's a global pandemic.
It was
and
completely
we've got to do,
out of our hands.
We became too polarized about the topic.
Exactly.
And we got to come together and be better and do better.
Exactly.
Because it's going to take all of us.
I totally agree with you, and I think at the end of the day, it was terrible. It is terrible.
Yeah.
We're still living it right now, and it's not something that we can ignore. However, like, we're Americans. We've never been people to hide in the face of adversity. And so I think this has been, and Trump has taken it that way. He's had that attitude about this, that we locked down when we needed to. We locked down, we recollected, and we're moving forward.
Right.
We know the safety. We wear our masks. We are back at school.
Right.
I mean, we're starting to move forward, but total shutdown just hurts us as a country.
And you know, like me and Pat were talking about earlier, it's not a national. It can't be federally mandated. It's got to be state by state because states are different and everything is different in every state.
And like you were saying, you were talking about like Idaho.
Right.
And like
it's not fair to lock down Idaho when their numbers are just nothing like that. You know, Nebraska's the same way. I got family out there, and you know they're doing real fine. You know, people in West Virginia back home, they're doing fine. So like stuff like that. That's why it can't be federally mandated. And it doesn't make sense to do that. You really got to take an unbiased approach, take a step back and look at it and say, what is really best for the country? And that is federalism, and that is state by state, and it is up to your governor. If you elected a bad governor, then it's on you. Look, Michigan is struggling. Right, Michigan was struggling early on. Governor Whitmer, people are not happy with her, and I think that's going to show tonight in the polls in Michigan.
I think
you're going to see that in Pennsylvania with Governor Wolf.
I agree.
I think you're going to see that in New Jersey, and you know, possibly even in New York. People are very, very upset because it's not just New York City as the state of New York. New York is a fairly big state with other big cities too, like Buffalo, and people are not happy with Governor Cuomo in New York, just like they are in Michigan with Whitmer.
I know, and tying it back into the Republican and conservative perspective is we've always been people to want the power in the states.
Right.
That's how it is. Federalism. It's something that
we want small
the
government.
country thrives off of. Minimal federal government intervention, and it's the states responsibility to take care of it. And I mean, Governor DeWine, in my opinion, did a great job.
Yep.
In the beginning, we did our masks, we locked down,
Yep.
we slowed the curve, and that's what we needed to do. But I think we've learned from it now, and we've done the lockdown, we tried it, and we've learned how to make it work without being locked down. And I don't know if that would be something that Joe Biden would do. I know he said that he wants to lock back down, and he wants to do that. And I don't think that that would be beneficial of the people, because we've learned to live with it. It is a threat, but like us kids going to school, I mean, the statistics, it's like 99% of people, this is from the CDC, 99% of people 19 and younger make full recovery, 99% 20 to 49 make full recovery, and 99.5% 50 to 69 make full recovery. So, I mean, it's definitely a threat. And if you have pre-existing conditions, it's something that needs to be considered. And yes, you need to take extra precautions. And we are taking the precautions necessary to stay safe, but we're back at school hybrid. Hopefully we'll get to a point with the virus that we can come back full time. And I don't think it's something to fault Trump for. I think it's something that,
you know, he hasn't always helped himself with what he said on Twitter. And, you know, he brought back Big Ten football for you. Know,
he did.
You know, things like that does not help his case, and he doesn't always help himself. But moving on, let's look at the economy. You know, it was the best economy in American history before the pandemic.
Record-breaking.
The lowest unemployment in basically every demographic across the board. Lowest unemployment total. Highest GDP we've seen in forever.
The GDP
it was great.
Remarkable. The third quarter of 2019 was record-breaking. Like, he blew it out of the park, and he's being faulted for our economy right now. But I mean, this is what happens when businesses shut down.
Look at the second quarter, even though America made a comeback in the second quarter when we started to open back up. You know, we've seen the NASDAQ hit record highs and that sort of stuff.
The future.
Yeah, that's the hope. You know, and you know, on other positive notes, foreign relations and international policies look great the last 2 months. The president, along with his staff, they've gotten peace deals in the Middle East that we've never seen before. You know, between Israel and Sudan on October 23rd, they added to the new Abraham Accords. This is the third such agreement between Israel and an Arab Muslim nation in the past 3 months. The other have been United Arab Emirates and Bahrain. They've also made peace deals with Israel, and that's just something really great to see. You know, the president, he has been the first president since Ronald Reagan 31 years ago to not start a war during a term in office.
That's crazy, especially the times we're in right now.
Yeah.
That's crazy, and it's remarkable. And hearing about the peace deal when that first happened, like, that made my day.
It's not getting enough coverage.
It isn't. The media hasn't
that's
covered
the problem.
it.
Right.
And
We're
as a
transition
student
into that now.
journalist,
Right.
I hope we can bring into the future more objectivity into the media. I mean, we've done it today. And I think it's a great thing going forward. We'll have a next generation. And you know what? I think this next generation is more politically tolerant. I think we're entering a new world where we will be able to, at the end of the day, accept we are all humans. And the sun, as Mr. Nicola will say, the sun will rise tomorrow no matter who gets elected. And so those are things we need to be conscious of going forward, that everybody has different opinions. And in journalism, it's your job to reflect both sides of the opinions. And we've seen that that hasn't always happened in the media regarding Donald Trump, especially as of recently with all the things
that's
happening.
the problem. The media has become more about a big business rather than anything else. And it's about getting clicks and being the first to report, even if it's incorrect. And we've also seen a huge rise in opinionated programming, and it's been tough, it seems, for the American public to decipher between what is an opinionated program and what is not. If we're going to look real quick at the TV ratings, Fox has the same amount of viewers on average, Fox usually leans right, as CNN and MSNBC combined, who's liberal-leaning. Fox averages 3.574 million viewers a night in prime time, 6 to 11 p.m. MSNBC averages 1.99, and CNN averages 1.806. So, you know, it's really tough to look at, but with only one conservative voice, you have multiple liberal voices out there. The media has just become big business, and it is very sad to see. There's no honest journalism left.
And it's hard to get informed. As citizens, it is hard to get informed. So I encourage you all to go forward, do your research, try to find both sides of the story, find credible sources, because ultimately we are the future of this country. So we need to go forward with knowledge of what we're doing and make our decisions based on that, not based on the first thing that pops up on your phone that catches,
and you know,
catches your eye.
You can't just read a headline and expect to learn from that. That's not anything you need for that. So we just got to become better, and we got to become more tolerant. You know, I think everybody has the same goals in mind. It's just different ways of getting there, and we can become better. And we got to come together more than ever right now.
More than ever.
And it's sad to see that we are so polarized. But I mean, I hope that it becomes less polarized, especially after this election.
I agree.
Hopefully we can all just come together. We got to get through this.
It's
the toughest time we've had in 100 years.
I mean, this is the time now that we need to come together and be united as Americans, no matter what your political views are, no matter where you stand. This is where we come together. So, moving on, thank you for having me today, Tanner. Next up, Ava Clark and Sachi Kuthe will give you a look into the Democratic perspective on the 2020 election. First, here's Abby Ryan with a rundown on the Democratic Party's platform.
Hi, my name is Abby Ryan, and this is the Liberal platform.
Let's start out with core beliefs. Liberals believe in government action to create equal opportunity, to protect civil liberties and individual human rights. They also emphasize the need for government to solve problems. Abortion. A woman has the right to decide what happens to her body. They also believe that a fetus is not a human life and life does not start at conception.
Alabama's new law making virtually every abortion a crime, even in cases of rape and incest, sparked an intense debate there.
Why are you putting yourself in God's shoes?
It's not our place as humans to extinguish that life.
It's nothing short of an attack on women's basic human rights and civil rights.
Women's health care is under attack, and we will not stand for it.
Alabama lawmakers have acknowledged their goal is to get the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade. It's something candidate Trump predicted.
Economy. Liberals believe in a market system in which the government regulates the economy. They also believe that the government should protect the people from big business and the richer should be taxed more. Global warming. Liberals believe global warming is caused by an increased production of carbon dioxide and burning through fossil fuels. Liberals also believe that humans are a part of this.
That if a Democrat is elected to the White House, there will be an end to fossil fuel subsidies. There will be some form of the Green New Deal. There will be some drilling. The drill, baby, drill era will be over. Those sort of things I think people can count on.
Gun control. Liberals believe the Second Amendment does not give citizens the right to keep and bear arms, but only allows for the state to keep a militia. It is the role of local and federal governments to protect the people through law enforcement agencies and the military. Liberals believe more guns means more violence.
We have a moral responsibility to do everything we can to save the thousands of lives that are at stake right now.
We must act to prevent people who should not have guns from getting them.
Do you think about the fact that that guy in Dayton, in less than a minute, killed 9 people? Why does someone like that have an assault weapon?
Banning assault weapons. This would seek to keep military-style weaponry out of the hands of civilians. Former President Bill Clinton signed a ban on assault weapons into law in 1994, but when the ban expired 10 years later, Congress opted not to renew. An increasing number of candidates are also calling for federal gun buybacks, which seek to reduce the number of civilian-owned guns by allowing people to turn in their firearms to the federal government in exchange for compensation.
I would institute a national buyback program. And I would move in the direction of making sure that in fact, was what we tried to do, get them off the street.
Same-sex marriage. Liberals believe marriage is the union of people who love each other. It should be legal for gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgender individuals to ensure equal rights for all. They oppose the creation for a constitutional amendment establishing marriage as a union of one man and one woman. Immigration. Liberals support legal immigration. However, they also support those who enter the U.S. illegally. They believe that all undocumented immigrants have the same rights as legal immigrants.
Thanks, Abby. Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary individuals. Welcome to our second segment of the Democratic view of the election. I'm Ava Clark, and this is Sachi Kuthe. I want to start it off, Sachi, by talking about some really hot-button issues
of course,
for the Democratic Party. My first hot-button issue, and this is more insight into me, what makes me a Democrat. I am a very pro-human rights person. That is what makes me more democratic in this election specifically. I'm more of a current climate voter, where I'm going to vote more based on how the state of the world is going and what I think will be best for America. I cannot continue to see the rise in racism in our country and the rise of homophobia and in legislature as well as in police reform and everything.
I mean, like, just
in this few months, not just few months, but since October, there have been about 890 some killings by the hands of police.
Black men are 2.5 times more likely than white men to be killed by police during their lifetime. That's just one basic
statistic. And it's crazy, the fact that people have to deal with that every single day living here, that parents have to think about sending their children to school. Am I going to see them again? Are they going to come back the same as they left? That shouldn't be an issue these days. It's 2020.
And I was talking to Ashley earlier, and I think it's a thing between all parties that it really shouldn't be an issue at this point.
Exactly.
Race shouldn't be this big of a problem that America's having this big of a problem with it. And I believe, as a Democrat, I believe the route to reforming that is going to be through police reform, looking into the police system, looking at what can the federal government do? What can police departments do to change racism within the system before it starts? How can we look at officers before they get their certification and say, have you a background with this? I think it's something that we need to change desperately. I also think we need to incorporate more equality into our daily lives in America. I think it's, like Ashley and Tanner were saying, I do agree with them. I think our generation is a more tolerant generation, for sure, 100%. I have seen, especially with, and this is obviously my opinion, the Trump administration has tried to push a lot of legislature against specifically transgender people, has tried to push laws allowing it so transgender people can't serve in the military.
Which is insane.
Which is insane to me. And laws so gay couples can't adopt. And I think and this is my opinion, again, this is an opinion segment. In my opinion, I do not think you should be pro-life if you are going to be anti-foster care system, if you are going to be anti-adoption. It does not make sense to me as Ava, you can totally disagree with this, but it does not make sense to me as Ava for you to be pro-life, to make women have their babies, and then not allow all couples that are able and willing to adopt children. I believe that it is, your parents being gay does not change anything about you. It does not make you, being gay is not a bad thing. I don't know why we're still having to have the conversation, but with Trump administration pushing deals like this, I think it is time for a change, specifically in the Human Rights Department, where, I know I'm talking a lot, I'm sorry, Sachi, but I would like to see something change about that. I would like to see the ability for all Americans to truly be equal. I would like to see all races equal. I would like to see all sexualities equal. I would like to see all gender identities equal and valid.
Exactly, and going off of what you said before about the pro-life movement, Trump is very pro-life. He runs on a pro-life stance because, he has a lot of evangelical Christians, following in him and giving him, the votes that he needs. But the issue with being pro-life and trying to put restrictions on abortions and stuff, it's not going to end abortion. It's going to make it more dangerous. You're going to lose more lives, in my opinion, because in 1966 in Romania, they tried to, ban abortion, but it didn't help anything because so wealthy people were bribing doctors. People who didn't have that kind of money were trying things at home. They were hurting themselves. They were killing themselves. So it's not really, you're not helping anybody by banning abortion. If anything, we should push sex education, which isn't going to be done by the Trump administration. I haven't been seeing anything like that happen. There hasn't been any kind of push on safe sex or abstinence or anything like that. You need to push that education so we don't have to deal with this in the first place.
Yeah. So then moving on, obviously very hot up issues when it comes to human rights. I would like to press the issue that I put it in my script for the first segment, but I never got to read it. I know there have been a lot of talk about between parties about some really conservative Republicans being afraid that a Democratic candidate like Joe Biden would take away guns.
Right.
While I'm actually I'm pro Second Amendment. I do believe that Americans should have the right to own a gun. I do. It's in the Constitution. I do believe it. I do actually also. But I also believe that we should have more
Bigger
background
restrictions,
checks. I don't
exactly.
believe in taking away guns, and I don't think anybody else does. And they're not going to be taken away. It's part of the Constitution.
But there needs to be more regulation.
But there needs to be more, I believe there needs to be more regulation. In my eyes, there is not a reason for an American to own weapons of war, such as AR-15s and like systematic rifles, automatic firing rifles. That's my personal view. Now, you can take that whatever way you want, and you can totally disagree with me. You are totally allowed. But with the Biden-Harris campaign movement, where they want to do a voluntary buyback program of these guns, where they will pay you to take your automatic rifles, I believe that's a good idea. I do believe you're making the choice yourself. You're not, the government's not taking away your guns.
You're making the choice
no one
to
is
give
able
your gun
to
back,
argue
right.
that the Democrats taking my guns. I do believe that it would be a good idea for the government to buy your back. So it's a voluntary program.
All right. Along with that is a lot of the stuff about climate change. Like we talked before, we need to be looking into, because we see so much happening right now with the fires in California. There's so much going on with like pollution. And I really liked Biden's plan for cutting down or, pushing that minimum on pollution, making sure that we are, treating the earth as the place that we want to live, and not just like, whatever we want to do with it, we can do, especially with fracking, which, is the push of liquid into the earth to get oil. Biden has said that he supports fracking, and I think, we've already started, that's fine, but we need to not do any more new fracking, which he said before that he is fine with what's happening now, but we can't add any more because that's really going to hurt the environment.
I personally also agree with his plan. We mentioned it earlier in our other segment to reduce water pollution by removing chemicals in the water and by putting a barrier that we can see, we can mandate, we can regulate,
right.
And giving communities the access to those materials.
Right.
So that's all we have for you for this segment. Thank you for listening, and we hope you've gained some insight into what we think and the more Democratic side of this election. I'm Ava Clark.
And I'm Sachi Kathay. Thanks so much. Next, Carter Padella has the updates from the Libertarian Party. Before that, Abby Ryan will take you through the Libertarian Party's platform. Abby?
Hi, my name is Abby Ryan, and this is the Libertarian platform.
Core beliefs. Libertarians seek to maximize autonomy and political freedom with freedom of choice and individualism.
And we keep hearing the media say all we have is two old rich white guys running for office. So some people see it as pretty much the only choice. I'm the only one saying, let's turn America into one giant Switzerland, armed and neutral, and defend America's shores. There's no reason why our taxpayer dollars need to go overseas.
She also believes in the mail-in ballot process, but thinks it's time for changes to be made.
I'm fine with the mail-in ballot as long as we use FedEx. When I ran in '96, we were talking about how we needed to open it up instead of having a government monopoly. And with all the problems we have with the U.S. Postal Service, I'm not sure that we can rely on them.
Abortion. Libertarians are very conservative on this issue. They agree with the Republican Party when they say that life begins at conception. The police. Libertarians want Americans to abandon their platforms and vote solely on what they believe is morally correct. However, most libertarians believe that we should abolish the police and bring in the military to replace them.
With regard to keeping guns out of the hands of the mentally ill, with regard to keeping guns out of the hands of potential terrorists, Bill talked about establishing a 1,000-person task force to potentially address that, a hotline. Look, we should be open to these discussions. I would love to understand what transpired between the shooter and the FBI, for example, getting in the middle of that. That's why I want to get elected president. I do really well in that situation. I'm not saying I would be value added, but look, the FBI came in contact with this guy 3 times. What transpired? Why wasn't this guy deprived of his guns.
Economics. Libertarians have faith in the free market and believe that there is little the government can do to pressure businesses or individuals that would be better than the invisible hand. The invisible hand is a metaphor for people's self-interest in the economy. Individual freedoms. Libertarians believe that this concept really defines their party. They care about how the individual feels in each and every issue, whether it's healthcare, abortion, or gun control.
Is to inform America about the third largest party in the country. Previously, I explained Jo Jorgensen's and the libertarian perspective on COVID, the economy, as well as healthcare, government, and government spending. I also was able to touch on immigration and criminal justice reform, and plan to dive further into those issues, as well as inform you about the libertarian stance on the environment, taxes, poverty, and more. So, first to start off with the environment, Jo Jorgensen will work with Congress to end all energy subsidies and level the playing field. Additionally, she will return each state to many of the responsibilities that has been entrusted to the federal government. One of the main issues in the Libertarian Party is that they try and limit the power of the federal government and would like to trust the states with that power. Her White House will bridge the divide that we currently see between fiscal responsibility and environmental conservation. She will show Americans who are deeply concerned about the environment that protecting it does not require taking on crippling debt. We can have both a thriving economy and an environment that is clean and safe. Moving on to Social Security, Jo Jorgensen believes that she must put forth solutions which will preserve and save Social Security instead of ignoring the problem and allowing it to go bankrupt. We cannot leave these responsibilities behind to these Americans who need most assistance. She looks forward to fighting for Social Security in spite of those career politicians who instead do nothing. She would like to create a plan that workers should be able to provide their own option to continue and save for retirement. She would like to find a pathway where individuals can put their money that they would be taxed for Social Security and put that in a private investment account. Currently, the Social Security pays about 1.2% back on any investment, while a conservative limited index fund would pay up to 4% back. Her policy on immigration, which I touched on earlier, is she plans to increase and repeal the Congress's quotas on the number of people who can legally enter the United States to work, visit, or reside, and to comprehensively reform the immigration process, shortening wait times, and expand visas. She believes we should provide a pathway to citizenships for 1 million of undocumented persons already in the United States. If people wanted to immigrate to the United States and contribute to our country, they should be able to do so, and there should be no hurdles standing in their way. She would like to see the United States welcome new citizens into our country and provide a place where people can come, grow, expand, and live their life the way they want to. Moving on to criminal justice reform, Jo Jorgensen, as president, will federally decriminalize all drugs and encourage states to do the same. She will work with Congress to make history of the failed and unjust war on drugs. She believes if there's no victim, there is no crime. She will pardon anyone convicted at the federal level of victimless crimes and instead allow medical community to deal with substance abuses in a way that salvages lives instead of throwing them away. This is just one step towards ending the over-incarceration of people of color, letting consensual adult activities become safer and destigmatized, and allowing those who are true victims of addiction and violent crime to be recognized so that they can get the help they need. Moving on to her stance on poverty. As president, Jo Jorgensen will spearhead legislation to reform occupational licensing at the federal level and work with local and state governments to do the same. She would support measures to take the power away from state licensing board and give it back to the workers. This would open up an array of opportunities for people who need to work. Another one of her priorities is to get rid of business regulations which make it harder to hire new people, particularly those who have not been fortunate enough to go to college or have formal job training. With every new mandated job benefit, more and more people are kept unemployed when all they want to do is earn a living for themselves and their families. As you can see on these past couple topics, A libertarian perspective is leave it up to the private sectors to regulate and help with certain policies and regulations in private business. Libertarians believe that the overarching command of the government has limited their ability to make a living the way they want to, has limited the freedoms and the ability of each individual. Moving on to taxes, Jo Jorgensen as president will work tirelessly to slash federal spending, make the government much smaller, and eliminate the federal income tax so you can keep what you earn. It's time to move the money out of the government sector and back to the people who earn it. She believes politicians and bureaucrats don't know what you need, you do. In saying this, she wants to move the money back into the people's hands, back into the private sector, and give the money that has been using for tax to the people so they can use it for what they believe they need it for. As far as education, she wants to create an educational marketplace that provides parents the opportunity to choose among cyber schools, private schools, homeschooling, or any other option to decide what's best for their children's future. This also aligns with libertarian perspectives as she believes the individual should be able to choose the best path and option for their children and themselves. She believes a zip code should not trap a family in an inescapable cycle of poverty. Your zip code should not determine where you should go to school. You should be able to choose where you believe that you will do best. And you should be able to choose where you believe that you will provide the best life for yourself and do what you want to do. As president, she'll work to end the Department of Education and encourage states to eliminate regulations and stifle innovations in education, including state-mandated textbooks, curricula, testing, minimum number of days and hours teaching, and teacher certification. This will return control of the education to where it belongs, with the parents, teachers, and students. She believes by doing this that private sector education and the education being with the parents, teachers, and students, that they will do what's best for each other and best for them and create a more constructive and efficient method of education. Her opinion in neutrality and peace is that she wants to turn America into one giant Switzerland, armed and neutral, with military force to defend America's shores and soil against foreign attackers or invaders, and protect America's armed citizens. She believes in the Second Amendment and that people should have the right to own guns, but through their choice. And she wants to create a military that is laser focused on defending America. One of the main libertarian perspectives shows that America needs to watch out for themselves first. We need to fix the problems that we have here at home before we go and help foreign problems and entities. We believe that Americans need to come first in government. Her involvement in foreign wars will be none. She plans to eliminate foreign wars, bring home our 200 plus American military personnel stationed in foreign countries, and have no U.S. aid to foreign governments, no blockades, and no non-military trade. She believes in peace at last. That's most of her policy and standpoint, which was found through her website. And as the current system stands in the United States, third-party candidates and voters are misrepresented in government. Just over 4 million Americans voted for Gary Johnson, the Libertarian candidate, in 2016, yet only one of the 435 House of Representatives seats is held by a Libertarian. This imbalance is seen because the two political parties dominate the political world today. Now this is an issue. I believe in fair representation of everybody in the United States. And this imbalance, because of these two political powers, has caused political turmoil. But no matter what your views are, no matter what people say at any time, I encourage all who are eligible to vote. Your voice matters, your voice counts. I encourage you to go vote for what you believe, and if you have time, listen to other people's perspectives, grow your own opinion, and go vote. That's all you can do to help promote this political culture we have in the United States. Senate elections have been well underway, and time left until polls closes for these races is dwindling down. 33 of the 100 seats in Senate are up for regular election and 2 for special election. 12 are currently held by Democrats and 23 are currently held by Republicans. Democrats would need to gain 4 seats, or 3 if they can win the presidential election, to take control of the Senate. Let's toss it to my best friend Tanner Lambert with more Senate elections. Tanner?
Carter, you did one heck of a job today, buddy. You're not even in the class and you came in here and destroyed it. Thank you so much. Like the House elections, about a third of the senators across the country are up for re-election. Some big-name senators, too. 35 senators are up for re-election, with the balance of the Senate up for grabs. Right now, it is controlled by the Republicans, 53 to 45. The Republicans are defending 23 seats, while the Democrats are defending almost half as many in 12 seats. The majority of the Senate could definitely be flipped in this election. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell is up for re-election in his home state of the Commonwealth of Kentucky against Democrat Lieutenant Colonel Amy McGrath of the U.S. Marine Corps. Leader McConnell is seeking re-election for his 7th term as senator, first elected in 1984. His last 2 wins have both been by over 6%, with 2015 being by almost 15% of the voter margin. McGrath is a strong challenger to McConnell, though, to the likes of which he hasn't faced in a long time. She has done an abundant amount of fundraising, over $84 million for this campaign alone. McConnell is one of the most popular politicians across the country, not just in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. In North Carolina, Tom Tillis is running for re-election. His opponent, the Democrat Cal Cunningham, on October 2nd, Tillis announced that he had tested positive for COVID-19. Cunningham has come under fire for sending sexually explicit texts to women that is not his wife, and he confirmed these reports on October 2nd as well. Tillis is looking to be re-elected for his 2nd term. He won in 2014 by just over 1% of the votes cast against former Senator Kay Hagan. Lindsey Graham, another very popular Republican senator, is from South Carolina, is in a tough race as well. Graham oversaw the recent confirmation hearings of Judge Amy Coney Barrett. Senators on both sides of the aisle congratulated Graham on a great week of hearings. Now he has shifted his focus back to his race in South Carolina. He is facing Democrat Jamie Harrison, a strong opponent of Graham, who is seeking his 3rd term. He was first elected in 2002. Graham's seat has been held by Republicans since 1964. Like the Kentucky race, the fundraising in this tight race is a huge story. Jamie Harrison has out-fundraised Lindsey Graham, and he is doing very well. Senator Graham has a lot of work to do at the polls if he wants to keep his seat in the Senate. Cory Gardner, a Republican, has a tough race in Colorado. His main opponent, Democrat John Hickenlooper, the last 2 Senate elections have been decided by less than 2% in very close races in Colorado. In 2016, Hillary Clinton won the state of Colorado by over 7%. Gardner is looking to be re-elected for his 2nd term. In Kansas, there is an open seat that needs filled. Pat Roberts, the incumbent Republican, is retiring. There hasn't been a Democrat senator in Kansas since 1932. Roger Marshall is the Republican candidate. He's a previous congressman for Kansas. His main opponent is Barbara Bollier, who is running on the Democrat ticket. She previously served in the Kansas State Senate. This is an interesting race. Roberts' margin of victory have been dropping in recent elections, with just 53 to 43% win over independent candidate in 2014. No Democrat even ran against him. Out in Big Sky, one of Montana's senators, Steve Daines, a Republican, is looking for re-election. He was first elected in 2014 in a seat that was held by a Democrat since 1913. Daines' opponent is the current governor of Montana, Steve Bullock, a Democrat. Bullock has held the office of governor since 2013. In 2014, Daines won with 58% of the vote. The other senator from Montana, John Tester, a Democrat, won 50 to 47% in 2018. Montana has a good chance of having 2 Democrat senators once again. In Alabama, Doug Jones, a Democrat incumbent, is running against Republican candidate and former head football coach Tommy Tuberville. Doug Jones won in 2018 in a special election 50 to 48% against Roy Moore, former Chief Justice of the Alabama Supreme Court. Tuberville, the former football coach, like I mentioned earlier, at Cincinnati and Auburn. He is a popular guy among sports fans in Alabama, and that could give him the edge. He received the endorsement of President Trump after Trump flopped his opinion on Jeff Sessions, the former senator from Alabama. Jones won a tight special election and won the primaries in that special election handily. This is going to be a closer race than a lot of people think, in my opinion. And in Michigan, Gary Peters, a Democrat, is seeking re-election for his 2nd term. His opponent is John James. Peters won in 2014 by 13%, but the election is suspected to be a lot closer. Many Michiganders are upset with Governor Gretchen Whitmer, and electing a Republican senator could be a way of showing that. John James ran in 2018 against Michigan's other senator, Debbie Stabenow, another Democrat. He lost by 6.5%. James is a graduate of West Point Military Academy. Peters is a former congressman and Michigan Lottery commissioner. Voting in every election is very important. The presidential election occurs only every 4 years, but congressional elections and Senate elections occur every 2 years. Only 1/3 of the Senate is up every 2 years, but these elections are just as, if not more, important. The real power is in Congress, in both the Senate and the House. Playing politics occurs all the time and is evident every day. With a Republican Senate, it is easier for a Republican president to get Supreme Court justices confirmed. We've seen this in the past month. With the separation of powers, voting becomes immensely important, and it's not just a right, it is a responsibility.
Thanks, Tanner.
It is currently 5:47 p.m., which means we are just a few minutes away from our first round of poll closures in America at 6 p.m. The states Indiana and Kentucky are the ones that will close at 6.
The polls and election predictions surrounding the 2016 election were notoriously inaccurate. As most polls and news organizations have predicted a Clinton win, it was shocking when Donald Trump won in 306 Electoral College votes compared to Hillary Clinton's 232. The polls leading up to the election had all shown Hillary Clinton in the lead in the national polls, ahead of Donald Trump. Many voters assumed that the election was already set up to be an easy win for Clinton.
That's right. Taking polls from citizens around the United States is a vital part of any election, as it provides very useful information to voters and campaigns. Political scientists and curious citizens can see who is in the lead, who's expected to win, and how the candidates are ranked within the prospective races.
America's presidential elections are won through the Electoral College, not won through the popular vote. As long as candidates receive 270 votes or more, they will secure a presidency. Electoral votes are given by the state, not by population or proportion of voters. So this is why we need to look at individual state polls and not the whole nation.
The prediction for this election is a very close race. The first step is analyzing the probability of each state going to a particular candidate. A state is qualified as safe if there is a lead of 15% or more over the other candidate, and is qualified as very likely if the candidate has over a 10% lead or more. States with a lead between 5 and 10% are categorized as lean. And lastly, states with under 5% of a lead between candidates are considered swing states.
That's right. The safe states for Democratic candidate Joe Biden are California, Oregon, Washington, Illinois, New York, Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New Jersey, Delaware, Hawaii, Maryland, D.C., Connecticut, and Maine's 1st District, totaling to 183 safe Democratic votes. The safe Republican states for Donald Trump are Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, South Dakota, Wyoming, Idaho, North Dakota, Nebraska, and Nebraska's 1st and 3rd districts, totaling to 77 safe Republican votes.
The states categorized as very likely for Democrats are Colorado, New Mexico, Minnesota, Virginia, and Maine, totaling to 39 likely votes. The very likely Republican states are South Dakota, totaling to 3 very likely Republican votes.
The states that lean to the Democratic side are Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, and Minnesota, totaling to a 42 lean votes. The states that lean to the Republican side are Utah, Montana, Kansas, Tennessee, South Carolina, Alaska, Missouri, and Indiana, totaling to 59 lean votes. The states left from these groups are all swing states, which are Ohio, Pennsylvania, Iowa, Georgia, Texas, Arizona, Florida, North Carolina, Maine's 2nd District, and Nebraska's 2nd District. Along with these, Nevada, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan are still considered swing states due to their history of voting for both parties. The swing states are key components of winning the election, since neither candidate is guaranteed to win based off of their state and likely states.
That's right. If Joe Biden is able to secure the swing states leading towards the Democrats and Pennsylvania, he can win with 278 electoral votes. If Donald Trump is able to win Arizona, Texas, Georgia, Florida, Ohio, Iowa, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, then he can win with 278 electoral votes as well. Hearing states like Texas and Georgia being categorized as swing states in this election may surprise you, but the recent surge in voter registration and demographic change from 2016 is part of the reason why. Since 2016, over 15 million people have turned 18 and gained eligibility to vote. Our population has also shifted more diverse, where the demographic of more Hispanic whites continues to shrink and the minority populations grow. Texas has experienced record high early voting turnout, with the amount of early voting surpassing the 2016 votes on Friday.
States like Florida, North Carolina, and Georgia also had increases in early voting this election cycle. It is still unknown how record high voter turnout is going to affect the results of the election tonight. The final results may go completely against the current polls or skew the election to one candidate or the other.
Whatever happens to the swing states will be a very important factor in improving predictions as the votes come in.
All right, now we are going to hear from Chloe Hover at one of the polling places in our local community.
Hello, I'm Chloe Hover, and I'm currently at the Orange Township Hall. This is a location which our local officials meet at to discuss problems that the community presents, and they figure out the best solution possible. An example of this is over the summer when many members from the Olentangy district were invited to have a conversation about the racial injustice that has been happening in our community. As you can see, there are not a lot of voters here, and it is definitely not as crowded as it was at Friendship Church, which wasn't crowded to begin with. As said previously, there have been less voters voting on Election Day as more people due to COVID have been doing mail-in ballots. I'm here with Mia. She's a voter today, so
Hi.
Would you like to explain your experience and how voting this year may be different for you?
I think it's definitely more important, it seems, this year. I think it's important every year, but it definitely is getting much more attention this year. So,
have you had any of those like hard political conversations with your friends and family, or is it the same as prior years?
yes, I have had all those hard conversations. It's not an easy choice, but it's a choice you need to do.
Why do you feel like your vote matters and that it's important for everyone to be going out and doing this?
Oh, my vote matters. Everybody's vote matters. It's my vote, it's your vote, it's their vote, it's his vote. You need to vote, period, end of story. It's either way, it's like voting for the devil, but I'm voting for Trump, and I think that his policies, the Middle East policy, is really what I'm kind of talking about. It's not on the mainstream media, but it is very important. It's something that hasn't been done, and I think they said, I don't know, many years. So it's a big deal. He's a loudmouth. He says there's a lot of things that aren't very good, but you have to look past him and look at what he's doing. So
thank you very much.
Sure,
for your
thank
time.
you, thank you, thank you.
Well, that's all I have from Orange Township Hall. Back to the news desk.
Well, howdy, Pioneers. Thanks for that, Chloe. We are going to take a 15-minute break now. There will be new streams on Facebook and Twitter, as well as on YouTube, and we will have a complete set change, and it's going to look really different coming back as we head into the evening hours of the election, where polls all across the country are closing. So stay tuned, come back and join us. We would love to see you.